Good morning, everybody. It is about 5 minutes before court, and I am late as usual. I was supposed to be here at 5:30. As you can see, we are in court now. So I'm going to go ahead and put up the courtroom right here. Let me get ourselves ready here. And let me go ahead and expand the screen. I hope you all are having a fantastic Monday. Uh, Today is going to be an exciting day. JD's going to be taking the stand this morning. As you can see, he's not in his chair. So very, very obviously he is going to be appearing, it looks like. I'm watching this on Sky News this morning. So they did not, I don't think they aired prepared to get up on the stand. So as you can see, I think, everyone was anticipating that he was going to take the stand this morning. So I think we're almost ready to see that. It's just a few minutes before court. As you can see, everybody's in place. Everything is quiet. The jury's going to enter the room in a moment. When I do start my streams, you guys, I do mute my mic so that we can hear. And that's where I think we're actually going to be. So I hope all of you guys are having a fantastic morning. Grab your coffee, get ready, get comfortable. It's going to be a long day. And I'm going to go ahead and put myself on mute, and we are going to get ready to see our witness. And I think JD is going to be answering some questions this morning. So we'll see what happens. I did not see him arrive, which is kind of bad. I was so tired. I actually just missed the mark on the 5:30. I do this every morning. I do this every day at court if you haven't tuned into my stream before. Okay, so judge is entering the room. Jury's going to enter in a moment. And, JD just got there. Okay, well, he's running a little bit late this morning, it looks like. I thought they were standing up because it was the jury, but so maybe not. Maybe not. I thought he was up there on the chair, but I think we're just on the wire here for time. So we're going to get ready to watch our day begin. It's about 2 minutes till from what I see. Like I said, it's going to be a really, really interesting day. So I think we need to buckle up and figure out what's happening. Maybe that's why they didn't film him pulling up. Normally they film him pulling up. But obviously that's not the case. So we'll see what happens. I didn't see Amber this morning. I don't know what she's wearing. I don't know what she looks like. I don't think court runs long today. I don't remember. I think we're back to 9 to 5, but I'm not sure. I know LawTube said that. I wonder who's I can't see who's in the audience too. We're supposed to have a bunch of LawTube in the audience. So that's going to be really, really exciting when they pan around. So we'll see how many people made it into the courtroom. I can see 2 people up in the front. I think the DUI guy is probably up in front, possibly. I'm not quite sure, though. I have to see when they pan how much a LawTube made it in the courtroom. Y'all, man, streaming every day and getting up and just being prepared is like, boy, discipline. I say that, I think, every morning. I am very much a night owl, so it's been kind of tough to pull this off lately. But we're getting ready for court. We don't know who appears first. Like I said, I saw LawTube say that JD is supposed to appear this morning. So I'm not sure if he's the first witness or not. So we'll see who their docket is today. I know that, Amber's list of witnesses has been available for quite some time, but I don't think we know the sequence the witnesses are going to be appearing. So that's kind of different and new in terms of every day, like we don't know who's going to appear when. So we kind of just sit on, at the edge of our seat and kind of wait. But I know JD was running late this morning too. It looks like they were already in court. I mean, obviously he got there right before court began, but it is now 6 a.m., 9 p.m. I mean, excuse me, 6 a.m., 9 a.m. Solid right now. So I think the judge will enter the room in a moment and the jury will enter the room, where therefore I will go. I'll mute my mic and we'll start to listen when they turn on the sound. Usually the sound is not on until we begin the day. So that'll give me a chance to grab some coffee and kind of wake up a little bit. I'll probably be audio today. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, it's going to be very interesting this morning. I didn't get to check the tweesters this morning before I got on here. So I'm going to try to open up Twitter and see what's going on there. But good morning, you guys. If you're just entering the chat, please say hello, like the video if you want. We're going to begin court here in just a few moments. And I am going audio this morning. So that is what we're doing. Judge is going to enter the room in just a moment. And then we'll see jury. And then sound will come on. And I will go mute. See, so judge is entering the room now. Judge ring. Oh, good morning, Ace. How are ya? How are ya? I'm on audio. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and mute myself. So let's begin the day. Hope you have your coffee ready, Ace. We'll see if JD takes the stand this morning first.
Okay.
Well, you got me beat. I was late this morning for my own live stream. I just, boy, man, I'll tell you right now, this streaming is killing me. But here we are. I got on in time. I'm so happy. JD looked like he was running late a little bit this morning too. So jury's coming in. I'm gonna mute. Enjoy the show, and I'll be right here.
All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Have a seat. All right, your next witness.
Your Honor, Amber calls Dr. Richard Moore.
All right, Dr. Moore.
Oh, good. Yeah, I saw that he was going live a lot this morning. Who's the witness? My sound is my sound okay? Can you hear everything okay? Can you just verify for me real quick? I think it should be. I can't hear it myself. I think I have my earphones
Good morning, Dr. Moore.
hooked in, so I
Can
gotta
you please tell the
disconnect
jury
those.
your full name?
Richard Salter Moore Jr.,
Where do you work?
Emerge Ortho in Wilmington, North Carolina.
And what
Holder, physician, orthopedic surgeon, practicing hand, upper extremity, and microvascular surgery.
for how many years have you been an orthopedic surgeon?
So I completed my fellowship in 1997. So for 25 years.
And I believe that you mentioned this, but tell the jury what area of orthopedic surgery in which you specialize.
So I'm a orthopedic surgeon. I finished medical school, went to a 5-year orthopedic surgery residency. At the completion of my residency, I wanted to specialize in hand surgery. So I did an additional year of training specifically in hand and upper extremity surgery. before starting practice in my first year as an attending.
Where are you currently licensed?
North Carolina.
For how long have you been licensed?
Since 1991 or 6. I think it was 1996 when I was licensed in North Carolina.
Beginning with your undergraduate studies, Dr. Moore, could you please tell the jury a bit about your educational background? I know you mentioned a little bit of it just now.
So I attended University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, graduated in 1987 with a BS in biology. I went on to medical school at UNC and graduated in 1991. I then went to the hospital at the University of Pennsylvania in Philadelphia and did a 5-year orthopedic surgery residency there. And in 1996, I went to Duke University Medical Center and did a year fellowship in hand, upper extremity microvascular surgery. And on completion of my fellowship, I was invited to join the faculty, and my role was hand and trauma. And so I went to Los Angeles for about 6 months for a preceptorship in pelvic trauma, and then went back to Duke and practiced as a director of the orthopedic trauma service and a member of the hand, upper extremity and microvascular reconstruction team until 2000 when I relocated to North Carolina, to Wilmington.
And you maintained an active clinical practice since 2000?
Yes.
I don't think that's me. I think that might be their feed. So let me refresh. My apologies. Let me refresh 1 second. This happens once in a see. Okay.
And before
That was
when you
them.
were
That was
Duke,
not
correct?
Yes.
Just very briefly, can you tell the jury what is a residency?
Residency is largely an apprenticeship. So when you finish medical school, you have a MD medical degree, but you really can't practice.
Ace, who knows?
medicine,
Who knows what's up their
you
sleeve?
can
We'll see.
Take a tract of
No,
internal medicine,
no, it was
pediatrics,
them.
or OBGYN
It
or
happens once in a
orthopedics,
while
and then
when the feed
it's a
is
graduated
overloaded.
training program, anywhere from 3 to 5 or 6 years.
And what's a fellowship?
And a fellowship is a year beyond training. When I completed my residency, had I chose to, I could have practiced as a general orthopedic surgeon, but I wanted to subspecialize, and therefore that required an additional year of training.
And I believe you mentioned this, but your subspecialization was in the hand. Is that right?
That's correct.
Why did you choose to specialize in the hand?
Patient population, the types of problems we treat, and the anatomy is really the biggest reason I chose it. I mean, for lack of a better term, it's really pretty beautiful anatomy.
And let's talk about that anatomy. There's bones in the hand, right?
Correct.
And then there's tissue and blood vessels, right?
Objection
That's correct.
leading.
Overruled.
I'm sorry, you can go ahead and answer that.
Yep, that's correct.
And what is the surgery called where you operate on tissues and blood vessels in the hand?
Well, that would be hand surgery. I mean, there are different components of it. There's trauma where we do repairs of tendons or blood vessels. There's a microvascular element where we repair injured nerves. In my practice at Duke, I was on the replant team, and so we would do replantations when digits were cut off. We would
Ace,
try to
that should be
reattach the
better.
bones
I
and
went ahead
tendons
and put it at
nerves and
1080.
vessels
Sometimes it defaults
to,
into a small
reattach the
resolution.
digits.
So hopefully
And
this will
hopefully
help.
survive.
And have you performed surgeries of that nature?
Yes.
When you perform surgeries of that nature, what assessment do you make of the cause of those injuries?
So cause is a big element. So it's an important.
Well, anytime they have a
element to
specialist or an
appreciate
expert,
because it
they
can
have to go through
impact
their resume. So
management
that's
in a lot of
why
those
the
settings.
beginning is so long.
There's a difference between a laceration caused by a razor blade and a laceration caused by, say, a serrated knife. There's a larger zone of injury. So what we anticipate having to manage is based on how the injury was created. There's also other elements, contamination, farm farmyard injuries are totally different than clean injuries, and kitchen injuries with raw chicken are totally different than some other settings. And so it does play a large role in management.
After your fellowship at Duke University, I believe you mentioned you had another role at Duke for a few years. Is that right? Can you tell the jury about that?
So I did my fellowship and I joined the faculty as an assistant professor. And so I was in charge of teaching residents and fellows. I was the director of the orthopedic trauma service, and I was on the hand call team in addition.
Have you had academic appointments at any universities other than Duke?
I have a adjunct assistant professor appointment at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, which has affiliated training programs in the center where I practice now.
Have you held any leadership positions in your field?
I've been an officer and the past president of the North Carolina Society of Surgeons of the Hand, the Duke Hand Club or Society now. I'm a member of the American Society of Surgery of the Hand, of the Orthopedic Trauma Association, of the American Academy of Orthopedic Surgery, and of the American Orthopedic Association, the AOA.
Are the majority of your surgeries hand surgeries?
Yes.
How many hand surgeries, ballpark, would you say you've performed in your career?
Over 25 years, thousands.
Have you seen finger injuries similar to the ones sustained by Mr. Depp in Australia?
Yes.
And have you evaluated injuries like that?
Yes.
Have you treated injuries like that?
Yes.
Have you operated on fingers that looked like that?
Yes.
How many times? Ballpark.
Hundreds, if not more.
What does it mean to be board certified in your field?
So board certification is a process that you pursue after you complete training. So at the time, there have been some changes, but at the time that I finished my training, after residency, we took a written examination. And if you passed the written examination, you had to practice for 2 years. At the end of that 2 years, you submitted a list of cases over 6 months to the board, and they picked 12 cases, and then you gathered up 10 and went to Chicago and had an oral examination based on those cases. And if you passed the oral examination, then you were board certified.
And your board certification is in what?
Orthopedic surgery.
What is a certificate of added qualification?
So in the event that you elect to do a fellowship and subspecialize, hand surgery is one of the specialties that you can apply for a certificate of added qualification. And so once I was board certified, I practiced for an additional year or two, had to resubmit a list of cases and take a written examination to become certified in hand surgery.
Do you teach other surgeons how to do hand surgery?
Occasionally, on occasion, yes.
When was the last time you did so?
Day before yesterday.
Tell the jury about that.
I was over the weekend. I went to Miami to serve as faculty for a course, bioskills course we call it, on shoulder and wrist surgery. And surgeons come in and we have case presentations and panels, and then they had a cadaver lab, and we were able to allow them to perform the surgery in cadavers to become familiar with the equipment.
Have you published in your field?
I have.
In peer-reviewed literature?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we'd like to offer Dr. Moore as an expert in the field of orthopedic surgery, and specifically hand surgery and injuries to the hand.
All right, any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
So moved. Yes, sir.
Dr. Moore, now we get to talk about this case. At our request, what have you reviewed? Just general categories of information have you reviewed at our request in this case?
So a tremendous amount of material. I reviewed the video deposition and trial testimony of Mr. Depp regarding the injury, the medical records from Australia, the photographs of the injury from Australia and Los Angeles, texts and emails, the deposition of Dr. Kipper, and I'm sure there's more.
And when you reviewed the deposition of Mr. Depp, was that just in paper form?
It was a video deposition.
And so what did you review of that deposition?
The section where he describes the injury.
And did you see a video of him describing it?
I did.
And you watched the testimony from this trial of him describing it?
Yes.
And you mentioned that you reviewed some texts as well. What are those?
There were communications amongst Mr. Depp and his physician and others.
And what did you specifically review in those texts relating to the finger injury?
Well, with relation to the finger, there was a text where he had stated he cut his finger off.
Now, Dr. Moore, I'm going to ask you some questions about this case regarding the opinions that you formed relating to Mr. Depp's finger injury. When I ask you those questions, do you agree to answer my questions to a reasonable degree of medical probability?
Yes.
And do you agree to advise the jury and the court if you are not answering any of them to a reasonable degree of medical probability?
Yes.
Dr. Moore, based on your analysis, did Mr. Depp's finger injury happen as a result of a vodka bottle being thrown at him?
No.
Objection leading.
Overruled.
I'm sorry.
No.
And what is the basis for that opinion?
Well, the medical data is inconclusive. It's not consistent with what we see in the described injury pattern or in the clinical photographs. And there are several elements. There's the description was of the hand being flat on a bar and the bottle crushing the finger from the top. But looking at the images, there's really no significant injury to the dorsum of the finger, and to create the type of injury with that type of a crush injury, we would anticipate both injury to the fingernail and other parts of the finger.
Can I stop you there and
Sure.
just break down a few things? You said the hand resting flat on the bar. Can you show the jury what direction the hand was resting based on the documents you've reviewed?
I think that the demonstration was with the hand flat like this, across and maybe even curled over the edge of the bar like this.
Which side was facing upward? Which side of the hand?
The back of the hand, or we call it the dorsal surface of the hand, was up.
Doctor, if you could get closer to the microphone.
Oh,
I'd just appreciate it.
sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mhm.
So you referred to the back of the hand as the dorsal side of the hand. Is that
That's
right?
correct.
Sort of like the dorsal fin on a shark.
Correct.
Fair. And what is the other side of the hand called?
The palmar surface.
Palmar? Okay. So what direction was Mr. Depp's hand resting on the bar?
So the dorsal side was up, which with the descripted mechanism of injury or the injury, the bottle would have struck the top of the finger at the fingernail.
And you also mentioned a term that I'd like you to explain to the jury, crush injury, please.
So with review of the images and the x-rays, I mean, this was a crush injury. That would generate the findings clinically on x-ray that we saw. The fracture is we call it comminuted, and the tip of the finger is in multiple splinters. So there are multiple fragments, and typically you see that with a crush type injury.
So a comminuted fracture is one where there's multiple fragments of bone.
That's correct.
And what was the basis, other than what you've read and heard, but from the pictures, what was the basis of your opinion that the hand was resting palmar side down?
Well, that was the way the injury was described and demonstrated in the videos. And so in that position, were the bottle to strike the finger the way it was described, it would have struck on the nail, and the nail was really not injured, and so that's not consistent with that pattern of injury.
Michelle, could I get you to pull up exhibit DX369, page 26. Your Honor, this is admitted. Ask for
All right.
permission to publish.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Moore, is this one of the images that you reviewed?
Yes.
Tell us in relation to your expert opinion on the cause of Mr. Depp's injury. Tell us what you see in this picture, please.
So this is it looks like an avulsion type injury where tissue's actually pulled or pinched away. I think what's important in this picture is that the tissue loss is on the palmar aspect from underneath the finger rather than all transversely in the finger, which you would anticipate if the bottle struck the finger. You would expect more of this level of injury rather than isolated to the palmar aspect.
And what do you notice about the condition of the fingernail in this picture?
So from this image, the fingernail appears to be intact. You can't necessarily see the entire nail, but there are other images that have a better profile of that. And the nail's not elevated. There's no subungual hematoma beneath it, or there's no bruise underneath it. Anyone that's ever stuck their finger in a drawer, caught it in a car door, or hit it with a hammer knows that almost immediately there's typically bleeding underneath the nail, which creates this hematoma.
So, not being a doctor, I'm going to try to summarize what you just said. Are you saying that in an injury like this, if something had come from the top, that there would be an immediate impact to the fingernail bed?
That's correct.
Michelle, could you please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 144? Your Honor, this has been admitted as well.
All right. Thank you.
Dr. Moore, I believe you mentioned just a few minutes ago that there were other pictures that showed more of the nail. Is this one of those pictures?
Yes.
And explain to the jury again, and I'm sorry for the graphic nature of this photo, but it's important that the jury understands the basis for your opinion that a bottle couldn't have caused this coming in from above.
Yeah. So it's again, the mechanism described would have almost certainly led to severe nail injury. I see no subungual hematoma. Again, it's a palmar tissue loss, and the loss is from distal to proximal, which is from the tip back far below the nail. And so for it to create that tissue loss down there would almost certainly have to be injury dorsally with that described mechanism.
So what you're saying is that something coming from the top could not have left the nail intact and yet caused injury from the tip of the finger underneath the nail.
Objection leading.
Overruled.
You can answer.
So I believe that with the mechanism described, that if the bottle struck the nail, there would have certainly been an injury to the nail bed. And in order for the soft tissue injury to be created by that mechanism, there would have almost certainly been tissue loss on the top of the finger as well.
Does Mr. Depp's description of what happened line up with the undisputed photographic evidence that you've reviewed?
No.
Now, we mentioned the term crush injury a few minutes ago. I'd like to show you DX360, please. And Your Honor, this is, we won't publish this at this time. Is this a document that you reviewed in connection with your expert opinion in this case?
Yes.
And Michelle, if you can please go to pages, I believe they're 5 and 6. Your Honor, I'd ask for permission to publish these as a demonstrative to the jury.
Just page 5 and 6.
Sorry, 09 and 10.
Page
2
09
pages.
and 10. Could you go to 10 also so plaintiff can see it? Okay, any objection to 09?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, 09 or 10 can be published.
Dr. Moore, what are these pictures of?
So these are x-rays of the injured digit.
And what do you observe in these x-rays? Explain to the jury what you see.
So these are two views. So one in the plane looking through the finger in this direction, one in the plane looking through the finger sideways. And you can see that the tuft or the tip of the finger, the last bone in the finger called the distal phalanx, is shattered. You can see there's multiple little spicules of bone. And there's also a transverse fracture at that level, which runs through the bone. So this is what we would describe as a comminuted fracture, and it's commonly associated with crush injury.
In your decades of practice, Dr. Moore, have you ever seen a comminuted fracture like this result from an object thrown in the way that Mr. Depp described?
Well, not with the constellation of findings shown on the X-rays. I mean, I think that could create a fracture, but in this setting, it wouldn't create a fracture without the associated other injuries that we would anticipate.
And in your decades of practice, when you see a comminuted fracture like this, what are some things that have typically caused it?
So crush mechanisms could be slammed in a drawer, caught between two logs in the fireplace, car door, sliding glass door. Those are all any mechanism that squeezes the finger between two hard opposing surfaces could create this type of injury.
In the statements of Mr. Depp that you reviewed, how did he describe what happened to the alleged bottle when it hit the bar?
I believe he said it exploded, shattered.
If a bottle had exploded near his finger in the way that he alleges, what would you expect to see in the documents that you have reviewed?
Well, I think that the physicians did a good job of documenting the presentation, the appearance of the wound. They did not document the presence of any glass shards, and there were no other associated injuries elsewhere on the hand.
And I just want to step back for 1 minute. Michelle, can you pull up the next page of the X-ray here? Thank you. And Dr. Moore, just before we move on from X-rays, can you, I know that this one is blown up like this, it's a little bit blurry, but can you point out or describe to the jury where the multiple bone fragments are in the finger?
So they're in the very tip. If you see the joint, and then there's what we call the transverse fracture, which is across the middle of the bone in the same plane as the joint, and then the multiple fragments are in the tuft. With a Xerox copy, the quality is not as detailed as a true X-ray.
You can take that down, please, Michelle. Thank you. So back to the glass. In the records that you reviewed, Dr. Moore, did you see any adjacent injuries? In other words, injuries to any other part of Mr. Depp's hand other than the tip of his middle finger?
No.
And is that observation consistent with the explosion of glass type phenomenon that Mr. Depp alleges?
Well, I think in the setting of a glass explosion like that, where there's multiple fragments, the tip of the fingers cut off, you would anticipate that there would be other lacerations.
Did you review the documentation in the medical records from the hospital in Australia?
Yes.
Did any of those providers report retrieving glass from the wound?
No.
What about any glass near the site of the injury?
No.
What about any glass in other parts of the hand?
No.
What about any glass in any of the other fingers?
No.
Is there any reference at all, Dr. Moore, that you've seen to any glass in the records that you've reviewed?
No.
And Dr. Moore, in your decades of practice, have you ever seen an injury associated with a glass explosion that was focused on the end of a single finger in the way Mr. Depp describes?
Well, not consistent with the clinical images and the findings in this case, no.
Have you ever seen an injury associated with an alleged glass explosion where no other glass was found on any part of the patient's body or clothing or anything?
No.
And because there's been talk of a glass explosion, Dr. Moore, there's seems to have been a suggestion that somehow glass may have sliced off the end of Mr. Depp's finger. Is that what's going on here?
No, this wound doesn't really appear to be a sharp glass laceration.
You referred earlier to an avulsion, which is a term I had never heard before. Your opinion in this case. Explain to the jury what that is, please.
So often with crush injuries and we'll see tissue loss that we call an avulsion, or where the tissue's actually pinched or pulled away rather than sliced or cut. And it's not uncommon with crush injuries to see that.
In your decades of practice, Dr. Moore, have you ever seen an avulsion injury with a partial amputation that results from an object thrown from the top of the finger in the way that Mr. Depp describes?
No. Again, I think that the description differs from the clinical appearance on the images.
Michelle, can you please pull up Exhibit 369 at page 12? This has been admitted, Your Honor.
All right. Published to the jury.
Dr. Moore, you said you've treated thousands of hand injuries over the course of your career, correct?
Correct.
What is that on Mr. Depp's hand?
So we describe that as a
Objection, calls for speculation.
The picture just changed.
Sorry, page 12, please.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. What is that on Mr. Depp's hand?
So that's a plaster
I'm sorry.
splint.
Overruled the objection.
Okay, sorry, thank you. I'm sorry, please tell the jury what that is on Mr. Depp's hand.
So that's a plaster splint. A half a cast is how I sometimes describe to patients, and it provides stability for comfort and to protect fractures in the course of treatment.
Is that plaster splint hard or soft?
What's plaster Paris? It hardens like a cast does.
Dr. Moore, does Mr. Depp's description of how his finger became injured line up with the facts that you've seen?
No.
I have no further questions.
All right.
Thank you, Dr. Moore.
Cross-examination.
Good morning, Dr. Moore.
Good morning.
You said you reviewed Mr. Depp's video deposition. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you said you reviewed Mr. Depp's testimony at this trial, correct?
That's correct.
And was that also a video of his testimony?
Yes.
And you testified that Mr. Depp demonstrated that his hand was flat on a surface. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That's not entirely accurate, is it, though?
No. His description was relatively consistent in both, including turning and resting the hand on the edge.
Isn't it true, Dr. Moore, that when Mr. Depp did the demonstration in his deposition, he showed that his fingers were hanging over the bar?
Well, even hanging over the bar, it still leaves the dorsum of the hand or the nail vulnerable.
That's not my question, Dr. Moore. My question is, isn't it true that Mr. Depp said his fingers were not laying flat on a table, they were hanging over the bar?
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, you knew that when you made that opinion. Isn't that correct?
Well, I believe that as I demonstrated sitting here, that I said that he had said they were slightly curled over, I think was the description that I gave.
Your description in this courtroom was that it was laying flat, and I think you've done that now twice. But in your deposition, you testified that his fingers were actually hanging over the bar. Isn't that correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Misstates the witness's testimony. He clearly indicated they were curled. Or could have been curled.
Overruled.
So that's a distinction that perhaps I misstated in one of the two descriptions. However, that does not substantially change my opinion of the impact it would have on the mechanism.
Isn't it true that Mr. Depp also testified that the bottle came from an off angle?
Yes.
And you consider that in rendering your opinions today, correct?
Yes, I believe he stated that it came from between 6 and 10 feet. I think it was I think he demonstrated it was off to his right. I can't recall specifically, but it was off angle, yes.
Okay. So it didn't come from the top, as you previously testified just a few minutes ago, correct?
Well, no, it would have struck the top of the finger, but it may have been slightly off angle in its approach based on the description.
Mr. Depp described it as off angle, correct?
Correct.
Dr. Moore, just at the outset, your billing rate for providing deposition testimony is $1,000 per hour,
That's correct.
and you were deposed in this action for several hours on March 22nd, 2022,
That's correct.
and your billing rate for providing trial testimony is $5,000 per day.
That's correct.
You were retained in this case by Ms. Heard's legal team, correct?
Correct.
And over the last few years, you've provided expert services for one of Ms. Heard's law firms on at least 2 other cases, right?
That's correct. Yes.
Dr. Moore, is it fair to say that you have no personal knowledge as to how Mr. Depp injured his finger in Australia, correct?
No, I have no personal knowledge. My impression is based on his description of the injury and the available medical records for review.
But you weren't in Australia with
I was-
Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard,
I
correct?
was not in Australia. No.
And so therefore you have no personal knowledge as to how that injury was sustained.
Correct.
You also never personally examined Mr. Depp's finger, did you?
Correct.
You didn't examine Mr. Depp's finger at the time it was injured.
I did not.
And you never provided any medical treatment to Mr. Depp in connection with this finger injury, did you?
I did not.
Now, you've testified that you identified Mr. Depp's finger injury as a crush injury, correct?
Correct.
And a crush injury is when a body part is crushed or trapped between 2 opposing firm surfaces, yes?
Yes.
And a crush injury to a finger can occur when a foreign object hits the finger, right?
Yes.
And based on the pictures that you reviewed of Mr. Depp's finger injury, you cannot determine what particular object caused the injury to his finger, yes?
Well, I can't determine exactly what object did it. I think that I can say with confidence that the described mechanism of the bottle hitting and shattering the finger was not consistent with the
I
appearance of the
understand
injury.
that.
And
My
I think
question is just very specific. You can't determine the object that caused the injury to Mr. Depp's finger.
it's a little bit more of a non-specific answer. I mean, again, I can't determine the exact object, but I can determine that it's unlikely that it was sustained in the manner described.
A bottle is a foreign object, isn't it?
Yes.
So you can't rule out that the injury to Mr. Depp's finger was caused by a vodka bottle, correct?
Well, based on the injury pattern, I can say that the described mechanism of injury is inconsistent with medical findings.
Right. But because a vodka bottle is a foreign object, you can't rule out that a vodka bottle is what caused Mr. Depp's injury.
Well, I can't rule out that a vodka bottle caused the injury, but I can rule out that it was caused in the manner described in his testimony.
You can't rule out that the injury was caused by a knife, right?
I think it's unlikely that the injury was caused by a knife.
But you can't rule it out.
Well, if a simple knife laceration wouldn't impart the injury to the distal phalanx to result in the comminuted fracture. Now, a chopping type, but again, that would likely come from a direction that would create a dorsal injury to create the fracture that was developed.
Do you remember giving testimony in this case, Dr. Moore?
Deposition?
Yes.
Yes,
And you were under oath, correct?
correct,
All right. And that was on March 22nd, 2022. Yes?
correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Dr. Moore, may I please have you go to page 163 of your deposition, specifically line 17. (163). Actually, apologies, 164. line 4?
Correct.
Question, but you can't rule it out completely, right? Answer, I can't rule anything out completely. I can't rule out that he caught it in the door, cut it with a knife, or slammed it in the car door. Or again, as Dr. Gilmer said, we can't definitively say what caused this injury. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
Your Honor,
But
I
I-
would object as the incomplete impeachment. I think if she's going to read his answer, she also needs to read or give Dr. Moore the chance to read the paragraph below. She just picked out half of his answer.
You can redirect.
Yeah,
I'll
as
rule the
well as the
objection.
paragraph above.
Dr. Moore, there's no question pending. Thank you, though. So you can't rule out that the injury was caused by a car door either. Is that right?
Correct.
But it's your testimony sitting here today that you can rule out that the injury was caused by a vodka bottle. Is that your testimony?
My testimony is that I can rule out the injury as caused by the mechanism described by Mr. Depp in his deposition.
But you can't definitively say what caused the injury to Mr. Depp's finger.
Well, the definitive injury is a crush injury, but
Is Camille Asen again? Did
I-
she win that
I
objection?
can't say.
I didn't
mean,
hear
think
that.
it's-
I have
I think
TVs on
that-
all in the house.
it's Quite likely that the initial mechanism described at the time of presentation of the accordion doors would classically create this injury pattern. You know, the hand up in front. If you picture accordion doors as the edge is closed, if the hand's up, the palm is exposed. If the door's pushed,
But,
the
Dr.
hinge
Moore,
closes about the fingers.
I understand that. But
But
my
I-
question is,
I think it's important that they understand that.
this is the time for me to ask you questions. Your counsel will have the ability to rehabilitate you and ask you questions on redirect. Right now, let's try my question.
Okay.
You can't definitively say what caused the injury to Mr. Depp's fingers. Yes or no?
No,
In conducting your analysis of Mr. Depp's finger injury, you did not attempt to reconstruct the incident. Is that right?
well, I think the incident was reconstructed. You mean, did I throw a vodka bottle at something?
No, no, Dr. Moore. I mean, you didn't do any type of accident reconstruction, either computerized or you didn't conduct any type of accident reconstruction of the
No,
alleged.
that's correct. My opinion is based on the medical records and the clinical images and Mr. Depp's description.
And your analysis is based on an understanding of how Mr. Depp described the exact position of his finger at the time of the injury. Yes?
Yes,
And your analysis is also based on the assumption that Mr. Depp's hand remained completely still in the instance that a vodka bottle was hurled at him. Yes?
no, my assessment is on his description of the vodka bottle striking the top of his finger.
But his hand stayed still, according to your analysis. Yes?
I guess it was still long enough for the bottle to hit it, but natural reaction would be to try to pull away.
When you perform traumatic finger surgeries, you inquire about the cause of the injuries, correct?
Correct.
And your best information on that is typically just the self-report of the patient. Yes?
Correct.
And your assumption is that the patient is trying to get care. Because the patient is trying to get care, that patient is generally telling the truth, right?
You would hope so.
You reviewed Dr. Kipper's deposition testimony informing your opinion about Mr. Depp's finger injury, correct?
Correct.
Informing your opinion, did you consider Dr. Kipper's deposition testimony that while Dr. Kipper was providing emergency treatment
Objection,
for
Your
Mr.
Honor.
Depp,
May we approach?
Okay.
let's start over because it's important the jury hears this. So informing your opinion, did you consider Dr. Kipper's deposition testimony that while Dr. Kipper was providing emergency treatment for Mr. Depp's finger injury in Australia in the driveway of the house, Mr. Depp told him that his finger was injured when Miss Heard threw a vodka bottle at him?
I don't recall that from the deposition. I'd be happy to review it if you have the deposition available.
Did you consider Dr. Kipper's testimony that he recalled that Mr. Depp's finger was found in the kitchen?
I do recall that.
So you must have also seen Dr. Kipper's deposition testimony that he wasn't the one who actually found the finger, correct?
That's correct.
Dr. Kipper testified that someone he thought was the chef told him he found the finger in the kitchen area, correct?
I'm going to assume so without reading the deposition now.
Did you review any testimony from Ben King in rendering your opinions today?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Did you see any of Mr. King's testimony at this trial?
I did not.
So you're not aware that Mr. King testified that he is the one who found Mr. Depp's finger, are you?
No.
And you're not aware that Mr. King testified that he found Mr. Depp's finger in the bar area, right?
Correct.
And you're not aware that Mr. King testified he found Mr. Depp's finger in a piece of tissue in the bar area, either?
No.
And you're not aware that Mr. King testified that multiple broken liquor bottles were also found in the bar area, right?
Correct.
If we could please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1817, which is already in evidence.
Go Camille. Go Camille. You know she's gonna slay.
And it may be published, please.
I just don't have it.
That would help.
Yes. I just have a blank screen. There we go.
Thank
There we
you.
go. Okay.
Have you ever seen this picture before, Dr. Moore?
No.
So you're not aware that this is the bar area where Mr. King testified he found Mr. Depp's finger?
No.
Do you see that broken vodka bottle in the back corner near the bottom of the bar?
Yes.
Ace, did she win the last
Do
objection?
you see the blood drops on the floor?
Yes.
Can we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1820, which is already in evidence? Have you seen this picture before, Dr. Moore?
I have not.
So you're not aware that this is also a picture from the bar area where Mr. King testified he found Mr. Depp's finger?
Correct.
Do you see the bloody tissue on the ground at the bottom of the bar?
Yes.
Do you see the blood drops around that tissue?
Yes.
So you didn't consider any of this evidence in rendering your opinion about how Mr. Depp injured his finger in Australia, did you?
I did not.
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Redirect. Yes, sir.
Can you pull up Exhibit 1817 that was just shown to the witness, please?
They're always trying to we already know.
And can you
Rottenborn. We already
pull up
know.
what Ms. Vasquez referred to as a broken vodka bottle, Michelle, please? Dr. Moore, what based on your review of the documents in this case, what did you understand to be the size of the bottle of vodka that Mr. Depp alleged cut off his finger?
The description was that it was a handle, a half-gallon bottle.
And that's bigger than a 750 mil or fifth of liquor, correct?
Yes.
And what size bottle, if to the extent that
The doctor wasn't there. That's the
Calls
point.
for speculation, Your Honor.
Exactly. Thank you.
Objection calls for speculation.
Thank you. Sustain them injections, girl.
Dr. Moore, Ms. Vasquez just asked you about Dr. Kipper's deposition testimony. And she said, is that where she claims that Mr. Depp allegedly told him that the finger was severed from a vodka bottle. Do you remember that question a few minutes ago?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
I do remember that question.
Yes. Thank you. Is that consistent, that alleged account, is that consistent with the texts you reviewed between Mr. Depp and Dr. Kipper?
No.
And what did those texts say?
As I recall, Mr. Depp indicated that he had cut his finger off.
Now, Ms. Vasquez wouldn't let
As he was in shock and didn't know what the fuck.
How Mr. Depp's
And also was
account
trying to
of
protect her.
injuring his finger in an accordion door would be perfectly consistent.
When we have an audio tape saying she did it.
Well, so again, we tend to try to believe, we hope that they come in with an honest history initially, and that's a reasonable mechanism for this to have occurred.
Sorry about that, y'all. I was fixing my sound.
Your hand up with either a closure of a hinge or a closure of a door, the palmar surface is exposed. If it's
He
soft
wasn't there,
enough,
though.
as it
He
closes,
wasn't there.
It could be slightly off center. It would pinch that tissue away in a similar fashion. But because it's below the level of the nail bed, it could create this injury with the fracture, the tissue loss, and preserve the nail bed.
Can you look at page 164 of your deposition, the one that Ms. Vasquez just showed you?
Yes.
She's ready. Look at
Your
her.
Honor, I'm going to object on hearsay grounds.
Your Honor, she only,
Overruled.
thank you. Ms. Vasquez asked you a question and then she read your answer, trying to impeach you, but she only read half of the answer. So I'm going to read the whole answer to the jury, and I'm going to ask you to tell me if I'm reading your answer right. Okay. The question is on page 164, line 4, but you can't rule it out completely, right? And you answered,
She's waiting.
I can't
She's
rule
ready.
anything out completely. I can't rule out that he caught it in the door, cut it with a knife, or slammed it in the car door, or again.
But he doesn't
Dr.
know.
Spiegel said,
He
"We
wasn't
can't
there.
definitively say what caused this injury." And then you go on to say, this is where Ms. Vasquez cut you off, didn't let you finish.
I don't think that's in the transcript. Objection.
I'll sustain that.
the rest of your answer that she didn't read.
She's on it, man. I love her.
The question I can answer is that the mechanism that was described by Mr. Depp and demonstrated by Mr. Depp is inconsistent with the injury pattern that's found on the images and the description. Did I read that right?
Yes.
And does that remain your opinion today?
Yes.
Has anything that's been presented to you on cross-examination changed any of the opinions that you hold in this case?
No.
I have nothing further. Thank you, Dr. Moore.
Thank you. All right, Dr. Moore, you're free to go, or you can stay in the courtroom. It's up to you. All right, thank you. All right, your next witness,
Your Honor, we'd like to call Dr. David Spiegel.
Dr. Spiegel.
Oh, good. Oh, my God. It's Elaine. Get ready, y'all. Put your seatbelts on.
All right, that's fine. Yes, sir.
Ace, when she was pulling, or someone in the chat, when she was pulling out the transcript and he objected, did she win or lose that objection? When she was trying, when he said that, well, actually, obviously she must have won it, right? Because he was just saying that she only read half of the transcript, but this witness seems not he didn't help. And I'm happy that please let Elaine be doing this, because we all know Elaine buries herself. So let's just hope that Elaine's doing it. Rottenborn isn't much better, but we'll see if Elaine is up. Sorry, y'all. I had to walk away for a few minutes. There's a few things this morning I had to do. I had to take out the garbage and open up the blinds. So I missed half of the surgeon's testimony. So I'm kind of, I'm halfway. I kind of missed that whole part, but I'll rewatch it at break. How long was he up there? About 30 minutes? I still never got coffee. I went to go get coffee and got sidetracked. The sun was just coming up around these parts. There's 4 of you in the viewing list. Make sure you tap the like button for me, y'all, if you don't mind. Helps the channel grow. Also, I have some things to announce at the break, so I'm excited to tell you. Audios are being revised too of Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, and those will be released today. I had to had to pull one of them and fix it. There was too much roughness in there, so I needed to polish it up a little bit. If you guys are looking forward to listening to the Johnny Depp Amber Heard audios, I will have all of them in a playlist for you guys on the channel. So if you haven't had a chance and you want to use my audios, they will be there. I'm finishing those. I stayed up really late last night trying to polish those and see if I could get them out for y'all by today. So those should be uploaded to the channel today. Hope y'all are having a great Monday. For me, it's just I got a case of the Mondays this morning, y'all. I'm so tired. But I'm here. Candy, if you're listening or if you join in at some point today, I hope your vacation goes well today. Ace, thank you for joining in the chat this morning. I hope you're having a good morning as well.
on weekends as opposed
Okay, he's a
to
little too
weekdays.
eager, in my opinion.
What if anything?
He's too combative and arrogant, so I don't know how. I have to read the DUI guy's post on Twitter and see what he says about the jury's faces about his attitude. I don't like the doctor either. He's coming off as the same attitude as Dr. Hughes had, and no one liked her either. So the people they're choosing are not good for.
What, if any, review have you conducted of
the-
the deposition and
they're just not
testimony of
coming
Mr.
off
Depp's hired witness, Dr. Curry?
trustworthy.
Yes. Objection, Your Honor, beyond the scope of the disclosure.
I'll allow that.
Thank you. Did you?
It's because when they go to
interview Mr. Depp?
sidebar, they turn off the mic. So I just re-added the screen, but when they go up to approach, they turn off the sound.
Times Mr. Depp and his lawyers refused.
Dr. Spiegel, I'm going to ask you some questions in this case respecting your opinions and the opinions you have formed and the bases for them. And I'm going to ask you to provide me with, in a reasonable degree of medical probability or certainty. Can you do that?
Yes.
Okay. On what were you requested to analyze and opine in this case?
So it's fourfold. One, I was asked to opine about the risk factors that are associated with intimate partner violence and behaviors that are shown, risk factors that are shown in intimate partner violence to be consistent with behaviors that Mr. Depp has demonstrated. Two, I've been asked to opine about the acute effects on alcohol and substance use. And I mentioned that including mood, behavior, cognition, functional impairment. Three, talking about the psychological profile, if you would, of, is there a question? I'm sorry. Oh,
No.
okay. Of psychological and medical sequelae of patients who have suffered intimate partner violence and perpetrated intimate partner violence, and whether or not Mr. Depp's behavior is consistent with that. And lastly, about alcohol and other substance use disorders, their diagnostic criteria, their medical and psychological effects, psychiatric effects, their cognitive effects, and their functional effects. And I think I would like to just go with the jury one other thing. When we talk about, when psychiatry talks about substance use disorders, it's imperative to understand we're not talking about someone who rarely uses and happens to have a bad night. We're not talking about someone who uses on a weekly basis and has a bad night. We're talking about repetitive patterns of behavior that meet a list of 11 criteria that can be deemed mild, moderate, or severe. Because I think people get confused when they hear the word substance abuse, that they think of, oh, I may have used this because I used it twice. There is a whole criteria of behavior and sequelae and consequences that go with a substance use disorder. I'm not just talking about someone who will occasionally smoke a joint or smokes a joint or snorts occasionally coke, okay, or has alcohol on weekends. So I really need to reiterate that, because I think when you look at psychiatric behavior, we tend to people look online and say, my gosh, I have all 7 of these, right? And they're reading it not quite the way the psychiatric literature is supposed to go. So please, when I'm talking about this, I need you to understand, one, that's what's going on. As I told you about intimate partner violence, it's horrible that anyone would strike anyone, okay? But again, we're talking about repetitive behaviors for means of control, right? So that's real important to understand when you're moving forward. And I may say occasionally substance abuse, but what I'm referring to is substance
Objection
abuse.
beyond the scope of the question.
I don't.
Sustained. Next question.
Okay. Dr. Spiegel, could you please just summarize for the jury the conclusions you came to with your opinions, and then we'll take you through the specifics.
So in my opinion, based on my a review of the evidence, based on my clinical experience, based on my publishing experience, based on my teaching experience, that Mr. Depp has behaviors that are consistent with both someone who has a substance use disorder as well as consistent behaviors for someone who's a perpetrator of intimate partner violence.
Thank you. I'm going to start with the impact of drug and alcohol abuse over time. First,
So, Mr. Depp, I'm told about use, we're talking about a substance use disorder. Okay, so we are talking about alcohol. We are talking about amphetamines. We are talking about cocaine. We are talking about LSD. We are talking about ecstasy. We are talking about opiates. We are talking about prescription benzodiazepines. And we'll get into a separate thing about the abusability of Seroquel and or gabapentin in Iran. And we are talking about much of the time concurrent use, meaning simultaneously.
in your practice, do some patients suggest to you that drugs and alcohol actually help them?
So I think it's Patients who lack insight or are in the very early stages of recognizing they have a quote unquote problem will sometimes actually say that they have this medication actually calms me down. This medication makes me feel better. And in actuality, they may not acutely feel anything, but chronic and continual use will take its toll on the brain. So the answer is yes. But again, people have some lack of judgment about what's going on. They're very poor.
Has Mr. Depp suggested, based on your review of the record evidence, that alcohol and drugs actually help him?
Yes, in review of the evidence, he has suggested that alcohol, Xanax, I'm in the list of medications, do help. I will also tell you on review of the evidence, at least 2 times, Mr. Depp was referring to at least short-lived periods of sobriety, and I cannot exactly tell you what that included. That both times he said that he functioned better and that he recognized that alcohol and drugs was at the root of his problems.
Now, there's been testimony that Mr. Depp is quite charming, both off and on the drugs and the alcohol. What is your answer to that?
So again, let me put one thing clear here. I am not here to impeach Mr. Depp's acting skills or his persona. He has way greater skills than I do in that. What I'm here to say is talk about how drugs and alcohol affect what we all have in common. We're all human beings. We can all only get so much, take so much when something is going to happen. And that's what I see every day in the emergency room, on the consult service, and inpatient psychiatry. Bad things happen, not because of anything special, except we're all human beings and our brains, substance abuse, are not titrated. They're not regulated by the FDA. We don't know what we're getting. We don't know how much we're getting. There is no control over what makes it to our brain. So it is not the actor. It is not the persona. Okay. It is a person just like the rest of us who are human beings who will have these effects. And that's what we all share in common. Everyone in this courtroom shares that in common.
When Mr. Depp was in his relationship with Amber Heard, was he a polysubstance abuser?
Was he in what substance abuse?
Polysubstance
Yes.
abuser?
So
Can you explain to
leaving
the
your
jury
own.
what that is?
Overruled.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, so polysubstance abuse is the use of 3 or more substances. And I answer, like I said, concurrently, he was. Even while I was getting ready for rehab on the island, he was. So, yes, he did engage in that.
Did Mr. Depp's drug and alcohol abuse affect him cognitively?
Yes. So, if nothing else to look at, Dr. Blaustein, psychiatrist at Valley, Mr. Depp, did a mini mental state exam on him. And as part of that mini mental state examination, you're asked to remember 3 words and then come back 5 minutes later and repeat those 3 words. And in the meanwhile, you're getting other types of testing for attention and concentration and visual, spatial, and language. So other things. Mr. Depp was unable to recall any of them. And that is very unusual for a 50-ish year old male. I don't remember how old he was when he took that. That age group should be remembering 2 or all 3 of those words. One, I do know that his lines were also fed to him by earpiece. Again, affecting see deposition, video deposition about having to have questions. I don't want to say repeat. So the answer is yes. And you know, any one of us who use alcohol and cocaine to that level of degree, and I'm talking about a severe level of something have effects, it is inescapable because we're affected by extensive substance use, and potentially sometimes less, but certainly what we're talking about here is extensive.
What, if anything did you observe from the record evidence about Mr. Depp having difficulty focusing, his attention span, processing, whether he could function as an actor?
So,
Objection compound.
Compound is only if it's overruled. Thank you.
so again, in terms of the acting part, we do know that he needed his lines fed to him for movies. Part of that could have been also due to, and I don't know which movie, and please forgive me about that, that he actually confessed he did a movie entirely wasted. So I imagine it would be harder to do that. Additionally, like I said, when I looked at deposition, you can tell that the processing speed was down. His thinking rate was down. If your thinking rate is down, and I'm not talking about, again, I'm getting older. I'm probably not as sharp as I was at 25, okay? But I'm talking about so slow that when we're trying to move on to other questions, we're still trying to answer the original data that's presented to us. So attention span is very much impaired. And if your attention span is impaired, your memory is going to be impaired. It is inescapable that that's going to happen. So all that comes into play there. And that's what I witnessed in the video deposition. Fortunately for Mr. Depp, I do see that during this trial, his cognition has improved somewhat, which will happen if you are sober. So I commend him on that. But again, I'm specifically referencing the time with Ms. Heard's and Mr. Depp's relationship. So we're talking about that.
What, if any, observations from the record evidence did you have about Mr. Depp having alcoholic blackouts or foggy mind?
Again, there were reported times where he would be essentially, quote unquote, passed out drunk. You saw pictures of him passed out drunk and not being able to remember what he did, which is, again, if you look at the record evidence, you will see that, and this is linking intimate partner violence and substance use together. I know we're going to get to that, which is basically if you have blackouts and you're using alcohol or using cocaine, it's going to be near impossible to remember what happened the night before. I don't think I'm the first person that's ever told you that alcohol can cause blackouts. And basically, alcohol decreases a brain chemical, glutamate, which is involved in memory formation. If it blocks that to an extensive degree, the individual cannot remember what happened because they didn't have enough time for their brain to process the memory. You need this brain chemical. So does alcohol blackouts happen every time? So no, of course not. But are they a complication of a use disorder? Absolutely yes. And there was record evidence of that.
Yeah,
Dr.
they're
Spiegel,
going to
you said
cross
at one
him.
point
Don't
alcohol
worry.
and
They're going to
cocaine.
cross him.
Is it possible to have blackouts with alcohol and different
I don't
types of
particularly like
substances?
the attorney
So,
on JD's side.
my
I feel like
clinical
he's a little
experience,
slow,
and
but we'll see.
I'll date it back within the last month. We had a patient who was using both, especially cocaine, and she had these kind of stroke-like lesions around the brain center known as the hippocampus, which is involved in memory formation. So
Objection relevance.
Just giving an example. Overruled.
combining the two substances together increases the likelihood, even if you don't get what is a major stroke. And again, we think of a major stroke as someone who has speech difficulties and movement difficulties. There's a lot of different types of stroke that can just affect cognition. They don't necessarily have to have severe.
He's too eager to he gets
They can
off. He doesn't
solely
answer the
affect you in
question.
terms of
He's
your cognitive
he's
symptoms.
word salad.
Actually known as
Remember,
a
word
vascular
salad.
neurocognitive disorder. So you need to understand, and that's part of the psychiatric diagnosis. You need to understand that you can have these insults, these lesions, these strokes without demonstrating physical features. And at a minimal, we know that he was using both substances concurrently, and at a minimum, we know he had cognitive issues that we talked about, or at least had some of them.
Thank you, Dr. Spiegel. What, if any, correlation is there between domestic abuse, heavy alcohol abuse, and cognitive disorders?
So The risk factors.
The thing about the audios, though, is she's intoxicated just as much as he is. So
And
he's
there are
killing me with
probably
this.
Many of them. I don't have time to go over all of them, but the ones in particular, characters in particular, are one, having someone in the relationship who is jealous or suspicious. Two, having someone who has a higher than average acceptance of violence ideations. Three, someone who has rapid and extreme mood shifts. Four, someone who has limited self-control. One of the roles of cognition, one of the roles of our brain, is to prevent inappropriate behaviors and acting out on thoughts. We all get
He's not
active.
answering the question. He's
Yes,
actually
we all
teaching.
get
He's like
We
doing this
all
whole
think
seminar
things
thing
about
with the
people.
jury, and
The difference
he's just
is
going on a
when our
tangent.
brains
And I'm
are
sure
intact
Depp's
and
table is
working
like,
well, most
he's
of
just
us
babbling
don't
at this
act
point.
them out. Okay, most of us do not act them out. So that's because your frontal lobe and other parts of the brain are involved in making sure these negative thoughts don't get acted on. Okay, so when you have the effects of alcohol acutely, it causes disinhibition, which means you are, by definition, losing control and having rapid mood swings. Two, you are affecting parts of the brain that are involved in what we call social processing cues.
In the
So
1
you
hour
no longer
audio,
can
she's
interpret
completely
what's in front
intoxicated.
of you
She throws
that is,
glass
I would
across
say,
the
right
room
or wrong,
while he's
what I
sitting on the
should act
couch.
on
So
and
they
what I
will hear
shouldn't
that in
act on.
deliberation.
So we act on them, even though sober, and I've seen it in with Mr. Depp's record evidence. I've seen it clinically. Sober, we can contain that. We can contain that. But when you have these mixtures together, knowing, by the way, that about 40 up to 60% of intimate partner violence is done under the influence of alcohol and or substance use disorders, okay? Knowing that treating it gets it better, improves, I'm not saying removes it, but improves it. Hearing from Mr. Depp's own text to Dr. Kipper that he was better with that things are going better, will show you that given those confluence of factors, given them all lining up, the risk factors, combined with something that when any of us use to a certain amount, if we're novice at it, it'll be a lot less. If we're more experienced and have more tolerance and dependence, it's going to take a lot more, but inevitably will make us disinhibited and will make us act out. And acting out can be done in a lot of different ways in intimate partner violence, okay? With also remembering control is the end game of intimate partner violence. So that's how they basically interact in a nutshell.
Ms. Butterhoff, I assume you have,
I have quite a bit more.
let's go ahead and take our morning recess. Ladies and gentlemen, just do not discuss the case and don't do any outside research. We'll be back with you
I'm sorry.
in 15 minutes.
Sorry, I
We're
talked
just
too
taking a
much.
break. No, we're just taking a break.
God, thank God. Get him off the thing, please. I was going to do my hair down and then I decided not to because my curling iron was retarded. Or my beach waver, or whatever the hell it's called. So basically, she called
All right, let's take a
Elon
break till 11 then.
and said,
We'll come back.
I don't
Thank you.
like my Well, they're irritating me. That guy was stupid. All of the people that work for them have like an attitude problem. It just really, I got to fix my resolution. Hold on. I think my resolution is all off. No, it's not. Might just be my camera this morning. Oh no, you missed all the, I missed, I woke up, I got us in court. I got court started on time. But at the same time, I had some things to do around the house, so I had all the TVs on where I was trying to listen, but I missed the surgeon. So that, and then Ace was in here for a little while, so that was awesome. And he was saying, Camille, you missed Camille. Camille crossed the surgeon, the orthopedic surgeon, which was good. I still haven't even had coffee. I got up to get coffee, and I didn't get coffee. I need to get me some coffee. I haven't had any yet. But Camille did cross. Camille crossed the orthopedic surgeon. Oh yeah, Ace, tell us about the orthopedic surgeon. I know she brought out some transcripts. Camille brought out some transcripts, and she was objecting, or what happened? She was trying to use a transcript, and Elaine objected, and I was asking if she won that. I think she did though, because she was reading off something, and then they came back and said she only read half of it or something. So that was interesting. Y'all, man, I'm running on 4 hours of sleep. This has got to stop. All their doctors. Oh, good. Camille's an ace, man. I haven't been on Twitter. I meant to log in, and I started doing my makeup, and then I was like, oh crap. So let me get into Twitter and see what's happening on there. Let's see. Oh man, hold on one second. I'm trying to actually, you know what? Somebody keep track of, like, if you want, of hold on. I got Twitter on both sides. 1 second. I've got Chrome up and I've got Edge up. So 1 second. I have 3 monitors and sometimes my mouse sticks. So hold on. We're going to look at Twitter right now. We got to see what the DIY guy's talking about. Sometimes I wish I had a personal assistant to bring me coffee. I miss when my kids were little. My son called me like a couple days ago and goes, Mom, when we have kids, him and his fiance, he's like, when we have kids, Mom, are you going to be nice to them? I was like, of course I am. What are you talking? I go, as long as you have them before I get too old. Jeez. I keep waiting. My daughter, she has a 3-year-old and a 1.5. Kai's 1.5. So like, I'm already watching them. And I find when I'm older that I have patience. I love kids anyways. I'm pretty peppy, but I'm around a lot of people that are not like very positive. I'm around a lot of negative people, so it's kind of hard sometimes. All right, hang on, you guys. Let me finish my eyelashes, and then I'll jump on Twitter. My eyeliner's running. James, the guy in the courtroom, said at least one juror was having none of the ortho surgery. Oh, good. You're following James, Ace? Awesome. He's great. I know they've been trying to read their faces, you know. But what I think, like I said, I think she called Elon and said, Elon, I need better doctors, please. Because, you know, Elon's footing the bill for this whole thing. He's paying for all her attorneys and everything. So she called him, and now he's stuck with her because of that baby. So that's kind of, you know, I'm sure he's regretting getting involved with her also. We'll hear more about him later as time goes on. She's going to try to do the same shit to Elon, but Elon's a tycoon. So she's not going to be able to handle Elon, sorry, the way that she handles Johnny. She's not going to be able to do that. She's not going to be able to do that. We both know that. We know how she's doing. Oh yeah, of course. That's been in the news for a long time. Yeah, he's footing her bill. Johnny's not footing her bill. Elon's paying for her stuff. So that's not anything shocking to me. But I was trying to see if I like my hair up in a bun or not. All right, let's look at Twitter and see what's going on. Hold on, I got to share my screen. Let's see what let's see. Let me put this on the side. Yeah, well, it's not shocking. That's for damn sure. All right. I meant to start. I usually tweet as the court is happening. I'm usually pretty fast on that. Okay. So a lot of people are upset with this boasting doctor, which I think he's this. I mean, obviously, he's like Hughes. He's too eager. He wants everybody to know. I mean, obviously, if they're an expert, they want them to know that oops. Is that going to get in my frame? That's too close. Hold on a second. I think I might have better luck turning off that light. Hold on. I'll be right back. Y'all should see my vanity station when I get ready in the morning. Everything's crazy. You think he's a genius, the guy that's just talking right now? I don't. I think he's just the thing is for these experts is it's an opportunity for them to get up there and boast about their credentials, which is fine. That's totally fine. But this morning we've got trending, we've got Men Too trending this morning at 24,000. So this guy so let's read a couple of these tweets, you guys. Let's catch up with everything. So this is happening real time. So 16 minutes ago, 1 hour ago, Brian McPherson, which is incredibly average, said, so this guy never saw the injury to Johnny Depp's finger or personally evaluated it or tended to it, but he's going to say he knew exactly how JD's hand wasn't placed as it wasn't injured. I give this guy a 26 out of a minus 26 out of 10 for Elon. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Okay. Ace, are you still around? So anyways, so I follow a couple of people, as you can see on here. Let me blow up the screen so you guys can see what I'm looking at. So Brian McPherson is incredibly average if you guys aren't following him on Twitter. Then we have the DUI guy, which is in the courtroom right now. He's always up front. So I was waiting for the camera to pan. I don't see our law tube in there. I don't see Runkle in there. He could be out of frame, but I don't think so. Let's see. Oh, and now he knows for a fact Johnny's cognitive ability was affected. He never treated him. How does he know anything about Johnny? His lines were fed by him by earpiece, and you know this how? But that's the thing, is that these guys are watching depositions and they're looking at records, making their own assumptions, and doctors are competitive anyway. It's like if you went for a second opinion, you're going to go, right? Let's say, you have a therapist even, because I tell my daughter this all the time. So my daughter has Kaiser, right? This is just an example. And keep track of the break, you guys, because I get on a tangent when breaks here and I have to refresh because for some reason the live feed does not refresh itself. I have to keep refreshing it, so I don't want to miss when court comes back. But my daughter has Kaiser, and she was going through some issues. She calls me and she says, this is what Kaiser said. And I said, no. You don't have anything they said you have. I promise you do not. And they're just abusing the they have to treat you with something, I told her, in order to, to give you something in general, right? Because I'm obviously not going to talk about what they told her, what she has. But at the same time, I was like, I was a caregiver for an Alzheimer's patient for 12 years. And I dealt with a lot. I mean, I'm not saying, I know anything, but I'm just saying that I've studied like how these people deal cognitively and psychologically with people. And, like, the thing is each doctor, you could go to the best doctor in the world, and if you go to his running opponent, they're going to oppose. That's the way it works. So it's like they thought that maybe bringing in somebody that was more like combative, in my opinion, like Dr. Hughes got up there with an attitude and everything else, board certified, and they're doing that because Dr. Curry is not board certified. But just because she's not board certified doesn't mean she's not accurate. It doesn't mean she's not correct. Everything that she's displayed as a blueprint, Johnny Depp has an advantage of because Amber Heard has displayed all of those characteristics and all of those personality traits that she indeed said she has, which would be reflect on BPD and histrionic, right? So there's that. But this whole thing of, I mean, them all trying to pinpoint Johnny as being a substance abuser and an alcoholic, we already know that. Oh, okay, thank you, Eric. We already know all that. So why are they? You know what I mean? I know they're trying to beam in on that to to make it as the IPV or whatever. But on the audios themselves that the jury will hear, because they haven't heard them in their entirety. So they're, I mean, and like Emily said, which actually we should have checked in with Emily. We'll check in with Emily at lunch, and see what she's saying. But obviously, it's just like every single time they bring somebody up, I get so flustered. I can't even think straight. I really can't. Like I can't even jump on board with the way these people operate. But at the end of the day, Amber Heard is their client and they are trying to do their job for their client. So I understand that. But at the same time, it's like when you put arrogant, my shit doesn't stink. I know more than any other doctor on the planet. You know what I mean? When they put those kind of doctors up on the stand, Dr. Curry was very elegant in the way that she described how she was evaluating Amber Heard's psychiatric status. So this guy is not doing that. He's getting up on the stand and he's giving a lecture. You know what I mean? I understand he wants to educate people. That's fine. But don't waste the court's time. You know what I mean? Answer the question, yes or no. Only elaborate when you have to. And he's not doing that. He's, sitting there burning their time. And keep in mind, they only have 8 hours left. That's it. Elaine's team only has 8 hours left. So they've chosen to use it on this. And remember, Johnny's team has a lot more. So just saying. So let's do our Twitter highlights. Let's do our banner real quick and see what's going on Twitter. I have my Twitter highlights right now. Do I have my Twitter highlights? Let me see. Juror 7 especially is darting his gaze back and forth from Moore to Rottenborn at every question with enthusiasm. So jury 7 especially is darting his gaze back and forth from Moore to Rottenborn. Who's Moore? Oh, I see. So he's panning Johnny Depp's attorney, right? Versus Rottenborn. So he's kind of gazing the two. AH's team just keeps describing Amber Heard and then trying to pinpoint it on Johnny. Is anyone else seeing this? So this just happened 10 minutes ago. James, after judge leaves his baby lady. Oh my God. I love our law tube. Oh my goodness. Ooh, what's that? Oh, gross. I left out the pics of a fresh injury, but here is a crushed finger injury with surgeon notes. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh, Jesus Lord. Stop it. I haven't even had coffee yet. Where's let's see. So this is all 1 minute ago. By the way, the lady that first cut into number 75 this morning and then cut into number 1 shows up at morning break and says, I love you, Johnny. Our souls are connected. And what are you going to do if that baby is yours? What baby? What baby, lady? Did I miss something? Has anybody been watching Good Logic? I know he was on quite a bit last night. Taking a quick snack break, J9 was having none of the orthopedic surgeon, and J8, jury 8, smiled several times during Camille's cross. So that's good to hear. Let's see what else. We gotta refresh here. Don't let me miss the break. Y'all, Twitter is popping off. Look at this. Why is Amber Heard dressed like Colonel? Are you guys on Twitter? You got to get on Twitter. Why is Amber Heard? Why is her? Oh my God, that is hilarious. Why is Amber Heard dressed like Colonel Sanders of Kentucky Fried Chicken today? Oh my God, that is hilarious. Oh my God. Oh my God. They were saying when she wore that black suit with the white that she looked like a pilgrim. Oh my God. This is so funny. But it's just, it's so typical that they're trying to bring in other experts. They're trying to one up them But hey, Johnny Depp's team has a lot more hours, so they better, they better put on their seatbelts for that because they burned up all their time. So that's going to be way interesting.
Okay.
Okay, we're back. We're back. I'm going mute. Oh my God, Twitter kills me. I got to get in on that. But you guys, I got to make me some coffee. I'll be right back. I got to make me some coffee. I said that this morning and I didn't ever get to it. I had to take out the garbage and open up the blinds and do some household stuff. So I'll be right back. I'm going to turn my camera off, but I'll be back.
Thank you. You may be seated. All right, your next question. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Spiegel, before we took the break, you were talking about the correlation between domestic abuse, heavy alcohol abuse, and cognitive disorders. Does the literature support your testimony on this?
Yes, the literature fully supports everything I just said. Everything correct.
Thank you. Now, you indicated that you reviewed Mr. Depp's video depositions. Is that correct? The
Yes.
ones from November 10 through 12 of 2020 and December. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you reach any conclusions about his cognitive symptoms, insight, and judgment in watching those?
So, video deposition, what was readily apparent was a gentleman who had a significant delay in processing speed. And like I said, when you have a delay in processing speed, many other cognitive functions are going to follow. You're going to be impaired attention, concentration, memory, all that's going to happen. In terms of having to, the speech process, if you heard the deposition, the way the thoughts were conveyed were much more in the way of kind of disconnected, disjointed statements. It wasn't that they were not necessarily understandable, but they didn't have any coherent pattern until he was more structured by Ms. Bredehoff to kind of get to the point of the question, which happened throughout most of the deposition. And so you can see there that there was obviously some form of cognitive issue that should not be happening in someone in their mid-50s. I think probably due to the alcohol and substances.
What, if any, observations did you make about impulse control?
So during the deposition? Or,
Yes, or,
okay.
and,
Or any
and
other
on the
time?
record evidence.
So again, I think that under the kind of not being acutely intoxicated, I think Mr. Depp was able to control much of his behavior, much of his thinking, even if it was aberrant or negative, he was able to control that. I think that of adding substances to that will set it over. If you saw the video, I think you all did, about the in the kitchen where there was smashing of glasses, slamming of cupboards, and yelling at Miss Her that you don't exist. And throughout the deposition of Dr. Kipper, Mr. Depp is firing him and rehiring him and yelling and screaming. And I do believe that a lot of it had to do with the interaction of, hey, we're trying to help you get sober. Okay. And it is obviously something you are resisting, not ready for, not wanting. And so you saw a lot of yelling, a lot of acting out, if you would, which puts you on the state of, hey, this is a gentleman who has really significant trouble with delaying gratification, okay, delaying reward. And certainly one way to make that significantly worse is with substances. There's no question.
And you may have subsumed this in, but what if anything did you observe relating to erratic behavior based on the record?
I think again, when you talk about erratic behavior, Dr. Kipper's deposition, I believe it was, where I think I made particular note of this only because I'm a psychiatrist myself. There was a very large ranting about Dr. Cowan, who was Ms. Heard's psychologist therapist. And the language, you can be dissatisfied with your provider. I have no problem with that. You can be dissatisfied. You have the right to go wherever you want to go to. But the texting that involved in this in terms of erratic behavior was disturbing in terms of the verbiage used, the phrases used. Am I free to use some of the language, or should I reserve that?
Go ahead. Believe me, the jury's been hearing it.
Okay, all right, I want to make sure. Okay. So it's something along the line that Dr. Kipper is an effing charlatan.
Objection, hearsay.
So
He's entitled to rely on it and to give his examples.
He can talk about what he developed from the hearsay, but not repeated himself.
He's entitled to give examples of it. Without giving the exact words that you.
Quit trying to be sly, Elaine.
Okay, so I mean, without giving the exact words, it was basically vulgar language directed towards Dr.
Oh, this is awesome. You guys have to see.
Multiple tests.
Oh.
Tests.
Oh my goodness.
Multiple
Where's my court?
things that Dr. Cowan were doing in therapy. It was without relaying it exactly. I'm trying to be as accurate as I can. And I
Sorry,
think at
y'all.
the end
Sorry.
of it, I think he was also talking about that.
I'm a
Dr.
terrible
Cowan
host.
was
Sorry.
Filling Amber with positive thoughts of therapeutic.
Objection, hearsay.
God, babble.
I think
He's
keeping it
babbling.
more general. He's entitled to rely on. Thank you.
So more along the line of giving Amber psychiatric jargon to put on him, and actually what I read and interpreted what Dr. Cowan was getting blasted for was he was kind of teaching Amber how to be heard, how to use conflict resolution in a more appropriate manner and learning to express things more rationally rather than express things as irrational as they have been expressed.
Oh, I'm sorry, but she can break glass and
for that,
is he
there was a lot of
for real?
negativity.
Is he serious right
So
now?
again, erratic behavior in terms of writing a text, but I have no problem with people being angry. Okay, none whatsoever. It's just the expressing of it and the continual ranting of it has
he heard the audios? No.
But regardless, I think we have seen in terms of erratic behavior, much of the psychological and the physical maltreatment.
I'm trying to put it clear on the side.
Objection beyond the scope of the question.
Thank you. Answer the damn question.
Mr. 58 years old, are the behaviors that you have been describing for the jury, are those typical age-related?
Well, I don't consider 58 years old. I'm 59. Okay, I will be that age-related changes that occur in humans are very erratic hit and miss, meaning they'll occasionally be there. You may need a little bit more time to answer a question or pull things out of memory. Just a little.
He looks
bit
like
slower,
70. What's he talking about? I'm 50.
You want
Damn.
to describe what
That's
Dr.
funny.
Bobstein's changes were, or what I saw in the deposition attributed to age.
I love the way he got. Oh, look at his hair.
Dr. Spiegel,
He looks like
what is
Dexter.
Seroquel?
Oh wait, I gotta see
Cerebral
what Twitter's saying. Oh my god, I
octane
gotta see.
is actually an atypical antipsychotic,
I gotta get in on
which is
Twitter.
indicated for many things, including schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, adjunctive treatment for major depression. So it's indicated for a lot of things.
But what?
She's like, you're not
effects
saying what I want you to
and
say.
This is one of the drugs that Mr. Depp was taking,
Yes.
correct? It was a prescribed drug?
Yes.
What is it? What was
So-
he taking?
What, yeah, please
So
explain.
the
that.
effect of Seroquel is
Seroquel.
it's very
I wouldn't let my
often
dad take
used as a
Seroquel.
sleeping agent because it
Seroquel
doesn't
is
have
scary. I
a
don't
lot
like
of
it.
the side effects that are associated
All
with
SSRIs affect the chemistry
conventional
of the brain.
antipsychotics, movement disorders, tonic dyskinesia, etc. At least
They
it's a
can
very
cause
low
stroke.
risk of
They're
that.
black box.
So people have used it off-label. Physicians have used it off-label to help them sleep. The problem is the effect is very barbiturate-like, and it really knocks people out, or certainly if you use it at high enough doses, it can. Okay. And the problem is it also has street value.
Amber Heard's
So
dis.
it's absolutely used on the street.
Oh my god, you got to
for
see
that
this.
downer-like effect, and obviously it's a little bit
Amber
more
Heard's
readily
disputed
available because it's
expert and a
prescribed.
review alleging he drove a patient
So
to
it- so it
suicide.
does have
He's in
that street
court.
value portion of it.
He's being sued.
And Dr. Spiegel,
Oh my
what
God,
effect
gotta share
would this
that.
have on Mr. Depp based on the dosages he was taking?
So I think what you're looking at is
Objection, speculation.
Thank you.
Overruled. Please continue.
what you will see in patients who have substance use disorders are people who unfortunately kind of wake up and fall asleep only through pharmacological assistance.
Lon Cron
Meaning
just said,
that their own circadian
Amber Heard,
rhythms are
expert
no longer in
psychiatrist,
control
concludes
of
that Johnny
that
Depp has
So
behavioral
you will take
consistent
stimulants
behaviors
to,
consistent with
quote, unquote,
substance
get you
use
up in the
disorder
morning,
and
then you will
perpetrator
take
of
things
intimate
like
partner to
Acute
violence.
and
That's not what he
Seroquel
said.
to knock you out.
He doesn't know that anyway.
So
He wasn't really, he
basically,
wasn't
what
there. They're
these are
going off
being used
records.
for
They were
is-
not there.
I'm going to get up and I'm going to get knocked out. That's very characteristic of what would be
Yes, this doctor.
actually legal
Yes,
prescribed
this doctor.
substances. That's not illegal at all. That's very legal. And that's the seemingly what these medicines affect are on patients.
Hold on one second. I'm going to show it to you just a second.
Dr. Spiegel, what is Neurotin?
So neurotin is actually an anti-seizure medicine, which I think is it's indicated for seizures, and it might be indicated.
Watch,
for
I'll show you
one
just a
chronic
second.
pain
Let me
condition, although I
switch
can't
the screen.
swear that to you. That said, again, in a substance use disorder population, it has significant street value, and people who misuse opiates often supplement that with Neurotin because it has this anti-pain calming effect. So unfortunately, it also can cause respiratory suppression. And so when you use it with opiates, there are people that are unlucky enough to succumb to respiratory suppression as a
Thank
result.
you.
But it has a very additive, calming.
In the
effect
audio,
that
look,
people
I'm going to show you
use
right
it.
now.
And
Watch.
what effect would this have on
Just a
Mr.
minute.
Depp and the dosages he was
This guy is
taking?
not that exciting anyway. Hold on
Again,
one second.
okay. Again, what it would do is have the street value of using
Hold on
it
one second.
with the opiates. The advantage is you're using with opiates.
Ooh, this mascara is getting to me. I got to
Because
put
opiates in
something
general,
on my eyes.
despite everything else it does, are calming. And you use it with it, it offers further calming, which is why
My eyes.
doctors have been warned not to prescribe medications like gabapentin
Hold on one second.
and opiates together unless under significant, strict following, because it's going to cause serious problems.
Hold on. We'll switch back and forth to this.
Respiratory suppression.
And Mr. Depp was also taking Adderall, correct?
Yes.
Can you please describe?
So was
to the
she.
jury what that impact would have?
She
on
was
his
trying to
ability
give
achieve
him
the dosages?
all kinds of
So
shit.
Adderall is a psychostimulant, which is
Hold on, we'll go back
prescribed
to him in just a
relatively
second.
regularly for ADHD. The problem comes again when you shouldn't be prescribing or receiving Adderall
Hold on one
when
second.
you're already misusing cocaine. Okay, you're now doubling your stimulant dosage here. And basically, what you are talking about, again, it comes
Yeah.
down to the substance use
I agree.
disorder population. You are using it to
Come on,
stay
what is
awake,
going on
have
here?
energy, keep yourself going,
I'm trying
getting
to stay with
high,
Twitter. Hold on.
getting energy. And then you kind of combat that because you have this effect is to kind of cut downers during the day and anywhere from opiates, prescription, anywhere from Neurotin, anywhere from Seroquel, all medications which are infusable. And so
We'll have to wait for that to refresh.
I can't use it.
I mean, I have it over here.
That's a
And what, if any, effect would these drugs have if they were mixed with MDMA or cocaine?
combine the two together, like I talked about before, are effects looking at, right, the predisposing traits of.
Now we're talking about a drug that Johnny was on for withdrawals while
jealousy,
detoxing.
rapid, poor self-control, and to some degree condoning violence to a certain degree.
You notice how Amber Heard's doctor skipped
When
that
you
totally
combine them all
in
together, you
discussing
get
his
this
behavior.
disinhibiting euphoric cocaine and Adderall. Then when you combine the two together, what happens? You get too much, and then you start getting irritable. You start
I'm loving
getting
the way Team
agitated.
Amber is wasting their time.
Okay,
No
you
shit,
start
man.
becoming suspicious,
All they're doing is giving the.
jealous,
They're just going to give all the time to Johnny's
potentially,
team, and Johnny's team has the last word in
disinhibited.
this.
psychotic, and these are the risks. And again, we're talking about not your average everyday use of these substances.
I cannot
We're
focus
talking
on
about
anything this
chronic
guy says.
use
His speech and delivery
together.
are very dull.
And we also know
I imagine that the jury is checked
alcohol
out
and cocaine
and thinking
use
about lunch
independently
in their grocery list.
increase significantly the risk of intimate partner violence.
He
These aren't
he
statistics I'm
babbles.
coming
This
up
guy
with.
he's
All the
word
time.
salad,
Anywhere
man.
reports up
Give
to
us a
7 to
fucking straight
27-fold.
answer. Jesus.
So you are quote unquote
babbling.
colloquially playing with fire when you are talking about substances and intimate partner violence. You are playing with fire.
And
And that's all of us.
And the substances that Mr. Depp was taking and the record evidence relating to those, did you draw any conclusions concerning whether he met this criteria or these risk factors?
So in terms of substance use disorder, when you look at it, so major role
He
obligations
looks like a mad scientist.
don't have any evidence about operating under the influence or not.
Like I don't know how
Social
old you are,
issues,
Eric, but like he
especially
reminds me of the guy that was in
disagreements and
Back to the
arguments
Future.
with your spouse or family. Obviously, there was tolerance and dependence for the amount he was using, because if anyone is naive to these medications, most of us would be dead. Unsuccessful efforts, difficulty cutting back, using more than intended, giving up social, occupational obligations because this. I know there was right after the rehab on the island in Australia when Mr. Depp went out partying with Marilyn Manson. And
Objection beyond the scope of the question.
Actually, so that's asking for the record evidence for
I'll
this.
sustain the objection. Next question.
Okay.
What other record evidence did you
Okay.
have supporting this?
So psychological, using despite the fact it causes known psychological, psychiatric, or medical effects. And I think that's been pretty well documented. So in this case, you're talking about someone who has a severe substance use disorder. I do want to emphasize, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that intimate partner violence and substance use disorder are two scourges in this country. They're two plagues. This is very serious stuff we're playing with. And when you are just getting someone closer and closer to the threshold.
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
This is highly relevant.
I'll overrule as to relevance.
Beyond the scope.
Go ahead.
Beyond the scope of the question.
Yes.
All right. sustain that objection.
All right. Tell me more about the relationships between substance abuse and IPV, please.
Yeah, so again, that you are talking about this and you may be able to control the risk factors for any of us may be able to control the risk factors for IPV. Any of us might be able to, okay? When we're thinking and we're not disinhibited, not having these hyper intense emotions from substances. Once you add that to this mix, your brain can no longer do what it's supposed to do. And it's supposed to prevent you from doing this, quite frankly, because it's wrong.
Did you arrive at any conclusions concerning substance abuse and potential self-harm that may have led to Mr. Depp injuring his finger?
So I think the physician before me explained that pretty well, but I'll tell you that Mr. Depp has a history of self-injurious behavior, meaning cutting himself. Mr. Depp has a history of burning himself. I know when the actual event happened, there was texting to Dr. Kipper, paraphrasing, not saying exactly, that Amber and him got into a disagreement related to her wanting him to be sober. And then as a result of that, he said he got so angry, he cut the tip of his finger off. So if you're asking me, can someone who has, or have I seen, and can someone who cuts themselves, burns themselves, can cut a tip of their finger off with or without alcohol or cocaine or the rest? The answer is
Objection beyond the scope of the question.
That's exactly what he, thank you. Please
Was it
continue.
overruled?
It was overruled.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So that is not a very far jump. I've certainly seen patients do a lot worse than that who started out with similar risk factors of, burning self and cutting self. I'm not going to get into the descriptions, but I've seen people do a lot worse than that.
Okay.
So the answer is yes.
Okay. I'm going to turn now specifically to intimate partner violence, and I know you've talked.
But you really
some
could
about
say
it.
yes if that was your
Can you
answer,
tell
not
the
a
jury,
20,000
please,
minute question.
a little
And I'm
bit
telling
more
you, this
about
guy came
intimate
straight
partner
out of
violence and
Back to the
what
Future.
is included in that?
So the APA task force on violence in the family
Yay! I
defined
got my coffee.
more or less this topic of domestic abuse.
Let me catch up. Hold on. I had to walk away to get my coffee.
Recurrent abusive behavior
I need my keyboard so I
by
can get
means of
into the
psychological,
Twitter conversation.
sexual, or physical maltreatment for the purpose of achieving control or maintaining power, authority, and control.
Can it include threats and intimidation?
It includes, so in the part of psychological abuse, which is done essentially as a means of emotionally and mentally hurting someone, but with the same end goal to achieve control, it can be destroying property, it could be financial, which is part of that, verbal outbursts, threats, intimidation, body language, all of that goes under the concept of psychological abuse. And you may be able to divide it verbal, nonverbal, what's exactly emotional versus verbal, but they're all under that rubric and they're all under the guise of maintaining control.
Do survivors of intimate partner violence experience mental health issues?
Can you repeat the question?
Do survivors of intimate partner violence experience mental health issues?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. So survivors of intimate partner violence. And by the way, I should start out by saying, we don't expect in psychiatry, we don't expect our victims to be perfect. We don't expect our victims to be unscathed by what they've received. So starting with that, okay, it is not unusual as survivors to see substance use, substance abuse, substance-induced symptoms, chronic depression, post-traumatic stress disorder, or a subsyndromal post-traumatic stress disorder along the lines of Bader-Weiss syndrome, and some emotional unpredictability. And again, you are a victim here. you are a victim.
Do perpetrators typically seek treatment or counseling?
No, perpetrators are not receiving counseling treatment. One, because they're going to be probably having to tell someone that they actually struck someone, which is what their thought is about the big problem about intimate partner violence, is just hitting. Again, important, but not the sole part of it. So perpetrators very rarely will go into any type of formal counseling. Victims go into counseling. Victims are seeking actually couples counseling. Victims are seeking couples advice to try to repair what's happening. Okay. But in terms of actual perpetrators, no, they don't do that.
In your review of this case, is there record evidence So what have you reviewed that correlates with the risk factors for IPV that related to Mr. Depp?
So risk factor review that correlate, so starting with I guess we'll start with the physical because that was the question that was put out there. What I have reviewed has demonstrated pushing, shoving, grabbing.
Objection, Your Honor.
Let me see if I can direct this a little differently, Dr. Spiegel. Rather than giving the summary of what that was, what did you review that correlates? In other words, did you review witness statements? Did you review depositions, photos?
Yes. So what I reviewed was in terms of witness statements, Dr. Kipper's notes. Very, very interestingly, actually, early on in I think it was 2012, around that time, circa 2012, 2014, Ms. Heard was
Action beyond the scope of the question.
What he reviewed is the question.
All right, let's see.
so I reviewed so Ms. Heard's.
Objection, there's no question pending.
If he's answering, go ahead and answer what you reviewed. Please continue with what you reviewed.
Therapist's notes, counselor's notes, text messages, depositions, video, pictures, psychologists' notes and evaluations, and I said physicians' notes. That's what I reviewed.
All right. Now, you've indicated that intimate partner violence includes physical violence, sexual abuse, and psychological aggression. Can you please describe for the jury what psychological aggression is and what it entails?
So it says psychological aggression would be the engaging in behavior for the sole purpose of emotionally and or mentally harming someone, with the main purpose of, again, to maintain control. So behaviors that can occur with psychological aggression include insults, intimidation, holding things financially against someone, jealousy, property destruction. So all that is involved, a nonverbal communication, so threatening looks, glances, things like that. All that is involved in psychological maltreatment and intimate partner violence.
What if anything would be psychological aggression if it was trying to control somebody's career? Would that be a factor?
Yeah.
Section leading.
Overruled.
So yeah, trying to control some career, that would be under financial, trying to mistreat someone, especially someone wants to succeed and trying to have a career, and you're preventing them from doing so by maltreatment. That's another example.
So I'm going to ask specifically about the risk factors for intimate partner violence. Is substance abuse a risk factor for intimate partner violence?
Yes, it is a risk factor as well as a precipitating cause.
And what record evidence did you review that correlates to Mr. Depp engaging in substance abuse?
So the record evidence of, I'll just start with Dr. Kipper and the substances that Mr. Depp was using and misusing, both in terms of prescribed and on Eurodrug screen, were brought out through that.
Okay. Is lack of behavioral control and impulsiveness risk factors for intimate partner violence?
Yes, they are.
Okay. And what, if any, record evidence were you aware of that Mr. Depp had exhibited lack of behavioral control and impulsiveness?
Again, threatening,
Objection. Record evidence.
That correlates with, and I'm on the risk factors at this
overruled.
point. Thank you, Your Honor.
threatening, destroying furniture, property, breaking things, writings on walls, mirrors, writing in blood on furniture. All that would go with that.
Okay. All right. And what, if any, risk factor is narcissism for intimate partner violence?
So a patient, before we get into narcissistic personality traits or disorder, the overall, it's categorized under what's called cluster B personality.
Objection, Your Honor, beyond the scope of the question.
He's explaining the narcissism.
I'll sustain objection if you
Okay.
ask a question.
Can you explain to the jury what's involved with narcissism as it relates to the risk factors of intimate partner violence and
So
what that realm is?
So narcissism patients have, again, poor self-control, okay, rapid mood shifts, okay. As a result, they have an undue sense of admiration. They worship power, they worship control. They have a lack of empathy, and people are generally kept around as long as they're useful to them. A large sense of entitlement. Anything else? Need for praise. So that would go under narcissistic personality and IPV.
What if any what if any traits would be requiring admiration? Would that fit into it?
Yeah, oh yes, requiring admiration, need to be admired is part and parcel of narcissistic personality disorder. Yes.
Would being envious fit within that?
Yes.
Fragile self-esteem?
Yes.
And what, if any, record evidence do you have that correlates with Mr. Depp being narcissistic?
Well, I do think that the fact that he thought that Amber owed him, Ms. Heard owed him.
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Thank you. Go ahead.
The fact that Ms. Heard owed him and only wanted to be together with him because of his fame is an example of that. I do think the jealousy aspects are an example of that. I do think, as I think Mr. Tillett had testified that, being admired is one thing, but then behind your back saying something else about people is another thing. And I can probably say with a reasonable certainty that to some degree, this whole trial is that. because I
Objection,
think-
Your Honor.
What's the objection?
That's not record evidence.
Overruled.
Speculation.
Overruled.
Please continue.
That this whole trial in terms of narcissistic insult is what's going on. I believe that Mr. Depp was very much a mainstay appropriately in Hollywood, and that this was pulled the rug without.
Objection, Your Honor. Can
I
we
think
be?
he's able to explain what
I'll
he's,
sustain that objection.
can you explain what you mean by this whole trial?
Your
This
Honor, can we
proceeding would go,
approach?
this court
Yeah,
case
it
would
is.
go.
There's an objection, sir.
What other conduct is in the record evidence that correlates with Mr. Depp being narcissistic, having those traits?
Was the thing about the trial rule? I can't
Yeah,
speak.
you're not allowed to say that.
Not say that. Okay.
Okay.
The only other thing about narcissism, I think, in terms of trial, would be in order to maintain any sense of control, a narcissistic person really has to have lack of empathy, because in order to engage in behaviors that quote unquote are used to keep individuals in control, you don't really think about the other person. You're not really caring what happens to that other person. So I think that's another facet.
So are attitudes accepting or justifying intimate partner violence a risk factor for intimate partner violence?
Yes.
I didn't realize my
Yes.
mic was off that whole time.
Do some perpetrators in intimate partner violence?
This
try to
bitch right here thinks she's
minimize
winning.
the
Colonel
IPV?
of fried
Yes.
chicken.
So
She thinks that
it
she's
is
winning.
Unfortunately,
For that
not
smirk.
uncommon, especially during the
Get your shit
calm
together,
phases of
Elaine.
the abuse cycle, where there is no increase.
She's hand-holding all of her
there's no
witnesses.
acting out. Okay.
They're
You're talking
not
about more of a
comprehending what they're
honeymoon,
supposed to do.
apologetic phase, begging for forgiveness.
He wasn't
telling them how
there.
you're gonna
He wasn't there. He
change,
doesn't know. Has he
maybe
listened to the
giving them
audios?
gifts. And
Where
then
Amber Heard
when
literally
the
admits
dust
half the shit that he's
settles
accusing Johnny
later
of?
in the day, a day
Please
or
get
two
up there, you
later,
guys. Please
it
use
is
all
not
your
uncommon
time
for the
and
perpetrator to
obliterate
kind of
this shit.
switch the blame over to the victim, saying that, hey,
I don't think I've ever been
you know,
so
this either
pissed off
denial,
in my
this
life
never actually happened,
thus
and trying to
far.
make you look bad, or an allopathic defense where you instigated it, or an altruistic effect where
This
doing
doctor
it
is a
for
complete
you,
fucking joke. He's trying to
transformative
reach
effect,
to
that
claim Johnny has
society kind of
NPD
accepts
because
this.
he
So it
sued
is
his abusive
very
ex for
uncommon
lying.
for all of
Wow.
a
Hey,
sudden
I agree, girl.
for that
I am
to start
100 behind
shifting.
you.
During that time,
Johnny's foot soldiers
because it
are
is during
here.
the calm phase and everything is relatively calm. This, of course, is when the victim wants to engage in treatment. But
Let me
beyond
see what
that,
they're saying about the jury.
the ability to kind of quote unquote, for lack of a better phrase,
My internet is
win
just
people
being a bitch
over,
this morning.
family, friends,
Seriously.
the law.
Trying to
the very
minimize what I
ability to
have
do that is
open.
part and parcel of that calm.
This doctor is
charming
trying to claim
phase
Johnny as a
where it
narcissist.
looks
Is
like
he?
the victim
Oh my God.
is, just fabricating it.
Did we not hear y'all what Richard Grannon said?
And is victim blaming a characteristic?
Yes, like I said, I mean,
I said he's a joke. What they're basically trying to do is say that Johnny has everything that Amber has.
Victim blaming. That's what sense you're doing. I'm blaming.
Oh, you are? That's
for
funny.
what you made me do.
They're basically trying to
And
say that Johnny has
is there
everything Amber
record
has.
evidence
That's what
that
they're
you
trying to say.
reviewed,
We just watched
that
Richard Grannon
correlates with
yesterday
Mr.
break
Depp
shit down for
engaging
us.
in this type of behavior?
There is no need for
So,
Johnny to be worried. They have
I
a shit
think
ton
for
of
a
time
lot
to
of the
obliterate this
issues
bullshit
seen,
right here. Because that's all he is.
the big precipitant
He's just
is
vomiting
going to
word
be
salad. That's
the
all he's
need
doing.
for sobriety. Coming back to that severe substance
Objection, Your
use.
Honor, non-responsive.
This guy right here needs to
I
object
think
more. He's really
trying to
pissing
explain
me
it.
off.
Thank you. Please continue.
It's like he's asleep or something, man.
There's
Wake his fucking
severe
ass up.
substance use disorder, and many of their arguments.
Camille
from
is
what I
on it,
reviewed
man.
in the
she's got that
record,
shit. She's in tune. She looks up at the
stem
ceiling and
around
she's
Ms.
like,
Heard's desire
how
for
can I
Mr.
fucking
Depp
just tear this
to
shit down?
maintain sobriety, and as a result, she was blamed
It's bullshit.
for
There's so much shit going on Twitter.
bothering him.
This
in
doctor's trying to
way he
claim
didn't want to
Johnny's a
be bothered,
narcissist. No, this is
and
Amber you're
that
describing, not Johnny.
triggered
Thank
what was
you.
going on.
Amen,
Are you familiar
sister.
with the term gaslighting?
Oh, are you fucking? This
I'm
lady
familiar
right
with the
here
term
is
gaslighting.
Okay, what if
Elaine,
any gaslighting,
Elaine, get your shit
is
together.
consistent with intimate partner violence and the risk factors?
So again, when you start being able to be, when a
We have her
person
on tape.
starts to be able to be manipulative and
Look at he
charming,
can't even. He's stuttering. He can't
you
even get his
start
shit
to be
together.
able to win
He's
people
getting
over,
flustered.
and especially when you see someone who's
She's
a
hand holding
victim
her witnesses.
who
They don't
is
know what to
essentially
say.
vulnerable,
They're getting flustered.
emotionally,
If he was objecting
emotionally,
and breaking his shit up
labile,
right here,
okay?
he would
You
get
see that
completely
person,
flustered and they'd
and then
be
you
in the
see
water.
this calm demeanor in front of you, who's very charming, very engaging, very personable, and then all of a sudden it starts looking like the victim
He's slow.
is just
He's Johnny's guy right there should be object. Camille has her hand on the mic when she's crossing. She has
Is
her
there
hand on the mic.
examples where an intimate partner violent perpetrator claims that the victim is the person who's actually committing
Get me
the
all
abuse.
get my blood pressure up at my
Yeah,
age.
oh, yes. Oh, yes.
How common is that?
That's
So
very
early
common.
in the
Again,
morning?
That's part of
God
the,
damn.
that is very common in the occurrence of the
Oh God, turn the guy
honeymoon
off.
phase
Just give him a
and
mute
the
button,
calm period
please.
of the abuse cycle. Very common during that time. where
What
the
are they saying
victim
about the jury?
is
That's what I want to
shifting
know.
blame or
Please tell me the jury
anything
is just
along
like
that line.
over
That's
this
very common that happens.
clown.
And you indicated that you reviewed some audio tapes in this case.
Oh,
correct?
please. Okay.
Yes.
Let's hear what he
if
has to say
any,
about this.
evidence did you review there that correlates?
Or
with
did you
Mr.
cut out
Depp
Amber on those audio
attempting
tapes
to-
that you delivered to your specialist? Did you cut out your audio tapes? Because I really would like to know. Oh, come on. Don't do this now.
You
Ugh.
claimed that Amber was the one.
Well, I think
Yeah,
that was
she
what
was.
was said, that Amber was the abuser.
Objection, Your Honor.
What?
I
Objection
don't
what?
understand the objection.
What record evidence?
Thank you. Please continue.
So
Oh
that
my God.
claiming that Amber was
Camille has got to
the
be just like
abuser
fuming
in this
inside.
particular scenario. And what I will reiterate again
Look
is
at her.
that,
She looks
one,
annoyed.
victims are imperfect, and two, it is not uncommon.
She probably does not
in
like
the
that guy.
context of being a victim, when you know that person is about to proceed or relapse into a substance or going to a substance, and anticipating what's going to happen, that you anticipate the next dude and
Jesus
start
Christ.
initiating self-defense. But by and large, that's not what's
Oh,
going
I'm sorry.
on
She
here.
didn't throw dishes.
By
And
and large,
in the last audio, dude, that I just listened to
Behavior.
last night,
Objection, Your
listening
Honor.
tonight, in the 1 hour,
behavior
she
was
throws a
consistent.
bottle
Objection.
across the room.
I'm sorry.
You can hear the glass.
Okay.
He's on the couch
All right.
next
We
to
can
the
move on to the
phone.
next one. Is prior victimhood of abuse a risk factor for intimate
Oh,
partner
Jesus
violence?
Christ.
Yes.
I can't with these clowns.
So-
I
Go
can't.
ahead.
There's something known as the
I'm trying to be patient and I
intergenerational
can't.
theory of violence, which is basically along the line of observation, imitation,
Johnny's not empathetic.
reinforcement. So you observe a behavior that occurred in childhood, you imitate it when you see that there's no significant negative consequences.
They
but
paid
you
this
do
guy.
get the positive consequence
Oh my God, you got to see this.
maintaining
Oh my God, you got to
control
see this.
of a situation.
I can't wait to share
solving
some of
the
this stuff on
conflict in
break.
your way,
The umbrella
if you
guy
will.
is popping
So,
off right now.
That theory is.
This is
interestingly,
hilarious.
It applies to not only the victims, I'm sorry, not
Follow
only
that umbrella guy,
perpetrators, but
Eric,
also the
on
victims,
Twitter.
because there are
Look at his
many
post just now.
victims who
Oh my God, that
grow
is
up in a
hilarious.
house of abuse that are not abused.
Amber Heard hired Mr. Burns from The Simpsons.
What are the warning signs of intimate partner violence?
Oh, shut up.
So warning signs would be increasing the tension, escalation.
Yeah, nobody's talking about all this
So
bullshit happened when his
that's
mom
you
passed away.
start seeing
Oh, I'm sorry. Just
hey,
her mom counts? Is that what we're
partners
saying or
getting
what?
angry. Okay, starting to break down the communication, starting to engage in verbal, nonverbal threats. Victim concedes due to this tension.
Oh yeah, of course. She's guilty
So
on
these
those
acts
audios.
progressively.
They're in
build,
evidence though, in their entirety.
then
They're in
they
evidence.
occur.
I'm
What,
talking
if
over him
anything,
because he's look at him. He's basically an ass
have
clown.
you seen
I can't
in
wait for the
intimate partner
memes
violence
and the
about
animation that comes out from
apologies and
today
promises.
on TikTok.
So again, the apology is part and parcel of the honeymoon phase. The promises are part and parcel of the honeymoon phase. And, the victim wants to believe it's going to work. They want to believe their spouse is going to be faithful to this. And as part of
Oh,
the
God.
abuse cycle, it ends up, as I should say, in the calming cycle, like I said, the victim tries to get
Will the real Slim Shady
somehow
please stand up?
to try to resolve this until the tension buildup phase where.
Oh my God,
something
get this
bothers him.
bitch
So again,
off of the
it could be,
stand.
bothering someone about substance.
His
abuse.
voice
It could be
alone
bothering
is enough.
Someone about finance. It could be bothering something about your career.
Okay, wait. What
Anything
are they
is
saying about the
liable
juries?
to build
About
up
the jurors?
tension when you have this framework of
My internet
limited
is being such a
self-control
bitch this
and
morning.
erratic,
Oh my God.
intense mood shift.
So what, if any, record evidence did you review?
Yeah,
that
I know.
Reflected Mr. Depp.
That's all they get on the
engaging
stand. Those
in
people that are
these warning
arrogant and want to plug
signs,
and want
including
the clout.
apologies
That's
and
all this is
promises?
about. That's why these people are
I think
taking this
that
case.
was
They want to be on
almost
the stand.
routine, that after it was all
But
said
it
and
just goes to
done,
the show the
that
mentality
he
of
apologized,
Amber,
for
who they
letting
hire.
this monster
They're all ass
out,
clowns. It's a
letting
circus.
this anger
Their whole
out,
entire site is a circus.
almost routinely. And there's very well record evidence of that starting as early on in the marriage, in therapy for Ms. Heard. So that's very common and very much occurred. Recognizing what happened. And the other part of this is, again, when you can recognize that when you're sober, even
Kate Moss will take the stand Wednesday. What?
that things are better.
Yes.
That life is better.
Kate Moss will take the stand
Then
on
Even
Wednesday.
that should show you.
That's why they save
that,
their
hey,
time.
There's
Yes.
an issue here. There are issues here.
Come on,
that
girl.
when I don't use can be resolved.
Thank you, Dr. Spiegel. I'm going to now move to the
please.
Goldwater rule. Can you explain the Goldwater rule, please?
Elaine.
So the Goldwater rule is when Senator Goldwater.
Are you
was
running
for
Emily D's
presidency.
stream?
I'm going to be honest with you. I think it was in the late 60s when he was, early 70s, because I was too young to even follow politics then. So please don't quote me on exactly what it was. But basically what's happening is clinicians, psychiatrists were making these quote unquote armchair diagnoses from their homes or offices because they saw this person on TV, the way they acted, and were asked to
Kate Moss
comment
gonna
on
come
what
up
they
here
think the
and-
diagnoses are. And
God, I wish they
therefore,
called
it was
Robert Downey
felt
Jr. as a
that
character
that
witness.
should not be done by professionals in these public settings.
Does it have any
Oh,
applicability
Lon,
here?
Run stream
No,
Emily
objection.
D's for me
Why
on your
not?
end.
No foundation.
Stream Emily D. Baker's stream and let me know what she's
He was
saying.
explaining what the Goldwater
You want
rule
to
was.
approach?
Okay, wait. Let's let me see. Let me see. I want to stream Emily's stream today. I don't know if that's rude is the thing. As a streamer, are you allowed to stream other people's streams? I don't want to mess up my my connection. That Umbrella Guy 2 is streaming right now. Emily D streams. Oh my God. Versus a new as a yeah, go to Emily. Like I go into the feed right on the side right here, like you see, and like even the brand new YouTubers like have like 85, 100 people watching, and I have like 2. I have to be like, I'm so here. Eric, thank you so much. I know A shows also for me. I remember Candy would be. Well, I just have to like get to the point where we have like a whole group conversation, which was so you got. I went to bed so happy. Yeah, I want to do that. I was going to her stream on break, on break just to kind of see what she's saying in terms of the legality of things, and then we just watch like the first 5 minutes of what she says, and then I get out because I feel weird,
Actually, do you remember the question? Does the Goldwater rule have any applicability
So
to your testimony?
There she goes, looking at
your
Johnny again.
Conclusion.
Turn her weird ass.
no, it does not.
And why?
Multiple reasons. One, the basics of expert witness testimony would almost be thrown away if you
Oh,
were not allowed to base
Dude,
things
I can promote it.
of
Duh.
an individual,
Let me go
what
on
you've read about
Facebook.
an individual. So if I'm not allowed to comment
Thank you.
on records or charts or information.
I just want to know what she's
look,
saying.
Expert witness testimony can't be done. But more specifically for this case, in the Goldwater rule, the pure
Twitter's
version
freezing
of
up
it
on me,
was
and I don't
the
know what's
armchair
happening for the
diagnosis,
jurors.
Watching someone on TV. Just you don't make a diagnosis.
Twitter
More
froze up on
recently,
me, I don't
think that's even more recent. We've had examples of that. So you don't make diagnoses like that. This is not the case here because like I said to you at the beginning, I have reviewed a lot of professional a lot of professionals and their evaluation.
Oh yeah,
and
I know what I'm
of
talking
course,
about. Please.
Video depositions.
That's why I stand with Johnny Depp is like
court filings,
trending right now, right?
Email. I mean, I reviewed.
I know. Okay.
a whole
All
lot
right.
of things
You
that
know,
directly describe Mr. Depp and his behavior. So I'm not commenting on a public opinion, and I have absolutely no knowledge of what's in Mr. Depp's history. If I was just doing that, it would be like watching a movie. That's not relevant here.
And in fact, I think you testified earlier, you invited Mr. Depp to.
Oh, yeah.
Give
And
an
again,
The objection
yeah.
leading.
Thank you. Thank you.
So to be fair, for an evaluation, for my own direct evaluation, again, I was offered twice that I can do an evaluation of Mr. Depp directly. And both times, Mr. Depp or his lawyers decided that was going to happen.
Okay. And in fact, the court did not require Mr. Depp to.
No, and the court did not require Mr. Depp to undergo this evaluation.
Okay. Dr. Spiegel, these opinions that you have offered here, do you hold them to within a reasonable degree of medical and psychiatric probability or certainty?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Get the fuck off the stand, buddy.
Thank you, Mr. Dennison.
Oh God, please let our direct be strong. Please let our direct be strong.
Sir, I'm Wayne Dennison.
I mean,
we
our
haven't met.
cross, excuse me.
But let me ask you, let's start with what you finished with.
I'm sorry, one more time?
Let's start with what you finished with. You understand that the court was twice asked by Ms. Heard's counsel to order a medical exam of Mr. Depp, and those motions were denied.
I know, I agree.
I think your team told the court you didn't want to have them, and the court ruled on them. I don't think the court proactively did it. You kind of had a motion to them, right?
No, when Ms. Heard's lawyers moved for them and asked for them and did not get them. Isn't that right, sir?
If you're saying that's what happened, my understanding of was that you all did not.
So
want to
basically
have
they
them
lied
go
to
on.
you? Is that what
They
you're saying,
petitioned
sir,
for
on
it,
the stand?
court said no.
It is your testimony
That's
that
what
your
my understanding
team,
was.
that the people you're
court said
defending.
no to ordering Mr. Depp to do the medical exam.
Right, I said the court did not require it, right?
And there was one that was ordered, in fact, right?
There was,
All right.
Oh God, here we go. Yep, I agree. Exactly. I agree. 100%.
All
I'm
right,
screaming
so
with you loud, bro.
the
I'm
last thing you
screaming
talked
with you
about,
just right there.
was the Goldwater rule.
yes, sir.
Been around for almost 50 years, right?
Yeah, I'm 59. That sounds about right.
Yeah. And it's been around as a result of the presidential election that you referenced.
Yes.
And who has that rule? What organization?
Where's our law to?
maintains that rule?
The American Psychiatric Association.
An association you're a member of.
Associated by a member of, yes.
Aren't you a fellow or something?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So, and this is an ethical rule, right?
It is an ethical rule. And yes, it's ethical. They say rules. It's an ethical guideline. Yes, they're guidelines.
And you know that over time, the American Psychiatric
Yeah.
Association.
Yes,
has
so happy
amended
you're
the
here.
rule, so it's
Welcome.
not just about diagnosis.
I have Eric checking
but
on.
It's also about professional opinions.
I have Eric checking on Emily D's
Could you be
live
more
stream to see what
specific,
she's
say,
saying about this
professional
clown.
opinion in regard to what?
Well,
In
let
terms
me-
of the cross, the
let
objections
me
have been
read this
weak
and see if
today.
you're familiar with it. It is unethical for a psychiatrist to offer a professional opinion about an individual based on publicly available information without conducting an examination. That's the rule, right?
If you're reading it directly, I will believe you.
Okay. However, a diagnosis is not required for an opinion to be professional. So my question is, it's not just diagnosis that this Goldwater rule applies to, it's professional opinions.
So again, I will reiterate that would come down to essentially nullifying witness testimony, expert witness testimony without direct evaluation. And as we know, it didn't happen.
What's a
But
parlay?
regardless of that, the whole expert witness testimony thing would be basically rendered null and void.
The rule, in fact, contemplates that issue, doesn't it, sir?
Again, I'm just telling you the answer to the question. When you were reading me those statements, I'm telling you the response by the other side, who was publishes also, is that if that was the case, there could be no expert witness testimony.
Psychiatrists are ethically prohibited from evaluating individuals without permission or other authorization, such as a court order. That's the rule, right?
Again, if you're reading that, then I have to believe you're not misrepresenting it. And I would come back to, again, then this whole thing, we might as well get rid of all the expert witnesses we've had throughout all of time for court proceedings. Because what you're saying is unless a court orders it, and that's what you just said, or the APA said, then therefore expert witnesses cannot do an evaluation based on an observation of the medical records. Insurance companies cannot do evaluations solely based on the medical records, whether doctors rendering professional opinions. So at the end of the day, you are essentially saying that unless someone has directly evaluated.
Oh, it's a meeting. Okay.
this
Thank you,
whole medical
Ace.
system
Thank you.
we have, This whole legal system we have.
My Twitter is-
null and void.
I'm not saying.
No, yes, you are, sir. No, you are.
Give me a second, and I'll give you more than a second. What I'm saying and what I am reading to you is a rule by your organization that takes into account that there could be court orders that would permit the exact kind of evaluation that you say I'm eliminating.
And I think we're going in circles because I think I just said that means expert witness testimony would not be allowed, and the branch of forensic psychiatry would be especially hindered. And we know the branch of forensic.
Why is
psychiatry not
Rottenborn
going to do
trending?
that. So I am a member of the APA. That doesn't necessarily mean every single thing they put in there, everybody has to uncategorically agree with, because clearly that's not the case.
Did you agree in your deposition that the professional opinions you rendered were inconsistent with the Goldwater rule?
Yeah. My question is, if we're saying that if the Goldwater rule says, and I very much said that during deposition, that the Goldwater rule was made for presidents.
What is going on with Chrome?
But regardless of that, because that's what it was made for. It's not made for Hollywood, but I'll even take that Mr. Depp's a public figure. What I'm saying to you is that the Goldwater rule is saying we cannot do any expert witness testimony in our field. That
What
is
the fuck?
exactly
He's
what
reading from
the
your
Goldwater
own
rule is
thing, though.
saying
He's
based
reading
on
from your
exactly
website or
what
whatever
you
the hell
read.
he's reading
And I'm
from.
just
He's reading
telling
from you, from what
are
you
saying
published.
That rule encompasses.
What I'm asking you, sir,
They're going around in
is
circles.
did you comply with the ethical requirements of the APA when rendering the professional opinions that you've rendered today?
It is a requirement of the APA. It is
I'm
not
having
the
so much
requirement
trouble
of the
right now.
APA. Secondarily.
You guys, I'm having technical
secondarily-
difficulties.
Secondarily, again, in order to not, we wasted our whole morning because there was an expert witness before me. There's an expert witness everyone brought in.
That's
So all
exactly
I'm
what we're
is
saying.
the whole
That's
field
exactly what we're
of
saying.
medical legal law is corrupt.
That's
and
Elaine.
unethical
That's
for
Elaine and
engaging
Rottenborn.
in an act that the APA clearly says
They
we
made the
should
choice
not
of how
do.
they
So
wanted
if
to
you're
begin
saying
Monday.
that, and the answer is yes, I'm agreeing with that statement. Therefore, it could not be considered ethical. And I'm telling you how that applicable to not just expert law, but also managed care. It's applicable to multiple branches of medicine. Hospital duration of hospitalization stay to get evaluated.
It booted me out, Eric. Sorry.
Tell me where you want me to end this.
Well,
Sir.
why don't we talk about what you just testified to? Because I didn't ask you anything about that. I asked you whether, under this rubric, under this principle of medical ethics, have you acted unethically? Yes or no?
No. As an expert witness, I have not acted unethically.
We
If
can
you
count
want
on
the
them
jury
to always
believe
score
that
points,
expert
can't we,
witnesses
y'all?
Are unethical.
They're
then I guess
clowns.
That's for them to
Well,
decide.
They're
yes or
clowns.
no,
For them
sir?
to
You
decide.
said no. Let's go to the next question.
Okay.
Right? Psychiatric diagnosis occurs in the context of an evaluation based on thorough history taking, examination, and where applicable collated information. Do you agree with that?
I believe I said that earlier, yes.
From the methods of the profession to render an opinion without an examination and without conducting an evaluation in accordance with the standards of psychiatric practice. Correct?
Well, again, by the way, for the record, intimate
Oh, God, here we
partner
go.
violence is not a psychiatric diagnosis. I'll start with that. Substance usage by themselves is not a psychiatric diagnosis. If you want to cut to the chase, psychiatric use is not a diagnosis of that. Narcissistic personality traits is not a diagnosis. Ergo, I am basically commenting on the things that were brought to me.
Wait a
which are
minute.
not
NPD is a
diagnosis.
diagnosis. Look it up,
But
y'all.
but an
Somebody go on the
evaluation, if I
DSM-5
was
and go
going to
look.
treat a
Here, let
patient
me see.
Or anyone here.
It is, NPD is
those
a
are the
diagnosis.
steps
Yes,
I
it
would
is.
take.
We, I think, started with the
DSM-5,
notion
y'all.
that this rule applies
Diagnostic manual.
broader than diagnoses. It applies to professional opinions.
I believe
And
you
you've
just
rendered
quoted
professional opinions relative to narcissistic personality.
There we go, right there.
Relative to Mr. Depp.
Again, I believe you just commented on what it takes to do a psychiatric evaluation to establish a diagnosis.
Is NPD in the-
That's what you
wait.
said. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you didn't say that, but I'm sure you
See,
did.
he's.
And therefore, what I'm saying is neither.
Are they
IPD
gaslighting? Is that what they're
nor
really doing
substance
right now?
usage, Nor narcissistic
Is he gaslighting
personality
him?
traits, a psychiatric diagnosis. And then under the rubric of expert witness testimony, you are saying I acted
Diagnostic
unethically under the
personality
rubric of
disorder
expert
is one
witness
of 10
testimony.
clinical
So if you so would
recognized
like to
personality
perceive that
disorders
expert
listed
witnesses
in the
are
American
unethical, based on
the
that,
APA
I am not going to sit here and disagree with you and waste
and
everyone's
Statistical
time. I think
Manual of
it's
Mental
fairly
Disorders.
But
He
thank
said
you.
it.
Go
He
ahead.
just straight up said it
These
is
were your
not
words.
a
I'm just saying
diagnosed
back how-
disorder, and it is.
Okay.
Oh, cluster B. Okay.
Let's start with the easy question then. Maybe we can.
That was pretty easy. Go
All
ahead.
right, Doctor, you're going to have to just answer the questions.
Okay. Sorry about that. I'm getting into it.
You need to just answer the questions,
Okay.
Dr. Spiegel.
No, I'm not disagreeing at all. I was just looking it
You
up.
are not rendering any diagnosis whatsoever of Mr. Depp today or ever.
Yeah, Ace, really. No, I'm pro Johnny all the way. What was the question?
No, I probably would say to you that certainly I would not say narcissistic personality, I would say traits. Certainly from what I have read, intimate partner violence is not a diagnosis. So the answer is no for that. Narcissistic personality traits is not a diagnosis. The answer is no. But if you want to tell me that substance use disorder is a psychiatric diagnosis, the answer is yes. And
But that wasn't an issue, was it? Whether Mr. Depp used substances.
Yeah, that
And
wasn't.
you said you've gone
That's
through the
not what
record.
we were talking about.
It wasn't really an issue at this trial. He said it from day one.
oh, so you're saying he's already admitted to the diagnosis?
He's already admitted to the use of the substances.
Well, again, there's a difference between admitting to substance use and substance use disorder.
Let's go back to what you just said about narcissistic personality traits.
Yes.
Narcissistic personality disorder is a DSM-5.
Thank you.
Correct?
Thank
Correct.
you.
Diagnostic personality, and you haven't testified.
This is
that
great, you
Mr.
guys.
Depp
What a
has,
great Monday.
um,
Clown fucking circus.
narcissistic personality disorder, have you?
I would certainly, if I didn't, I'm certainly thinking that, but at least I'm. gonna
Yes,
say
Eric,
it's
I
traits,
think
which
that's
are
their strategy though.
characteristics
They
of
know how to push
provisional
these guys'
diagnosis
buttons.
of-
That's why they
It's a
do that.
provisional diagnosis of probably narcissistic
I
personality.
believe
So, but
anyway.
yeah, I mean, I do believe. that.
Ace, you want to get in
Well,
on that?
when you say provisional diagnosis, you know that DSM-5 requires, in order to find that diagnosis, 5 of the 9 factors. And you haven't done that analysis. You've never made that diagnosis. You've just identified certain factors.
That are criteria for the diagnosis.
Right. But you need 5 of 9 to get to the diagnosis. You've already told us that you didn't make a diagnosis. You're just identifying traits, correct?
I'm identifying traits that are consistent with the diagnosis, yes.
Right. And did you testify in deposition that the existence of traits as opposed to the disorder doesn't have a correlation with IPV?
If I said traits
Oh,
do
no.
not have a correlation with the, if that's what I said, I don't remember saying that, but that wouldn't be a correct statement. Narcissism has a correlation with the diagnosis. Yes, that part's true.
Or how far are we going to back this up?
Yeah, really.
There's a diagnosis of narcissistic personality disorder,
Mhm.
right?
You are
Yes,
sounding
and that
very
one is
unethical right
tied-
now, doctor.
Has some correlation with IPV, right?
Narcissism.
You're
has
impeaching
correlation
yourself,
with-
doctor.
Again, sir, you're not allowing me to answer.
Yeah, exactly.
You're splitting hairs. You're splitting hairs between the
Excuse me?
traits that are consistent with, which all I'm commenting on is behaviors and
Dude,
traits
you've
that are
talked so much in
consistent.
the word salad, you don't even know where the
And
fuck
Mr.
you
Depp,
are. You sound exactly like Amber
narcissism
Heard when she's babbling
absolutely
about her lives.
has, risk factors associated with
You have no idea what the
IPV.
fuck your point is. You
Let's
don't
go
even
back
know.
again.
Thank
and
you.
Maybe we can focus on the question I ask you,
Exactly.
and we can get an answer that's addressed to that question.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Yes or no?
Narcissistic personality disorder is a risk factor for IPV. Yes or no?
Yes or no?
And you previously testified that there is no literature at which you are currently aware that the mere presence of narcissistic traits is a risk factor for IPV.
Yes or no?
Answer the question?
Yes,
That's incorrect.
you didn't testify.
Cluster B traits, which narcissistic personality disorder is part of, is a huge risk factor for intimate partner violence, which include cluster B traits include
Yeah.
narcissistic personality disorder,
Really?
antisocial personality disorder, amongst others. So the answer to the question is every resource on intimate partner violence will support that cluster B traits, where narcissistic personality falls under, is a risk factor for intimate partner violence.
Any single trait is a risk factor for IPV.
Again, I will repeat, cluster B traits. I didn't say any trait, I said cluster. No,
Let me be more precise then.
okay.
Any narcissistic trait in and of itself is a risk factor for IPV.
But you are mischaracterizing what I said.
Jesus Christ, dude.
I'm pretty sure I said cluster. If you look at all the intimate partner violence.
Oh my God, get this guy off the
I
stand.
move you to do
Just
so. You will
yank
see
him.
that cluster B traits.
This is a circus.
I didn't say narcissistic per se. Cluster B traits.
He has an arrogant
where
temper
narcissistic
anyway.
personality disorder is part of. Are
I
risk
know more than
factors
you.
for intimate partner violence. Part
I
and
make no
parcel
sense.
Uniformly true.
I don't answer a
And I'm
direct
not
question
sure,
just
the
like
thing I don't
Amber.
understand is, I'm not sure why we're arguing psychiatry, because I'm telling you what it is.
Dr. Spiegel, you just need to answer the question.
Okay.
Thank you, Judge.
So
Thank
you want
you,
to talk
Judge.
about cluster B, so let's do that for a minute.
Thank you, Judge.
Borderline personality disorder is a risk factor for IPV.
As part of cluster B traits.
You'll love Emily D. You should subscribe to her. She's
Histrionic
amazing.
Personality
She's
disorder
and she loves the word fuck.
is a risk factor for IPV.
She's amazing.
But it
Less so. Less so. I mean, it's a risk factor.
Oh,
but
dude,
less so,
here he
yes.
goes again. He
Less so.
can't answer a question.
Significantly less so.
He's all about the argument, just like
So-
him and Amber are probably besties.
which
Beasties.
traits under narcissistic, before I move on there's only been one diagnosis in court of personality disorders, correct?
I'm not sure who you're referring to.
Is he
Are
for
you
real?
referring to Depp? Is her, who, I'm not sure what you were talking about.
Do you understand that there was a medical examination done of Ms. Hurt?
Yes, I did.
Do you understand that the testimony was ultimately that Ms. Hurt suffers two personality disorders?
Okay, so I'm just being specific. I just wanted to know if you're talking about Ms. Hurt or Mr. Depp. So that's all I was asking you.
Yes or no to my question?
Which was there's only one diagnosis of, Ms. Hurt was diagnosed with that.
Yeah, and both of the diagnoses are in cluster B, and both of them are risk factors for IPV.
But both of those cluster B things are, I'm not allowed to comment on the testing, so therefore, all I can say.
Yes or no?
Cluster B trace, and I'll tell you what they are.
Yes
By the way, I
or no?
testified this before, which was.
Please
that,
shut this shit down like
one,
Camille
I don't
does.
expect perfection from my
Shut it
victims.
down.
Two,
I don't-
absolutely there were cluster B trace Ms. Hurt had. Absolutely, Ms. Hurt had.
Given that you've testified to it before, let's move on to a new question.
Thank you.
All right. You indicated, in your opinion today, that you thought, well, why don't we move a little different? Are you a member of the American Medical Association?
No.
Okay, so you don't know what the ethical rule of the American Medical Association is relative to doing clinical diagnoses about individuals you've never talked to.
So you're saying in terms of doing expert witness evaluations? Under that rubric, right?
I'm just asking you, do you know the AMA's rule?
Yes or no?
Under doing, you're saying the AMA's.
Oh
rule
my God. Now he
under
doesn't
the
understand a
rubric of
question.
Not doing evaluations.
He understands all of Elaine's questions, but he doesn't understand this guy's
So you
question.
were talking about expert witness testimony.
No, I'm talking about, do you know the rule?
Yes or
I'm not a
no?
member of
Shut
the
it
AMA,
down
so
like
I don't
Camille
know.
does.
Okay,
Sir,
move on.
that's
You don't
not
know the
what I
rule.
asked you.
All right. You rendered an opinion about Mr. Depp's purported cognitive impairment.
He's fucking with them
Yes.
psychologically. He's doing this
What
on
do you use
purpose.
as a baseline?
A baseline for processing speed?
Yeah, for analyzing Mr. Depp before you watched his deposition.
What is a baseline for that?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess my baseline would probably be how I've seen him interact in public. How I've seen him interact with others. I've seen him interact in media. I've seen him interact, and his process speed is certainly not slow. I've seen him do commercials, and his process speed was not slow.
A deposition, didn't you say that what you did was compare Mr. Depp's performance in lots of pirate movies against his deposition testimony
What
here?
I said was I've seen Mr. Depp do apology ads. I mean, he did an apology ad with that dog.
He's reading a script, you moron.
I've seen him interact with the media regarding to that. I saw no delay in processing.
Oh, God.
speed. All I'm saying
Let me
is,
ask you about pirates.
He's not answering any of the
You
questions
compared
at all.
pirates
He's just spitting
to
out
the
word
te-
salad.
to-
He's
to
not
the
answering any
depositions
questions.
given in this case.
then I apologize for what I said. Then I misspoke.
You misspoke? You didn't make the comparison?
Right now, just a second ago? Just a second ago, I may have said that I misspoke. I apologize, I misspoke.
Okay.
Oh my
Because
God.
you know you can't compare pirates to sworn testimony, right?
Yeah, exactly. Thank you.
Okay.
This
But
is
I
a
can't-
mess
But as an aside, you can't.
for their for Amber's team.
Any
This is
time.
bad.
I'm judging yours right now, you're judging. As a
Oh
baseline.
God, get this guy.
because
They're
of what we know about it. So I
they're
would say
they're
processing
regretting.
speed right now is not
Amber's
slow.
team is regretting.
So, I mean, we're judging processing speed, I'm just saying to you.
Yeah. So, but no, any of Mr. Depp's other portrayals in movies, did that affect your analysis of processing speed?
Only I've seen him interact on interviews, and that was it.
Right.
When he wasn't in movies.
Right. But Willy Wonka doesn't matter to you? You see him in that movie, Charlie and Chocolate Factory? Did you look at that one when you were comparing this
Oh my
processing
God,
speed?
he's good. He's good. He's upset.
Do I have to answer that question, Your Honor?
you have to answer questions. Yes, sir.
No, you'll be happy to know I didn't see Willy Wonka I didn't see 21 Jump Street when it happened or whatever it was. No, I did not.
All right. You made a very kind admission, I think, early on in your deposition, that you're not claiming to be a better actor than Mr. Depp. That's correct, isn't it?
100%.
All right. But with respect to acting, you know that actors actually rehearse for their parts and work on the language, diction, timing of their dialogue as part of that rehearsal.
He just said he studied him by
If you say
media
that's
and
true,
commercials.
I'm not an actor, so I don't know what goes on. I can't tell you. I have no idea.
Dude,
what goes
I'm so with you.
Okay.
Can we all just say
You
ass
don't
clown
know enough
together,
about acting
please?
to know
Her whole
whether
fucking team is
actors
they're all ass
rehearse.
clowns. All
on.
of
Sir,
them.
I am not an expert in acting. I have no idea what an actor does.
Okay.
Jesus. He just buried his license. You know, they're all affected by this trial. Nobody's gonna go to him for any kind of expert anything. Thank you, Eric.
During your
Ass clowns,
deposition,
man. That's what they are. All
what
of
were the
them.
circumstances under which you decided to call Mr. Depp an
I'm just going to call Mr. Depp an idiot.
Yeah, you called Mr. Depp an idiot in your deposition.
Oh, I think. Okay. So I think it was. You probably should read the context. Trying to think back.
That's unethical.
Okay. And what I thought it was related to was if you're coming.
Oh, now you're
to
defending it.
some deposition. Again, I'm thinking back. So you have it in front of you. I don't. So I'm thinking back where he's coming in from Europe for a deposition, video deposition that he gave, and he took it overnight the night before. And what I think I said was that if you're going to do a major thing or a trial that you're involved with, I think you'd be an idiot to come in the night before.
All right.
So I didn't call Mr. Depp an idiot. I certainly called that planning an idiot. I didn't call him an idiot.
So the
Uh-huh.
words, so I mean he's an idiot are mistranscribed?
No, again, if I said it in that, if you just read one line, one snippet, I'm sure it was in the context I just said. But yeah, you have it in front of you. I don't.
Is idiot a professional opinion?
Thank
I
you.
wasn't right profession.
Yeah. Is it a psychiatric opinion?
Thank you.
And that follows the Goldwater rule.
How does it follow?
Oh, you just said that I'm not rendering a professional opinion. I just said idiot. That's not.
So idiot is not a professional opinion.
Mhm.
Is it your practice to describe people as idiots?
My practice describe in my practice. No, I don't describe people my clinical cases as idiots or patients as idiots or victims as idiots. No, sir.
But you sat for a deposition in this case and described the plaintiff as an idiot, correct?
You gave me 9 hours of deposition. And if I said the word idiot, it was an idiot in planning. It wasn't making him an idiot. I don't know Mr. Depp's IQ. I don't know his overall functioning. So therefore, if I said it, it was an idiot in planning, which is what I meant to come across as.
Mm-hmm.
So you did say you don't know his overall functioning, but you made some testimony today as to some evaluations you made relative to his functioning. You would agree with me that it's probably a good idea to think about the questions that are asked you in a court proceeding before answering.
Am I allowed to answer that question?
Yes.
So what I meant by function, I said by function. I believe that his agent reported how late he was showing up to every movie while the cast is waiting for him. I believe that would be impairment. If I showed up late for that, I would not be here right now. I would not have a job. Okay. I believe the thing was in terms of.
Oh, don't do this to me. Oh, the feed.
Balking out of treatment for substance rehab that his doctor was prescribing for him. So if you're asking me if that's an impairment of functioning, I would say I'm very much substantiated in that.
I'm trying to understand how you got to this notion of cognitive decline. And I thought it was based at least in part on the manner in which he testified.
I'm sorry, what?
On the manner in which he testified.
On the manner, I'm not being.
Oh my God.
What?
Just
I was asking you about the cognitive decline
Yes.
testimony that you made.
Yes.
And it was my understanding that at least a portion of that testimony that you rendered was that you derived some evidence of cognitive decline from the way Mr. Depp testified.
Yes.
Okay.
And that's what I said, yes.
Right. And so all I'm asking you is, don't you think it's a good idea when you're in the middle of a court proceeding to answer questions carefully?
Again, professionally, we diagnose patients with a neurocognitive disorder by gross evaluation all the time with the cognitive. On the thought that, again, age normal controls, I'm just saying, age normative controls does not put a 58-year-old gentleman at that processing. That's all I'm saying.
Dude,
That's all I said.
just yes or no. My God.
This without ever once talking to the man.
This was a mess. This was just a mess.
Me directly talking to him. Because we know how I drive. So you're talking about me directly talking to him?
Yeah, you never talked.
No, I've never talked to him.
Right. And this exam you gave, well, you did talk about Dr. Blaustein, right?
Yes, sir.
And you understand the entire.
I can't with this. It's ridiculous. He is a clown.
12 pages of
This doctor is a clown.
The important part.
And it doesn't look bad for Depp. It looks bad for
an
Amber.
example of cognition, which I'm trying to prove, which is what you asked me. The important part was what I said. And that was irrefutable.
The important part is that he gave the mini mental status exam.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Let's talk about the mini mental status exam. Scored on a 30-point scale, right?
Yes.
All right. And it's an exam that basically is most often used for Alzheimer's, dementia, those kind of testing.
It's an exam that tests cognition in all psychiatric illnesses.
Yeah, but it's a generic one. The 5-question one is a generic one. There's
For
a
dementia,
deeper
for
one.
Alzheimer's, but is the standard, has been the standard for testing cognition in all.
That's like, what's your name?
Substance use
How old are
disorder.
you? What's your address? Who's the president? All the
There
time.
is an element of that exam that requires drawing, correct?
Yes.
So you don't know what drawing Mr. Depp did, or whether the drawing should have been fully scored.
I wasn't questioning his visual spatial perceptual skills, which is what that does.
Right. And you don't know what score Mr. Depp received on the exam.
I was very specific. I know 3 words, not remembering, at 5 minutes. That's all I said.
3 words, not remembering 5 minutes, and you remembered one of them, right?
From what I'm saying, you remember any of them.
All right. Memory on the exam. Out of the 30 points, what's it worth? 3. 3, right? Memory is 3 out of the 30.
Yeah, memory's 3.
Okay.
Again, the memory section in and of itself tests memory. That's the only question that tests memory. Only section that actually tests memory.
So the memory section tests memory. It's the only section you testified about. And for all you know, that with respect to the exam that you're relying on, Mr. Depp scored 27 out of 30.
And that would be telling, though, cognitive. If you score 27 out of 30 and you miss 3 points on memory, that would be very telling.
You don't know if Mr. Depp had been up all night the night before.
Again, you wouldn't expect to not recall any more than 3 minutes unless there's a cognitive issue.
You don't know if Mr. Depp was high.
Eric, I'm not sure how to fix that. I think my
Again,
son
now
mentioned that too the other day.
Again,
And I
that could
don't
affect memory,
know
but I'm
if you can
I'm not
change it in the
refuting-
control room.
I'm not refuting that at all. He could have been high.
I
he
think
could
there
have
is
been
a delay.
drunk. He could have been using cocaine, and that would absolutely affect his memory. Which is what I said. Yes, you're right.
So ultimately, you have no idea what state Mr. Depp was in at the time he took the exam that you're relying on.
Short of what you just said about drugs and alcohol, okay, there shouldn't be a reason why 58-year-olds also with strokes and other neurocognitive issues. But short of that, there shouldn't be a really good reason why someone at that age shouldn't come up with at least one. But in answer,
Wait a minute, you started that question with short of drugs and alcohol and spent 35 minutes talking about his use of drugs and alcohol. Isn't that right?
oh, I'm agreeing. I don't agree with you. I think I agree. I said that drugs and alcohol can absolutely affect cognition. I'm not sure. Yeah, I agree, but I'm not sure that's a problem. I agree with you.
All right. So you don't know one way or the other how he scored on the exam. You don't know whether he was at the time on drugs and alcohol, but you're going to rely on it in your testimony to say that he's cognitively impaired.
Which is what we do in clinical
Yeah,
medicine.
I am too, Ace. I am
You
too.
rely on tests that you don't
It's
know
frustrating.
when it was administered.
He's just old
You don't
school.
know
He has a
the
different
score
style of luring.
of the test.
That's what
and you
the
don't
law
know
tube was
the
saying.
state of the
It's just
person
a matter of,
being
you know,
tested,
the
but you
style.
rely on it anyway.
Again, if we had to know every test, when people get the midi mental state exam, we have no idea clinically. if
That's what
they
I like about
died,
Camille is she will
wasted,
shut
stoned,
shit
stroke. We
down.
have no idea. So if you're going to say that, that means everybody needs a drug test before they do a mini mental study, and that's not the standard of care. And I think you know that. So
Let's talk a little bit about this word you kept using, correlation. You know the word, right?
yes,
Correlation and causation aren't the same thing, are they, sir?
correlation. No, they're not the same.
No, how are they different?
Correlation is consistent with causation, is direct link.
Can you say that again? You're so fast I didn't hear it.
I'm sorry about that. Correlation is a risk for something happening. Causation is a direct link.
Right. So just because something's correlated doesn't mean it's going to happen.
100%.
Right.
100%.
Lung cancer, for instance. Smoking is very highly correlated with lung cancer, right?
Yeah, and there's certainly a link
Right.
to lung cancer and smoking.
Right. But not all smokers get lung cancer.
Smoke do. No one, like I said, no.
And you made repeated testimony. All of us do this. All of us do that.
Mhm.
Your suggestion about all of us is you're just
What I'm looking at is that I am not talking about an individual, how they can. Now, is there a 0.05% chance that someone who does? Absolutely there is. But is that medical degree of certainty?
5% chance of what, sir?
Of developing, eventually developing, eventually you're going to develop symptoms.
But risk factors tell us no particular individual, do they, sir?
Risk factors tell us nothing except that they have it, they're at a higher likelihood of developing. That's what it tells us.
And litany of risk factors relative to IPV. Anything specifically about an individual.
Other than they're at higher risk. Right.
So someone could have every and never commit IPV, right?
It would be, again, if you're going to say medical degree of probability, the answer is formally, the answer is no.
Right. Substance abuse.
Oh, sure.
Someone can abuse substances without ever perpetrating IPV.
Again,
Absolutely.
but
Again, you are saying
different
than what I said.
I did not say
I did not say
abusing
I said
substance. I said substance use disorder.
There's two different.
There's two different things, is that do not engage in any violence, do not become psychotic, nothing at all. So
And that's
absolutely.
equally true of people who have substance abuse disorder. There are certainly people abuse disorder.
Yeah,
commit
Eric,
IPV.
Substance use
here's the way it
disorders,
works.
The majority of them, over 50%.
Law and Crime is directly
So,
streaming,
so
and
that's-
YouTube
so-
is a
so my-
third-party
the
service
answer
that
is-
is streaming through. It's like a
Not
bridge,
everyone who smokes
so
gets
there's a
lung cancer.
delay.
So
Cameras
there
in
are
the
some people-
courtroom.
You said it was over 50. With substance abuse disorder, don't commit IPV.
And those are the ones that do not have IPV risk factors, right? So we're talking about people.
Wait a minute,
who don't.
isn't substance abuse disorder and IPV risk factor?
Yeah, these are other people that don't have other risk factors, right?
But again, you're talking about people in general. You don't know anything about any particular individual as to whether anybody's going to commit IPV.
If
If statistics
follow through,
all we can say is more than 50%, 7% will. If you combine
more
more risk factors you have,
the
the more likely
you're
you're going to develop illness. If you smoke cigarettes once,
that
that might not correlate
to lung
to lung cancer. If you smoke it chronically,
that might.
that might.
So that's all.
So that's all I'm
We're
saying.
talking about individuals here. You either have lung cancer or you don't, right?
If you're smoking.
If you're smoking,
Right, right.
Either
You either commit IPV or you didn't.
I mean, yeah, you either did or you didn't, yes.
Right. So you took some issue with me because I was asking about substance abuse generally, and you wanted me to talk about the disorder.
I have an echo.
I asked you earlier about narcissistic personality disorder,
Mhm.
and you haven't made that diagnosis. You've just talked about the traits, right?
Yes.
And somebody can have these narcissistic personality traits and substance abuse disorder and never commit IPV, right?
So, along that line, about
Like all morning or just recently?
80 to 90% of people who commit IPV have a personality disorder. So the answer is less than about 10% obviously do not.
There are more close links with IPV for borderline personality disorder than narcissistic personality disorder, correct, sir?
I'm not going to agree with that.
No?
I'm not saying there are more links. I would say to you, there are absolute, if you're asking me there are links, the answer is absolutely. If you're saying to me more, I can show studies, say yes, so studies say that has not been absolutely definitively correlated. No.
No.
Absolutely not.
MDMA,
Thank you. Thank you, Eric.
what is it?
Yeah, I'm trying to play with the back end
ecstasy.
settings. I
Yeah.
apologize for that. I'm so sorry.
And what's the normal dosage of ecstasy for people?
My
who use
my streams
ecstasy?
prior to this though haven't
Again,
echoed,
I
right?
couldn't tell you the quote unquote normal dose because honestly speaking, no one knows what they're getting when they're using it, right? It's not regulated, so.
But the effects of ecstasy enhance sense of well-being.
At low doses, the answer is yes. I'm going to gather when you're using it at higher doses and develop tolerance, you develop the symptomatic effects,
Okay,
which are
thank
not
you.
so enhanced well-being.
Increased extroversion, that's a symptom.
Again, at lower doses, you are 100% right. At low amounts, you are 100% right. It is an adaptogen. We feel close
Yeah,
to people. That's what people use.
anytime I have an
say.
echo,
Feel
please
close
let
to
me know
people,
right
warm
away.
to People,
Just because I don't, you know,
100%. But
I don't want you to have an unpleasant
continual
experience
use
being here with me, but
at
I do
higher
appreciate you
doses,
being here with me. So
it can
thank
be
you so
fatal.
much.
Right.
So that's not well-being. I don't know if I call that well-being.
So continued use at higher doses, MDMA can be fatal, correct?
Correct.
What if you took 8 to 10 tablets of MDMA?
What if you took eight? Again, you don't know what it's very hard to say. You don't know what it's what's the word I'm looking for? Contaminated with. Okay, you can't just say, hey, let me just take 8 to 10 pure ecstasy and see what happens. That's not gonna happen. So what I would say to you.
Yeah,
again,
anytime I have an
because
echo, please let me know
substances
right
are
away because it's
unpredictable,
sometimes
they
I
are
don't have a
not
sound check
regulated.
person to let me
No
know.
one knows
since
what
I'm
they're
new.
going to. No one absolutely has
But I
any
think yesterday's
idea
stream when we were
whether it's
all
going
in
to
here
cause this
together, I didn't have an
empathic
echo. Oh
adaptogen
crap.
effect at very low doses.
Okay,
Or
here,
is
let
it
me
going
try
to cause
something.
the sympathomimetic, increase,
Damn it.
it's just like a stimulant, like cocaine and something we talked about like that. No one knows what's going to happen. It's not regulated. And no one knows if you're using with other substances either, like other stimulants.
Or if you mix it with alcohol.
Or if you mix it with alcohol. No one knows if it's going to be potentially worse.
Right. But this is a potentially lethal combination.
Is that better?
8 to 10 MDMA
This, okay,
tablets and
this is
alcohol.
this is a potentially toxic combination.
Right.
Can it kill you? Yeah, I mean, it is a potentially toxic combination. That's true.
Ever heard of someone cutting off their own finger on MDMA?
Have I ever heard of it?
Yeah.
No, I can only give you one example.
Hadn't seen that one before. Okay.
I-
So, Seroquel. That one puts you to sleep, right?
If you want to phrase a barbiturate putting you to sleep, then the answer is
Okay, so it's gone now?
yes.
Yeah, you heard Mr. Depp talking about sometimes being on the nod, right?
And again, I think I explained Seroquel very well this morning.
Good. I'm going to ask him a few more questions.
Oh, okay. Okay.
All right. You kept making references to street value. Why were you doing that?
Because that's why people with substance use disorder use quetiapine and Seroquel. That's why people who use quetiapine or Seroquel it sells on the street because it's so barbiturate-like in effect.
Right, but you said that Mr. Depp had a prescription.
There are many substance use disorder patients who have prescriptions for Adderall and quetiapine from their doctor, and that doesn't mean they're not getting high out of it. That doesn't take much. Doctors like to believe what patients have to say. They're not going to go in there being expert witness testimony. All I'm telling you is that in people who have substance use disorder, it is not uncommon. And the thought was initially that because quetiapine was not addicting, that it's safe to give in people with substance use disorders, when in fact, we absolutely know it has street value. Absolutely know that.
How about now? Yeah, he's trying to take control of the conversation. Frick.
When used off-label?
When used off-label, it can be used sleeping agent, yes.
Right. So, Mr. Depp's use of Seroquel could account for some of the photos we saw in this trial, where he's asleep in a chair?
Again, what I would say to you is that if you have a substance use disorder, you are using it to be knocked out. Yes, I agree. But I'm not sure at the end of the day if she'd have vomitus over you either, because I've never seen Seroquel do that. So when he was passed out in the chair, he also had vomitus over him. I've never seen Seroquel do that ever.
Neurotin is another one of the drugs you testified about. That one's also prescribed, right?
Yes, it is.
And what's the prescription for that?
What's it used for? And what's its indication or what's its used
What's its indication?
I mean, its indication is for seizures. It may have one pain indication. Again, I'm not a neurologist, so I can't tell you exactly if it does. But but it's chronically used off label for pain. It's used off label for anxiety.
Right. And what's its effect? That's another one that'll put you to sleep, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, sure, 100%.
Right. And you made reference to a picture. There's been testimony around that picture that Mr. Depp fell asleep with ice cream in his hand. That's not vomitous, right?
I was told it was vomitous.
You talked about the fact that Mr. Depp indicates that from time to time he uses an earpiece.
Probably. I'm afraid to talk now because I don't want to echo. I struggle with my audio, y'all. It makes me emotional because I can't seem to get it right.
I read that, yes.
Okay. Did you read the testimony of Mr. Wyatt, who told you what was being pumped into that earpiece?
Yeah, I mean, if I remember right, I mean, I think it was lines, right?
No, it was music.
It was music, not his lines?
Yeah.
Okay.
So if Mr. Depp was listening to music rather than being fed his lines, does that change your opinion as to his cognitive function?
If he was never fed his lines through the earpiece, which I know he was, but read he was, and that may have been that example. Mr. Wyatt may have said that it was music. I guess the question is, were you having the music during the actual talking of your lines? Is that what you're saying to me?
Well, if you can do two things at once, that's a pretty high cognitive function, isn't it, sir?
It's a very good point, actually. Divided attention is something humans have a lot of trouble with.
Exactly.
So, for instance, we have trouble driving and putting on using our cell phones and direct. So, divided attention,
He
humans
wasn't
actually
there.
are not very good.
He
at.
wasn't there.
I'll put that out there.
But
In general, not just Mr.
Jesus
Depp.
Christ.
But
This is a-
Mr. Depp is pretty good at acting. You acknowledge that early on.
Absolutely. Well, better than me, so I know that.
Because you don't act. In fact, you don't know about acting.
You're right. I have no idea about that.
And you don't know what the use of earpieces are in acting.
Again, I know nothing about acting.
Irrespective of the fact you know nothing about acting, you've testified that Mr. Depp's use of an earpiece is somehow a cognitive deficit.
So if I was giving a lecture and I was fed my lines, I would think there's a
Jeez,
cognitive
what?
deficit. So and maybe I'm wrong. I'd say maybe I
exactly.
could
You're
be wrong. Maybe
speculating,
Hollywood stars
idiot.
get
And they're not
lines fed to
objecting,
them through
so
earpieces all the time, and I don't know. It sounded to me to be unusual if you're doing a movie and you don't know the lines. But like you said, I'm just judging on what I do with lectures, and that would never happen.
If you gave lectures, you wouldn't use an earpiece, but you're not going to tell anybody how to act.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
I said, if you gave lectures, you wouldn't use an earpiece, but you're not telling anybody how to act.
Right, I would not use an earpiece during lectures.
Right.
But I don't know what the standard for standard as Hollywood is for that. I have no idea.
Your use.
hold on one
your
second.
testimony about the
I got to
use of
hear
an
this.
earpiece
I got to hear my echo. I don't
has,
know. I'm going to try to listen to it on my phone.
Maybe you were wrong. You're comfortable with the fact that you may have made a mistake there?
No, because I think in the basis of what I've read about it, I'm comfortable that I don't believe that actors are routinely given their entire script through earpieces. I find that hard to believe.
Yeah,
But-
and
but-
there's not one whit of evidence that this ever happened here.
I guess what I said. I just said I find it hard to believe. I didn't say it. I said I find it hard to believe. That's all I said.
Oh, yeah, but what you found hard to believe, sir, was that every line of the script was pumped through an earpiece. Where did you ever get the idea that occurred?
That's what I read in the court review, the court evidence. That's where I got it from.
Right. And you know whether Marlon Brando used an earpiece?
Isn't he dead?
Yeah.
So the answer is no, he does not use one now.
No, I used the past tense. Sir.
Oh, I'm sorry. I know nothing. I will concede to you, I know nothing about acting. I will concede to you 100%. If that is the standard and people are done that acting, then I apologize and that was wrong on my part. If that's the standard, I'm wrong. I don't know.
Okay, can I stay safe and I don't have an
Okay.
echo now, right? I can just not touch anything.
Let's go with that. No
So I
further
can
questions.
comment.
All right. How long is your return?
A bit, you may want to take.
All right, let's go ahead and break for
Oh,
lunch
God,
then,
thank
ladies and
God.
gentlemen. Again, do not do any outside research. Do
Oh,
not
what a
discuss
mess.
your testimony with anybody, okay?
Oh, gosh. What a mess. What a mess. Hold on. We got to go into Emily D's. Let's just go into Emily D's real quick. We have to. We have to. I have to know what she's saying.
This stream will resume right at 12:45, but we're going to get
Oh, Jesus Christ. Hold on, you guys.
to as many questions as
Just
we
tell us-
can. Oh my God.
Thank you, girl.
So
I just got to hear. I have to hear you guys. I always check her at the end of the break or when the break begins. I always check her. I have to know what's happening legally.
I need to respond to Dr. B on something.
She always waits till they leave the courtroom.
So I have responded to Dr. B. Y'all, this is spicy. So I will send out a link to those that are in LawTube around the interwebs. We're just going to check in on where we're at for that milestone, and then I'm going to
Please.
answer your questions.
I don't care
Y'all,
about your
this
questions. I just wanna
warning
Oh my God.
chaotic. That was chaotic.
LawTube is
That was
blowing up.
absolutely
I would give
chaotic.
anything to grow.
This
that
was not
quickly.
good. This was a big time investment from Team Herd. And remember, what we talked about at the beginning this morning is that Team Herd is 10 hours down from where Team Depp is for their remaining time. With that, so
Just tell me what happened, girls, so I can move
let
on.
me. The hard stop I have is pushed a little bit, so we've got some time. So I'm going to answer as many super chats as we can. But what I said this morning is that they have 10 hours less of time left. The judge has made very clear when your time is up to the minute, you're done. Like, you're done. Like Nicole Byer, you're done. You're done. You're done. And oh, look at that.
Boop. You're out of there.
Thank you all. The lights flash when we change in subs and the binger bings. So thank you. When the time is up, it's up. And the judge said to them, if you are in the middle of a question, I will cut you off. I'm disappointed they never asked about Johnny Depp's ADHD diagnosis. I think it would be relevant here. They might just argue it in closing, but they didn't bring it up with that expert, and I'm kind of surprised. What they did that was more powerful is go to the fact that this expert apparently called Depp an idiot in his deposition.
Okay,
and
cool.
I don't know if Umbridge will try to fix that or will just walk away slowly. I think she should ignore it and walk
I'm
away.
exiting the building.
There's no fixing it. Maybe hope the jury forgets it. I am dying to know what the jury thinks about that. And we will get to that. I need to go and send a link real quick to those that are in the courtroom to make sure that they can pop in. Thank you guys. I'm seeing the sub
This
numbers.
is the only
That
reason why I
was
wanted to check in at lunchtime
I
because
am going to have to process this and then clip things down because it was absolutely wild. It was absolutely wild. It was absolutely wild. So let me send a link
well, I'm
to,
hoping she
I'm going to
can,
send
the
one
only
to
reason why I'm hanging
Joe.
out, you guys, is because I want to see the DUI
And I'm going to
guy.
entice
I'm
them with
hoping
with
she'll-
how many watchers we have.
I just want to see if she's going
to try to pull them into our chat. Is that rude? No, it's the people are here, everyone. So I want to hear what the jury thought
She's
of
got an
that
insane
last
crowd,
testimony.
too.
So,
Her crowd is like 100,000
welcome
watching
to
or something. It's
join.
insane.
Don't share this link.
The only reason why I pop into her though is just to see.
I
where
have to
we
tell
are
DUI guy
legally.
not to share this link because he shared out the StreamYard link last time. So, thank you so much. Having a chronic pain day.
Okay.
Your live is
All right,
is
so I'm
my
gonna-
day. Love. Thank you. I've been there. I've had multiple back surgeries. I completely understand that pain
how
that
do
is
I
just
take
takes
her
you out
off?
of your everyday life. I get it. All right, let's get to some
Okay, hold
other
on.
questions. Is it
Hold on.
possible
No,
for
no,
a
no, no.
judgment to be awarded to each?
Hold
I
on.
don't think so. If yes, would the smaller judgment be offset against the larger?
All right, let me
I
go
don't think that's
back.
possible in this
Hold on
case.
one
I
second.
don't think you can
I'm trying to get out of her
intellectually
thing.
get to they both defamed each other.
One second,
If
one
Amber
second.
Heard defamed Johnny Depp,
Okay. So I don't want to, I don't want to play someone's stream. I think that's not ethical for me to even do that. But I do check in with her just to see what she's thinking legally and where we are. You guys, I am so sorry about my echo. Since I got this mic right here, it's a small little USB mic. I have such a hard time with it. When I first got it, all I did was plug it in. I think our stream yesterday when we all visited, I think I was fine, right? Like did I echo yesterday? Because I was feeling kind of proud that I got it under control, and now I'm feeling not confident about it. So let me know if I sound okay now, so I can talk with you guys openly about what I thought about this madness. And I also wanted to do Twitter highlights so that we can see what the DUI guy said. Twitter was giving me such a hard time. Oh my God. It's just so busy during the court that like, let me see what y'all are saying. Yeah, he just seemed to parrot anything Amber told him. Well, of course, because everybody does. Like, nobody has any facts. Amber's whispering in their ear, and basically they just go off what she says. That's it. Like, that's literally all they do. They don't base their opinion on anything but what Amber says. How she has that much control under people, like, but we did watch Richard Grannon's video, which obviously showed us that how those people operate. So it would kind of fall into why she's kind of got everybody hypnotized, and nobody gives a shit about facts. They all just care about what she says, which blows me away. So, but I wanted to see what DUI guy was saying. And let me know if I'm echoing. Sometimes the echo will go away. What happens is what I've learned, Eric, about echoing. I've seen so many videos on it. I stopped wearing headphones because I thought that was part of it. I know if you have the mic too close to the PC, I think it picks up, it feeds off each other, I believe. So I try to keep the mic back here with me, because it is a USB mic, not an XLR mic. And I've desperately tried. They do have a cancellation button on StreamYard. I don't know if you stream through StreamYard because you said OBS. I thought about using OBS, but I also I was thinking about using Voice Meter. I tried Voice Meter. That was a mess. And then I tried to use Audacity, thinking I needed it. My son said, no, Mom, you don't need it. So I was feeling really proud when we had our live stream yesterday, and nobody said anything about like an echo. So I think it's mostly happening when obviously we play the sound, And so now I don't know what to do in terms of having headphones on, because when I connected the Bluetooth headphones, you said now we can't hear anything at all. So please forgive me, you guys. Like I said, I'm a brand new streamer. Please stay with me. Please stay with me. I'm trying my best to learn it. It's very difficult. I'm not really audio. I feel like I had a black mark there. I'm not audio savvy, but I'm trying really, really hard because I feel like I pick up things fairly quickly, and I usually don't have a trouble. So our stream was good yesterday, and I haven't touched anything. The only thing I did last night was I did add my Bluetooth earphones to edit the audio videos that I have to drop on the channel of them. Heard and Depp and their fucking nonsense, on the audios, because I want those to be available on my channel. But the only thing I can think of is that the mic itself is too close to the PC, and they're bouncing off of each other. That's the only thing I can think of. So my deepest apologies, you guys. I am not trying to make your stay and hang out with me unpleasant, because I really appreciate you guys being here. And I don't want to get off track because I do want to talk about this idiot. But at the same time, I just wanted to deeply apologize for any discomfort that your ears are having to deal with. I usually do a sound check. I mean, when I start court, it's really, really early here in California, and everyone in my household is asleep. So it's to try to get a sound check. The only thing I can do is maybe play it on the TVs or play it on my phone to make sure that I don't have a sound check. But I will make an effort the rest of the week to be in the chat early at 5:30, because I was supposed to show up this morning at 5:30, and I didn't. I got in maybe 2 minutes before 6. and no one was here. So it was not easy for me to sound check. And the only way that I can think of to sound check, like I said, is on my phone, maybe putting the microphone on mute and then just sound checking on my phone. So, but yeah, I mean, this guy was argumentative. He wasn't making any sense. He didn't answer a direct question. That's the thing I really wish they'd take a lesson of Camille, because Camille does not put up with that shit. She's alert. She pulls back and says, she'll direct her attention on the witness, What's this? Whoa. Why do we have live? What is coming? Wait, whoa. What's happening? They always cut to this morning. Hold on, let me put the... They always cut to this morning when they filmed them arriving to the... I'll show you. This is what they cut to. In the middle of lunch break, they cut to this. That's why the sound throws me off. Because we'll be in break and the sound will come on Sky. And then it'll mess with me. Anyway, that's why I like Camille's style, because she don't fuck around, man. She just pulls it back, like Miss Heard. That's just like with the orthopedic surgeon. She's on it, man. She like does that when she's crossing. She just completely pulls it back and says, "That wasn't my question. Sir, that wasn't my question. Yes or no? I like that about her a lot. And then also, what else does she do and when she sits down, she's alert. She's like literally just sitting there listening. Like, am I going to object? You know what I mean? She stands there with her finger on the mic, and she's ready. So, did I lose y'all? Let me know if I have an echo, y'all. He compared how you speak, lines in movies and opposed to talking in court. Thank you so much. Yeah, I think right now, Eric, there's no echo because we don't have the sound on. So the only way that I can get control of the sound, is when like there's right now I have the shared screen, because I use StreamYard. I don't know, when you're streaming, you said you use OBS. StreamYard, I like it because it's you can stream on Facebook and on YouTube and on Twitter. So I like that, but sometimes with an echo, it's hard, because the back end, I wish I could show you the back end. Let me see if I can show you. I'll show you right now. Let me see if I can add this. I'll show you right now what I'm looking at, Eric, since you stream yourself. I think I have to stop this screen. Hold on, I'm gonna show you right now. Share screen. Okay. So I'm gonna I hope I don't have an Inception situation. Hold on. I'll share screen 3. So this is what I see, Eric, if you're here. Okay, so do you see me here? Here, I'll put myself on the side. So I can go in settings right here. I can go into settings, right? And I have a camera option, where I can get 720, which is what I check in the morning, just so you can see. And then I have the audio here, and I have my default stuff, and I can test my speakers, which it kind of plays a little song. And then there's a box here that says echo cancellation and stereo audio. And then it'll say that the echo cancellation must be off in order to use the stereo audio. But the echo cancellation, it just says, do not turn this off unless you have a high quality microphone and are wearing headphones. And then it says this setting enables audio processing features like echo cancellation, noise suppression, and auto gain or whatever for podcasts. So when I turned it on, you said that you heard an echo. And then when I turn it off, you tell me that you don't hear an echo. So, you know what I mean? So that's where I'm getting lost. So let me stop sharing that one. But anyway, that's what I see in the morning. And so when I start, that's why tomorrow I know you said you were late for the stream this morning, but Ace, if you can show up at 5:30 tomorrow, or 8:30 your time, and just help me proof, that would be wonderful. You guys as new viewers, thank you so much. Like, I'm serious. I'm full of gratitude that you're even here. I really am. Because as a new streamer, it is really, really hard to get exposure. It's really, really hard for anybody to show up. And I have a lot of subscribers that have chosen to stick with me as I transition, so that was cool. Okay, so let me go ahead. I want to get back to Twitter, and let's see what's going on with that. So I wanted to see what DUI guy said. Yeah, Dennison wasted. Oh, Dennison, that's his name. I'm glad you said that, because I never know his name. Like, I know who he is, but I never know his name. But I feel the same way. And also, I feel like they didn't object enough in direct. I feel like they should have directed. I mean, they should have objected a lot more in direct. But I know that I learned from LawTube that you can ask leading questions in direct, they said. So that's something that I find, interesting, that that they're allowed to. But man, I'll tell you right now, Camille, she is on it. She is on it. That girl's a boss. I mean, she is on it, man. She's got her hand on that mic. She's ready. When she's up there on cross, she takes control. I love it. She doesn't let the witness control her. I love that. You know what I mean? And I feel like this Dennison guy, he's a little bit like, I feel like he's a seasoned lawyer, of course. I think he's the partner, or he's an owner of the firm or something. But at least that's what they said, I think on LawTube. But also they said that his style, though, he's kind of older, right? He's kind of an older generation lawyer. So I feel like maybe it's his style or something that's a little bit not as aggressive. And she's kind of younger, and, I don't know if that's true or not. But to me, she's very alert, So they said she's kind of like, on LawTube, especially Legal Bites, they talked about how, like, she's sharp, like as a young attorney, a young aspiring attorney. To stop echo. All I can do is relay to you what I hear. And when I used OBS but wasn't good at it, it actually frustrated me. Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah, I agree too, Ace. I agree that it is hard to object. I agree, but I mean, that guy was really argumentative. He didn't like, I feel like this guy did. I don't know how LawTube feels right now, because we haven't had a chance to catch up with them, but I know that could not be good. I know that witness could not have been Amber Heard's side. That was a mess. He was argumentative. He did not want to answer the questions. He didn't want to narrow it down. I mean, it was just unbelievable. And as far as it came from, and saying something about MPD when he was talking, I was just kind of confirming, because I thought somewhere in the conversation of him answering questions, he said that MPD wasn't a diagnosis, and it is. Like, that's why I was like, can someone look it up? You know what I mean? Because I'm like, wait a minute. Yes, it is. So, but then they started referring back to narcissistic characteristics or something. So, yeah, Chew is good too. Yeah, I agree. Chew has the same kind of style, I feel like, in terms of control, because you've heard him in depositions. He's very alert and aware, and I feel like he keeps everybody on track, and he intercepts when he needs to. But this guy right here is just slow. He also kind of flusters. He gets flustered, sort of. I kind of like Elaine in a sense. I feel like he's better than Elaine, but also he's just not. I feel like he could be a little bit more, assertive, I feel like his demeanor could just be a little bit more assertive, because he hesitates, and he doesn't really get to, like, you don't hear that strong kind of controlling tone to take lead. You know what I mean? Like that's how I feel about it. Yeah. Okay. Gotcha. I understand now. Yeah. What's first chair? Can you so since I mean because I watch LawTube to to learn a lot of this stuff, but what is the difference? Like what is first chair, second chair? Like what is that? Is first chair? What does that mean? Let me see what Umbrella Guy's saying while I wait for you to answer that. Oh my God. Okay, gotcha. So did you guys see this? Look at it's already happening. Look. It's already happening. Here, I'll put myself on the side so you guys can see this big what's going on Twitter. Did you see him hesitate like that? Do you remember when he hesitated like it was almost like he was angry. When he asked him a question and he like see? Did you see him? He was really upset. I just find that hilarious. That guy was like, what a mess. Oh my God. Today was just a mess. They know it was a mess. I don't think it can be fixed. I don't know if it can be, but so it's break time. I don't know, y'all. Today was a mess. Let's go ahead and check and see what they're saying about justice for Marlon Brando. Let me see. Christina was saying, oh my God, look at look at that. That's hilarious. That is funny. Two hours and 20 minutes is all they have left. Let me see what this guy's saying because he's supposed to appear on Emily's stream. After Dr. Moore admitted that he did not review Dr. Kipper's deposition on performing the emergency surgery on Johnny, the entire jury stops looking at him, fixated on notes or Camille. Uh-oh, losing the jury. Oh, minutes. Okay, gotcha. Has it already been an hour? Wow. Yeah, I agree. Let me make sure. This is lunch break, right? We have an hour. Don't we have an hour for lunch break? It's not like a break, it's lunch break, right? Oh, you guys, have you had a chance to eat something and stuff? I need to go get more coffee. My regimen is I end up having this big giant cup and I drink half of it and then it gets cold and then I end up having to go and heat it up again. There is a time on Law and Crime. Okay. I know Sky does like live stuff. Like Sky usually just they usually just have the lady, what's that called? Like this, this lady on here but I have to keep refreshing because the live stream doesn't refresh itself. I watch it on Sky News. That's because I feel like, well, okay, here's the thing too. I wanted to tell you guys yesterday. Well, my stream was going well yesterday when we were all hanging out, and then I got dinged for the Amber Heard clip I showed. I got a copyright for that. So I had to dispute it as a review or I had to dispute it as a reaction or commentary. So we'll see if they pass it, but I can't do any more movie clips because you can't get monetized if you have copyright claims on your channel. And the reason why I don't stream through like Court TV or Law and Crime or anything like that is because no, I'm not a strike. I got a claim. I got a copyright claim from the movie clip. I disputed it because now they have like a way for us to dispute things. So, but as far as like, and that's why I don't stream the trial through Law and Crime or Court TV or any major media outlet. I try to, go around that, and Sky is who I've decided to stick with. Also, Sky News also has pretty good audio as well. It's pretty clear. So, okay, so 42 seconds ago, when the whole question of does it look like a handle came up about the broken bottle, Johnny turns around in his chair to counsel behind him and appears with a concerned look on his face. Camille appears to reassure him and taps him on the hand before he turns back around. Huh. I don't know what that meant. Because the DUI guy is in the courtroom, so I'm trying to keep up with his posts on Twitter. So let's see what else is going on Twitter right now. The way they look at each other while AH witnesses being completely rude. Yeah, they're really team. Oh my God, look at this, because she wore the tie. Look what they're doing to her. She looks like the Colonel. Oh man, Amber, you just keep stepping in it deeper and deeper and deeper. Terrible. Deb's team coming in for a finish. Amber's team can't make a squeak. Let's see what else. Let's see. Not even Crunk is smarter than Team Turd, and they're experts. Team Crunk, isn't that crazy? Look at Team Turd. They call him Team Turd now. By all accounts, does it make sense? I love Crunk. He's my favorite. Oh my God, this is insane, you guys. What's this right here? What's this? Oh my gosh. Oh, that's in Spanish. I don't know. Let's see what else is going on. And Kate, oh my God. Kate, look at Deb's rebuttal witnesses continued. Oh shoot, what's going on here? Let's see what's up. Let's see what's up, y'all. Let's see what's up. Deb's rebuttal witnesses continue. Kate Moss, Deb's ex-girlfriend, Brian Neumeister, metadata expert. What? Morgan Tremaine, Linda Flip, flight attendant, Dr. Shannon Curry. Yes, Dr. Curry's coming back, y'all. Dr. Curry's coming back, y'all. Woo, woo, woo. So she's coming back, and then Deb. They're recalling Deb. Yay. Yay, yay, yay. So these are our witnesses for our rebuttal time, which is pretty cool. I love Twitter. Gots to love y'all for giving us the updates. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Let me retweet this so my followers can know. This is awesome. So that's being shared on Twitter. Moss is the big, let's see. Obviously, Moss is the big name here. But the fact he has got impartial witnesses from 2 of the alleged incidents, plus his own hand surgeon and a forensics expert who will cast doubt on the authenticity of Heard's evidence, is a pretty strong finish. So there's that, right? So did my retweet go through? I'm glad she's coming. I'm glad she's coming in for him. That's awesome. Let's see what else is going on here. So now we know the list of the rebuttal witnesses. No, this is confirmed. That was a news outlet. Christina Pikel's also retweeted it. So this is a confirmed list. Kate Moss, Brian Neumeister, Morgan Tremaine, Linda Phillip, Dr. Shannon Curry, and then Johnny Depp. So I'm super excited to see Curry's taking the stand again. I'm excited. I'm really excited about that. Let's see. James just tweeted, so let's see what James said. He's in the courtroom also. How the jury's looking right now. Let me see. Let me show. He just shared oh no, that's not James. Hold on. James did a tweet though just a second ago. I love that GIF by Let's see. So Depp has another witness from Hicksville to say he didn't threaten to break a woman's wrist. The flight attendant, I assume Amber claimed he assaulted, and Kate Moss. When the jury hears that Amber sat there and made up allegations of violence against 3 other women, game over. Yes. So, what'd she say? And we already have Rocky and her acting coach saying he never grabbed that woman. Bye-bye, bitch. All right, so I love Twitter, you guys.
I'll keep trying.
Alexa, stop.
I'm having trouble connecting. I'll keep trying.
She just always wants to be in the she just always wants to be in the conversation. I do not understand her. All right, so at the end, and end is not that new beginning, Mr. Depp. You will not look too far back. Only before is the future. You are strong, and you have. Oh, that's just a supporter. I'm trying to look for, I'm trying to look for posts, from people that are kind of in the courtroom, outside of the courtroom. You cannot conclude a person's mental state based on one sitting. Well, yeah, I know that even by experience. I was trying to see. Oh, what? What's this? What's this? We got to hear it. What is this right here? Is this live? Oh, this happened this morning. The woman later told our PA that she was joking. Wait, let's hear what she has to say. Another ass clown, probably.
Because Judge Karate walks out of the courtroom. All of a sudden, this woman, and she's walking behind me. She's actually down there, right behind this green box of sorts. She stands up in the back of the courtroom with her baby, and she says, "Johnny, I love you. Our souls are connected." And he kind of turned and waved, as he does sometimes. And everybody waved, and you saw one of the deputies come toward her, and she held up the baby, and she said, "This baby is yours." And everybody was like, "Oh, whoa, okay." And the deputy's like, "You're out of here." So the deputy got her out of the courtroom. She was removed. She's like, "Yeah, okay." And they clipped off her wristband. But obviously, even if the judge is not on the bench, you can't be doing things like that. And yelling out that your souls are connected and that you love somebody. And then other people started chiming in as well. So it was pretty wild. So not testimony, but that is something you didn't see on the live feed. You might have heard a little snippet of it. I doubt it, but it's something I saw because I was literally standing right across the aisle from this woman. And I just couldn't get out of my bench, to get out of the courtroom because it's pretty packed in there today. But it was a moment.
That's why. Okay, that's why Adam kept saying "baby lady." that's why Adam kept saying "baby lady." I wanted to see him on. We can check in. Let's see I don't know how much time we have left, but we can check into Emily's stream and see if he's in there. Let's see. Let me see if I can open Emily's stream one more time. It's good to check in on her stream because she's got people at the courthouse. So let me see if we can do this. Let me see. I was trying not to go out of this. I don't want to go out of the stream because I want to just put her up as a different tab. I'm not echoing y'all, right? I'm safe with the sound and such. I hope you guys are. I hope we're good. Let me see if I can open this stream real fast and see if we can catch anybody in the courtroom. Hold on one second. Where's her stream at? It's right here. Hold on. I got to do this very, very quickly and very carefully. All right, let's see if we can open and see if Emily's got Adam in the chat, in the stream. When I try to do too much at one time, it kind of will lag on me. See, we kind of get a little bit of spinning. Thank you, Eric. I appreciate it very, very much. Thank you guys so much. I'm so happy you're here. Then I don't have to talk to myself all day. Oh, James was on Legal Bites, hey? And said the jury was not happy with the ass clown. Good. Spent more time watching Camille. Good. Camille, girl, I don't mean to call you guys girl, but her arms were crossed. And she was like, okay, I am not having this nonsense happening in front of me right now. Because you know she's dying to get behind that podium and just shut that shit down. And I'm sure she probably doesn't have any say. The cross, how whoever's leading the cross. You know who else I didn't care for too much, and I would love to hear your guys' opinion, is the blonde girl. The blonde girl that crossed Whitney. I didn't like her too much. I mean, not to say she's not a good attorney. Okay, here we go.
Case, Johnny Depp v. Amber Heard also v. Johnny Depp, because there's a counterclaim. There was just two things I wanted to say this morning. One, are we going to see Johnny Depp on the stand again? Amber Heard,
Isn't she live?
maybe.
Wait a minute. Why are we starting from the beginning? She should be... Isn't she live? Oh, that's right. You know what? That's right. She breaks... I forgot. There's something about, you know, because she's a big YouTuber. She stops her stream.
Nope. Can't hear Joe at all.
In the middle.
All right. I will catch up with you on Twitter, Joe. I cannot hear you at all. And we were just about to end the stream. So all of you, I will see you later. I am sorry we couldn't get Joe on. We will try to get him on after court today. Stay tuned. Thank you for being here. Thank you.
She breaks her live streams into two. She doesn't do straight. Streams. So we'll just keep looking at, let's look up good logic, because I'm following Joe. So let me see what I don't do Twitter really fast before we come back from lunch. I won't go and get more water. I didn't even get myself water this morning. I need to get water, and I need to get some more coffee when court starts again. I won't leave you guys right now, but I started having trouble with, I don't know what it is. Like I just feel like Twitter is so flooded. Like they just have such high activity that I feel like it just overwhelms Microsoft Edge, and I have such a hard time with it. It's like it's really frustrating because I have Chrome on the right side of one monitor and Microsoft Edge on the other. And Edge is usually the one that doesn't let me down when it comes to streaming. So that's something that I'm grateful for. But see how it starts to lag? It starts to lag on me. So I'm going to put this on me for a second. Oh, okay. Let me see. I don't know why I'm having such trouble. Oh my goodness. It's so frustrating sometimes. I think what I'll do is, we're at break. Yeah. Let me open it up and see if that works better. Let me see. Hold on. Let me put this. How do I do this? Let me see. I do have Firefox up, but I don't. Let me see. Let me try to, because I have such a hard time. I have such a hard time with this. Y'all, you have no idea. Microsoft hasn't been my go-to since. Well, I mean, Microsoft Edge has really improved. You know, I used to live stream in my previous community all the time. Not live stream, but well, yeah, I did live stream. But I always had better luck with Microsoft Edge than I did with Chrome. Chrome seems to you see what's happening, but also my machine build myself a new computer since I'm now going to start to stream. I have the boys in my family keep saying, Mom, you need to build your own computer. So I will do that. I will start using a desktop soon, as soon as I can get one that's affordable, because you gotta pocket everything. But here, if you guys want to support me, I did make a contribute. But for now, I think I'm just gonna kind of stay with this over here so I can log in. PayPal, because I think it's simple. I did make a Patreon though. Like Patreon, I have to watch videos on it, but we'll see. We'll see how that like pans out. What I'm gonna, if you can just give me a second. So if you need to go get something to drink, something like that, I'm gonna try to transition right now before we come back to break, and see if maybe like Eric says that maybe Firefox will be stronger. So give me a second. Just give me 1 second to transition here just for a second. I gotta log in to my, I have to log into my account on Firefox and see if I can get it all up and running really quick. I'm familiar with all the browsers. I don't use Firefox. Why is it saying it's not recognizing my account? What? It's not recognizing my account. Why? What? Firefox. I don't know, I guess. Okay. Import settings. I don't even know what this means. I don't know. Okay. Hold on one second. I'm trying. Okay. It's saying that I can import some. I don't know, y'all. I don't know. It's really hard. I think what I'll try to do is maybe stick with what I've got for now, because Firefox is not wanting to. It's not recognizing my Google. I don't even understand that. Why that's happening. Yeah, I'll have to mess with Firefox, you guys. Yeah. I'll have to mix with Firefox another time, y'all. I don't want to waste time doing technical stuff. I don't. So let me just close Firefox altogether. We're just gonna try to continue to stay. When you say, but there is something you just don't trust about Microsoft, okay. James says, judge is angry, juror smiling at Camille and frowns at witness. That's typical. I'm trying to tell you right now, you got to be talented to be a streamer, huh? You have to have like some lightning fast stuff for people to stay and be patient. Y'all are patient. Thank you so much. Because I know even for me, when I watch people, I'm like, oh man, if I can't see you and I can't hear you, forget it. I'm out. But for some reason, I'm really learning about connections and stuff. Look at this. It's ridiculous. But this is okay though. I feel like my YouTube seems to be okay. It's Twitter. Twitter's been like breaking down all day. Twitter's been acting crazy. So I got a little bit of what do you call those? I got a little bit of what is that called when you don't sleep? I got a little bit of bags under my eyes today. I'm tired, man. I'm tired. Whoa. I don't know why this is not working for me. It's just so frustrating. Ugh. Microsoft Edge is just letting me down. It's letting me down. What? Dave Chappelle's attacker speaks out. Let's see. Let's see if we can get this going here. Twitter. I'm trying to get Twitter to work. Also, I need to learn how to like multitask my screens, you know? Like, I wish I could. I wish my computer was lightning fast. Are we back? Sometimes it'll boot. Jury's jury eyebrows raised when he went off on how he doesn't know acting but knows Depp uses earpiece and uses it for the script. Jury laughed when he said, based on opinion on watching Pirates. Oh my God. That's too much for me. Oh my goodness. He's an ass clown. We already know that. He's seriously an ass clown. Like, he doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. Here, I'm going to try to get a hold of this, you guys. I'm not going to torture you guys with this nonsense that I'm dealing with over here. I will try Firefox, though, tomorrow. I'm going to see if it'll work. But if it's not acknowledging my Google, that's not going to do me any good either, right? So we seem to have pretty good stream. What do you guys think about the stream quality? You guys doing okay with the stream itself? Are you able to hear everything? Is it flowing well? I've tried really hard to make sure that the quality. I'm tempted to buy I'm tempted to buy the big plan, but it's like to purchase the pro plan on StreamYard, it's like $50 a month. So times that by 12, coming out of your own pocket. So right now I'm kind of, I don't know, I'm kind of on the fence. Based on watching a Hollywood movie, based on what the tears told him, based on everything except for direct knowledge. Yeah, really. Really, really, really. Okay, so here we go. So I got Twitter back up, thank God. So let me bring this back up next to me. I got Twitter back up. So Christina retweeted the DIY. I'm not going to lie, you guys, but jurors 3 and 6 are damn near impossible to read. Number 3's eyes appear to be glazed over during both experts' testimony, and number 6 is just listening with zero emotion or reaction. It's killing me. So I guess, that's a thing. That's the reason why nobody can really report on the jury and what they're thinking. Like, no one knows, No one knows. Like, we have to kind of just go by. I know, the baby lady. Well, at first when I heard him talking about the baby lady, I was like, what's he talking about? But yeah, we just saw that report. We just looked at that right now. Let's see. Good logic. Is he in the courtroom? Because I don't see him. Is Joe in the courtroom? Ace, is Joe in the courtroom? Because I didn't see him. I didn't see him panned on the audience. Did you? I didn't see Runkle either. Did you see Runkle in the courtroom? Unless they're kind of out of the frame. That's the only, I haven't seen Rob in the courtroom either. I know Rob's trying to make it in for closing arguments, but I'm really curious. I haven't seen Runkle, and I didn't see James either. James either. I mean, I'm seeing Sweets obviously, but Rottenborn. That's kind of funny. But that umbrella guy, Amber Heard bingo card for the next round. Look at that's so. Do you guys follow that umbrella guy? Make sure you follow that umbrella guy. He's hilarious. I absolutely love it. I love this. I got to retweet this. This is funny. Oh my God, they make this whole thing so funny, so fun, right? I haven't been active on Twitter today. I'm kind of slow. When Camille gets Dr. Moore to admit that he did not do any reconstruction of the scene that injured Johnny's finger, Juror 8 appears intrigued, and Juror 9 sits like a statue with his eyes darting from the witness to Camille. Like, it's like they're all basing everything on their Camille. Yeah, no, we do. When you might have popped out, Ace, but Eric and I watched the news report on the baby lady. So yeah, she was in the line. Yeah, she was in the line last night with the baby. Everyone wanted her to be arrested. Yeah, giving baby vodka. Oh my God. Wow. That's a lot. Jesus Lord. Why would anybody do that? They need to take that baby away from her. Oh boy, Johnny got hell of a lineup for the rebuttal. Yeah, no, we retweeted the rebuttal. So the rebuttal list, Ace, was actually confirmed. The rebuttal witness was confirmed. Witness list was confirmed. So that is the witnesses are bringing up. Remember when Amber Heard willfully went to court every day during the UK trial, where she was only a witness and didn't actually have to be there for anything but her testimony? And when she did a whole press conference outside while court was, she did a whole press conference outside while court was in session. Can you believe that? Yes, we can. Oh my God, I can't believe this rebuttal witness list stacked. Oh my God, it's happening. You guys need to stay tuned today. Don't leave. Don't leave. We're in for it. We're going to have a busy week. I told you guys, put your seatbelts on, gear up for this coming week. We got a busy week, y'all. We got a busy week, and the clock is a ticking. Oh my God. Let's see. So 4.5 million. We're almost at 4.5 million for the petition. Did you guys sign the petition to remove Amber Heard from Aquaman 2? So what's this?
Supposedly separate photos stacked. I also wanted to raise the saturation just to see. It's impossible these photos are different.
Well, that's good to know. But we already know those are photos. We already know that the photos are Photoshop. It's so easy to I expected to be over 5 million by now. Yeah, me too. Actually, me too. So she's back. Let me see. She's back. Let me see if I can open up. Can I open up her stream without... I don't know if I can open up her stream without... Let me see. Is court back in session, y'all? I don't think it is yet, right? I don't think it is yet. I'm sure Candy's probably wondering what's going on today. Emily just started her stream. I'm trying to see if she can. I know she was trying to bring Joe in. I was hoping she'd bring Joe in before it started. Let me see if I can pull that. I got to get back in YouTube. Let me see if I can get back in YouTube real quick. It wasn't letting me pull it wasn't letting me pull like just the, open up a separate tab. I'm trying. Okay, 1 minute. Okay, hold on. Let me refresh. 1 second. Well, I'm not going to run Emily's stream while this is going. We always check into Emily's stream, though, usually, just so she can tell us. She usually spends the last couple days. Amber said the train photo was photoshopped. One of the guys in the photo heard that and pasted his photos showing Depp with the bruise. Oh, my God. That's funny. Countdown to Law and Crime. Got our sound on. I don't know when. Isn't it weird how fast the break goes? Don't you guys think so? I got to get my shit together and have this whole docket full of the break time stuff. It goes so fast. Sometimes though, I feel like maybe I should just, go quiet and maybe play some music so I can get some food. I don't know how Legal Bites is doing it, man. Every day, 10 hours, 12 hours. It's insane. Some of these streamers, I'm trying to take lessons on these streamers. they're like working, but they're getting paid. Okay? They're getting paid. At every turn, his psycho is proved a liar. Clown. Ask clown. Can we say that all together, please? Can that be our mantra from now on? I didn't, you know what I didn't do as a banner also? And you know what I didn't even do to this live is I didn't even tag it. You know I'm tired when I don't even tag my streams. The jury appears somber and not impressed with Spiegel's testimony after the morning break. Number 1 struggles to stay awake. Number 2 is reading his previous notes. And number 8 is writing adamantly. All right, so I'm going to keep retweeting this so everybody knows what's going on. Did you guys follow me on Twitter so I can follow you back? Hold on one second. I'm trying to show this one. Okay. I need to tag my streams. Thank you. Oh, what? Joe's on Legal Bites right now? Dang. All right, hold on. Jury number 5 and 7 are closing their eyes. Oh gosh. Okay, wait. Let me see if I can pull up Legal Bites. Hold on one second. I'm getting there. I'm getting there. I have it's hard for my computer to wait open at one time. That's why you need a new computer. You need like a ace in the hole computer. Oh man. Okay. I'll keep this other tab up just in case. I know he's supposed to appear on Emily D though. You think he's on Emily D? Let's see. Let's see if he's on Emily D's live stream. I was thinking he might have popped out to pop into hers. You said 1 minute to court. Are we back in court yet? Okay. Okay, I can't. I'm going to try to get this to work. I don't know why. That's why I usually try not to get out of here until like, I usually try to, you know, stay. Well, at least Twitter's not letting me down. What we need, you guys, is we need a layout of the jury box. I need to go back in tonight since I didn't have it prepared, but I meant to go back into the live stream from Thursday when they showed the blueprint of the jury box where like everyone's sitting, so we can pull that up and we can, you know what they're saying. Like, so when Adam is talking about the jury numbers, we know exactly where they're sitting. So I will do that for tomorrow. We'll have that for tomorrow. So for sure, I won't forget to do that. I usually try to do everything right after this ends, and then I start to prepare for tomorrow and all that stuff. But because I'm trying to get my feet on the ground with this whole thing, I need to like get a promotional thing going on and, you know, get my stuff out on Facebook and get my stuff on IG and TikTok. Adam is the DUI guy. Adam is the DUI guy on Twitter. The one that's reporting, the DUI guy plus. So that's why I keep calling him Adam. That's this guy. I'll show you. This guy right here. See this guy right here? Hold on one second. He's down here. He's the one reporting. He's in the courtroom right in the front row. Like, I know you follow James. This is James, right? Ace that you're talking about. Oh, what? Is he Larry? I thought he was Adam. Why do you listen to me? Maybe I'm wrong. I thought he was Adam. I don't know. Okay, sorry. I guess I better get my shit together, huh? Let me see. Does he say his name? Let me see if his name is on his Twitter. Oh, okay. Okay, let me see. Is that his name? He doesn't even have his name on here. He doesn't have his name on here. I wonder why. Spiegel is like an older, angrier, grayer male AH. The jury appears somber and not okay. We already read that. Okay. So, and I have the notifications on. Maybe his name is Larry. Maybe I'm wrong. Let's see. Well, I'm sure I probably am. If you're correcting me, I'm probably wrong because I'm never right about anything. I guess if I'm going to be a streamer, I should have facts, right? Get your shit together, Elaine. That's. Oh my gosh. Okay. Emily D, which is she running a poll? What was the context in your deposition where you called Mr. Depp in an idiot? A, I didn't call him an idiot. So the question, so the words I would call him an idiot is not you calling him an idiot? This went off the rails fast. That's funny. What else is going on Twitter? What's this? Oh no. What's this right? GI guy name is Larry Foreman. Okay, thank you, Ace. I will definitely always refer to him now as Larry, so thank you. You need to tell me, Elaine, you need to get your shit together. I'll know you're referring to me. Although I wouldn't get flustered. I feel like if I was an attorney and I was doing cross, I would so be a Camille. Like if I'm one of those people like, and it's weird too, because this whole streaming thing was off the cuff and I feel like I'm normally more prepared. Like when there's so much going on at one time. That's why everyone that I've talked to that does YouTube has said, girl, you need to sit down and you need to have a doc. Just keep supporting me, and tell people if they want to have a laugh to come around my way. I'll be there around the way, girl. All right, are we back in court? Let's see, because my thing does not update. Y'all, I'm hungry. Are you hungry? Yeah, I believe it. Mainstream media, I believe I'm for you on that. That's why I don't stream through Court TV or Law and Crime. I don't use that. But also people that are using it, that are streaming it, they're getting them in trouble. So it's like they're claiming people on that, where you get a copyright claim if you use certain outlets. This one I've been pretty successful with though. Are they back in court, you guys? Because did Sky do something fishy? Did Sky start a new stream? It says it's live. Are we back in court, you guys? No. I don't think they started a new stream. Okay, 5 minutes. It's just my stream, like I said, it doesn't automatically update. So usually, what else is going on Twitter? Let's see. Since we're halfway through it, I probably should do some promoting, on Facebook. The only reason I'm on Law and Crime is because they don't have anyone talking over the trial. No, the trial isn't back yet, and Law and Crime Network, but I'll look at the other streams. Okay, yeah, I tried, when I first... Uh-oh, we're back. All right, we're back. I'm going to mute myself, you guys. We're back. BRB. Gonna go get some water and such.
All right, maybe seated. Your next question, or redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Spiegel, You were asked about whether you were able to examine Mr. Depp. Do you recall those questions back and forth?
Yes,
And so if I understand your testimony, you asked twice for Mr. Depp to be interviewed by you, correct?
yes.
Objection leading.
And
Overruled.
And then in addition to that, Ms. Heard requested twice of the court for Mr. Depp to be submitting to an examination of you, correct?
Yes,
And those were denied, correct?
yes,
And now Mr. Depp is contending that it's unethical for you to provide an opinion in this case because you didn't get an opportunity to interview him. Do you think that makes sense?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection.
All right. Is that your understanding?
that is my understanding of it. yes.
Okay. Now, when counsel for Mr. Depp was reading to you the Goldwater rule, there were two words that he kind of went over pretty quickly, and I'm going to go over them again with you a little bit slower. And that was that the Goldwater rule was that you cannot make an armchair diagnosis, right?
Objection.
Based on, quote,
Okay.
publicly available records. Do you recall that?
Yes,
Okay, now, the records that you reviewed in this case were private, were they not?
yes,
And in fact, Dr. Blaustein's records were marked confidential, correct?
yes,
And his deposition was marked confidential,
yes,
okay? And Dr. Kipper's records were all marked confidential?
yes.
Objection leading.
And
I'll sustain.
okay, what if any labeling was there on Dr. Kipper's deposition?
All the documents I reviewed were confidential, and I also signed a confidentiality agreement, so everything I looked at was confidential.
Okay, so that in fact does not even comport, that doesn't meet the restrictions that we put.
Objection leading.
I mean, so would it be fair to say that you have not, or have you rendered any opinions in this case as an expert witness based on publicly available records?
I have not rendered any opinion based on any publicly available records.
Thank you. Now, you were asked a number of questions about narcissistic traits and your diagnosis or findings that Mr. Depp exhibited narcissistic traits or had that disorder. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes,
All right, and the question was asked of you of the whether if you have 5 of 9 narcissistic traits. Do you remember that testimony?
yes,
Okay. Now, one of the ones you testified before was for narcissism, it requires admiration, correct?
yes.
What, if any, record evidence was there that Mr. Depp requires admiration?
The very people that surround him need to admire him, or they're no longer in his employment or his working circle.
Okay. The second one that you discussed was sense of entitlement. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
All right. What record evidence is there that Mr. Depp exhibits behavior of needing a sense of entitlement?
So thinking that Ms. Heard was marrying him solely for his money and his influence, and that was the case, was, in my opinion, very entitled.
All right. And the third one you discussed was exploitative. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And what is the record evidence that Mr. Depp exhibits behaviors that are exploitative?
Again, I think the whole concept of abuse is exploitative.
Okay. The fourth one was lacks empathy. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And what is the record evidence that Mr. Depp exhibits lacking empathy?
To be able to commit intimate partner violence and the control you have over someone.
Can I be heard?
I'm just going to ask you to give the record evidence of Mr. Depp's lacking empathy that you know of.
Yes. Am I allowed to elaborate?
Yes, just
Okay.
just a little different than what you said before.
Okay. So if
One does, so I'll make it more direct. So if you're not agreeing with what Mr. Depp has to say, you are no longer useful. Okay, therefore, you don't really care about others for others. You care about others for your benefit. So often on dismissing Dr. Kipper, for Dr. Kipper setting some boundaries on substance use protocol, substance detox, is an example of lacking empathy and not really caring what other people have to say.
All right. Another one of the characteristics that you cited was envious. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
What is the record evidence that Mr. Depp exhibits envy?
I think jealousy is a good start for that. I think that Ms. Heard wanting to have a career, start with that beyond what she has, and the jealousy parts of with Mr. Franco and I think others comment this week. Last week Ms. Burston commented about things about jealousy. So I think it's pretty apparent.
Okay. And the next one you listed was fragile self-esteem. Do you recall that?
Yeah.
And what is the record evidence of Mr. Depp exhibiting that?
So fragile self-esteem would be more along the line of a cluster B trait. I should put that in. It's not necessarily the criteria for narcissism, so it's a trait. And basically what that means will be that the combination of poor self-control and rapid mood states is fragile self-esteem, fragile personality, so traits. So it go into the line of cluster B rather than per se narcissistic.
All right. Now, we've seen Mr. Depp during this trial doodling and eating candy. What, if any, evidence would that suggest that he has narcissistic traits?
Objection, Your Honor. No foundation.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Now, you were asked about the cluster B, and counsel for Mr. Depp came back and said, are you aware Ms. Heard has been diagnosed with borderline personality disorder or histrionic personality disorder? Now, you reviewed, I think you testified at the beginning, you reviewed the therapy and counseling and medical records for Ms. Heard, correct?
Correct.
What, if any, evidence was there that Bonnie Jacobs diagnosed Amber Heard with either borderline personality or a histrionic personality disorder?
Objection, Your Honor.
That's fair, Cross. He asked the question. That's fair. Redirect.
Beyond the scope.
It's not
Overruled.
Thank you.
So if I could start, Ms. Jacobs demonstrated no type of personality disorder, borderline or otherwise. And on a review of Dr. Curry's records.
Objection beyond the scope of the question.
I'll ask each of them separately. And you also reviewed the therapy records for Ms. Heard for Colonel Cowan, correct?
Yes.
What, if any, evidence was there at any time that he diagnosed Amber Heard with borderline personality disorder or histrionic personality disorder?
Not only did he not, he referred to Mr. Depp as a narcissist.
Okay. Now, you also reviewed all of Don Hughes' records and her testing, correct?
Yes.
And what, if any, evidence did you find in any of that extensive testing and note-taking that she had found that Amber Heard had borderline personality disorder or histrionic personality disorder?
Objection leading.
What, if any?
Overruled.
None.
Okay. And you also reviewed Dr. Curry's notes and her testing, correct?
Yes.
All right. And what, if any, evidence did you find in any of Dr. Curry's testing that Amber Heard had either borderline personality disorder or histrionic personality disorder?
She had traits she did not meet the full, on her own evaluation, she did not have the full endorsed enough criteria to meet the criteria for borderline personality disorder and or histrionic personality disorder. She definitely had traits. She did not have the disorder by going by the strict number of criteria.
All right. Now, you mentioned in response to Mr. Depp's counsel's questions, you started to talk about battered wife syndrome. What is your experience with battered wife syndrome sometimes being mistaken with borderline personality disorder or histrionic personality disorder?
Objection compound and leading.
Overruled.
So battered wife syndrome, which is more subsyndromal or not quite PTSD, has 70 symptoms of PTSD. And if you hear some of them, you'll see why someone might think that. They do have reliving experiences feeling as if the abuse is happening, even if it's not upon reminders of abuse, such as getting ready to use something, getting ready to use a substance or something along that line. They do have hyperarousal. They do have hypervigilance, which is very easily mistaken for the emotional reactivity of borderline personality disorder. They do have avoidance symptoms, so they avoid emotions, activities, people, and if that can't be happening, they start becoming much more anxious, much more hyper-aroused. They have disturbances in relationships, which clearly can be an issue. Intimacy problems, again, which could also resemble borderline personality disorder. So those description and traits that were there, A, did not meet the full criteria for borderline, and B, could readily easily be explained by battered wife syndrome, a form of PTSD.
Thank you. Now, you also indicated earlier that you reviewed the deposition of Amy Banks, correct?
Yes.
And what, if any, determinations did you make based on her deposition from her meetings with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard?
So Dr. Banks is a professor at Harvard, the leading institution in America for medical schools, who's an expert on intimate partner violence. She had a chance to meet them in relationship counseling.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
It's not non-responsive. I said, what, if anything, did she find?
Sustained.
All right. Tell the jury about Amy Banks, the significance of Amy Banks.
So what Dr. Banks found was that she fully believed Ms. Heard's version of what was going on.
Objection, hearsay.
I reversed those. Let me do it again. Please tell the jury.
Sustain the objection.
Please tell the jury what about the qualifications of Dr. Amy Banks. This is the one who saw both Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp.
Dr. Banks is a professor at, I don't know whether it's assistant associate professor at Harvard University Medical School, one, if not one of the two top medical schools in the world, who specialize in intimate partner violence. She is above all people who understand if someone is victim, perpetrator, because she does this, researches this for a living every day. And that's her qualifications. Can I say what she reported?
Then I'm going to ask you, what, if anything, did Dr. Banks indicate relating to histrionic personality disorder or borderline personality disorder for Ms. Heard?
Dr. Banks didn't mention anything about personality disorder at all. What she did mention was whom she felt gave a more accurate version of...
Objection, Your Honor.
What's the objection?
That's a credibility testimony.
I think you can testify to that.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
What, if anything, did Dr. Banks report, not saying what the ultimate conclusion was, what, if anything, did Dr. Banks say about what was reported to her by Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp and how they responded?
So Ms. Heard discussed in trying to, again, as a victim, trying to save the relationship, discussed with Dr. Banks these accusations, these facts of intimate partner violence. Mr. Depp.
Objection, hearsay.
I think he's entitled to rely on hearsay, and he's not giving what ultimately was. He's entitled to it. That's
You can rely on hearsay, but you just can't state the hearsay. So you can rely on it.
All right. What, if anything, did Mr. Depp do in response?
Mr. Depp said nothing. When Ms. Heard accused him of intimate partner violence, Mr. Depp said nothing.
And what is the significance
Objection,
of that?
hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
All right. And what is the significance of that?
The significance of that is with...
Objection, no foundation.
Sustain.
Elaine.
All right, we'll move on.
Elaine.
You were asked about MDMA and what the impact could potentially be of taking 8 to 10 of these pills. Do you recall?
Yes.
Okay. And now I'm going to take you to Australia 2015. You've reviewed testimony over that, right? From Mr. Depp, Ms. Heard,
Yes.
and a number. Okay. do you recall that Ms. Heard also said that she found dime bags of cocaine in drawers at the end of that 3 days?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to ask you, Michelle, can you bring up 1828? It's already in evidence. And if we could publish that, okay, we can, thank you. This is one of the pictures that was taken in Australia, and the testimony's been that these two canvases of Ms. Heard's were painted completely over. Is that something that could be the impact of having 8 to 10 tablets of MDMA and combining that with cocaine and alcohol?
Objection, no foundation, speculation.
The foundation's already been laid, Your Honor, that's.
Sustain the objection. Next question.
Okay. What, if anything, if you look at the painted canvases on this one, what, if any, evidence is that reflecting behaviors indicative of taking a lot of MDMA, cocaine, and alcohol?
Objection, speculation, no foundation.
Same question. Sustained.
She doesn't know here she's doing it
You
again.
testified earlier about
She's doing it again.
property, destruction of property. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay, could you tell the jury how that relates to the correlating factors of risk factors for IPV?
Again, the destruction of property is a form of psychological abuse, psychological mistreatment. And so destruction of property is used as intimidation and as means of control.
Okay. Michelle, can you bring up 1829? And this has already been admitted. Yes, thank you, Your Honor. And what, if any, evidence does this reflect as correlating behavior to risk factors of IPV?
I would say that one
love
that
Camille.
demonstrates a good deal of violence and psychological abuse. I think it's pretty clear that they're trying to be intimidating. I don't think.
Objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. Please continue.
It would be people who would misuse ecstasy without cocaine, are prone to agitation, suspicion, jealousy, violence.
She used
What we're seeing
MDMA
there
all the
would be
time.
very consistent
Amber,
with that presentation.
that was her drug of choice.
Thank you. Michelle, can you now bring up 1830, I guess? And that's already been admitted into evidence as well, Your Honor. I'd ask that it be published. And what, if any, evidence does this correlate with behavior indicative of IPV perpetration?
Again, this is intimidation, psychological abuse, where you're solely trying to emotionally.
Objection, Your Honor. Can we be heard?
Okay. If you want to.
Thank you. Elaine. Do you see her arrogance in there? And how she keeps staring at him? Every single time she gets a chance, she looks over to Johnny. She ain't intimidating anybody. Now she's got Rottenborn and baby Rottenborn on the side of her. Look at how that's changed. Baby Rottenborn used to sit back there next to Elaine. Now baby Rottenborn is up in the front with Rottenborn.
Dr. Spiegel, if you can answer the question, what, if any, evidence is this correlating to the risk factors for IPV perpetrator?
Again, I think the violence comes through.
Objection, Your Honor.
Just the evidence
right.
of risk factors, if you can.
The evidence of risk factor would be accepting a more than average degree of violence, as well as psychological abuse.
Okay. Are you aware of any record evidence of Ms. Heard writing on walls, mirrors, countertops, or painting canvases?
No.
Okay.
Her notebook.
Michelle, you can take that down now. Now, you were also asked about Seroquel. and some of the other prescription medications. Did you, during the course of your review of evidence, see the lists of medications that Mr. Depp was on at one point?
Yes, I read the list.
Michelle, I'm going to ask you to bring up Defendant's Exhibit 301.
Listen to the Australian audio. When she was in Australia, she cut
And
off his
Dr.
finger.
Spiegel,
Dr.
it's
Kipper
not
is
in the
on
evidence
the
yet. I'm gonna
audio
ask you
saying,
to
give
take a
her
look at this.
Seroquel.
Is this
She's
one
out of control.
the documents that you had that reflected the amount of medication that Mr. Depp was on as of October 26, 2014?
Yes.
Okay. And this was an email from Debbie Lloyd to Dr. Blaustein, his treating psychiatrist, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, can you tell the jury that we've got Seroquel, 50 mg? Can you just
Objection,
tell,
hearsay.
can you just tell the, I haven't finished asking the question yet. So,
Let's approach.
okay.
The judge is getting tired of Elaine. I'm telling you. Every single time in her cross. She's weak. Every single time. Oh God. What is Whitney doing in the bleachers? With that face? Do y'all see Whitney sitting right up front there? Is she a rebuttal? What's she doing there? Oh, let me guess. She's there for moral support. Elaine, you can't get your shit together. I don't know what is up with you.
Michelle, can you scroll up just so I can see all of them at the same time?
Yep, town jacket.
Thank you. So, Dr. Siegel, if someone was taking 50 milligrams of Seroquel, 25 milligrams of Seroquel, and 50 milligrams of Seroquel and 50 all in one day, how would that impact them?
So obviously this is not for sleep because I'm presuming you're not wanting to sleep in the morning, noon, and from 4 to 6, although you're sleeping at night. What I would say is he's using it for one purpose, as I say, with substance use disorder. They're using it to calm down. They're using it just as a down and relax.
She cut off his fucking
And
finger, dude.
Given that you're taking
She cut off his
45
finger.
milligrams of Adderall a day,
We're talking about
to
Toronto
stay
and
awake,
Australia. That's what we're talking about.
that's more than the prescribed for adults.
She's
and
on
children, for that matter.
tape.
The combination makes very little sense at all to me.
And if a person was taking 300 milligrams of Neurotin, I'm going to pronounce that wrong again.
Neurotin.
4 times a day and 600 later in the day, how would that impact?
Again,
person.
you're looking at medications that are there solely for a substance use disorder patient to get them up and to calm them down. That's all this regimen is about. Gabapentin doesn't have a psychiatric indication other than, actually doesn't have a psychiatric indication, although it does calm you down. And it, as I may have intimated before, similar to Adderall, gabapentin is also abusable. Similar to quetiapine, Seroquel is also abusable. So you're getting these kind of unusually calming effects from these medicines while at the same time getting
Well, when
what's
someone
called
cuts off someone
therapeutic
else's
dose
finger
or
and there's no
excessive
way
amount
else to
of Adderall.
control her,
And for the
yeah,
record book,
Dr. Kipper is going to give her
adults are only
Seroquel.
indicated with Adderall for the extended release, not the immediate release preparation. And why that's relevant is the immediate release preparation is more abusable. You get more high quicker.
And you
Extended
can
release
hear
goes
her
out
many
more
times on the
okay.
audios trying to
Immediate
get Johnny
release
Depp
gets
to
you up
take
right
stuff.
away. And then
She's like,
now
here's a
the
Xanax.
ADHD,
Here's an Adderall. Here's
this
this.
medicine is
Here's
very effective.
that. You need it. And
for
he's
what
like, what's
is
this
being
for?
used for, clearly based
That's
on
on
the
audio too.
combination. No.
All right. Do addicts lie?
Oh, Jesus.
Yes.
All right. Now, you were asked about Mr. Depp passing out. Do you recall reading testimony of Mr. Depp passing out in the bathroom in his vomit?
Yes.
Okay. Does that help refresh your recollection of what you
Yes.
recall?
Does she have
for
proof
the
of that?
record, I
No.
don't think that falling asleep with ice cream on you is a.
Objection beyond the scope of the question.
Thank you.
Keep going.
I don't think taking Seroquel at night and falling asleep with ice cream on you is not what Seroquel is indicated for. It's not meant to put you out in a state where you don't even be able to stay awake if you put ice cream away.
All right. Michelle, if you can pull up defendants 1090. It's already into evidence. If we can publish that to the jury, Your Honor. Dr. Spiegel, does this look like, would this be evidence correlating with behaviors consistent with IPV perpetrator risk factors?
This would be correlated a person who is completely knocked out, and it's usually only one way someone gets knocked out that badly, and that's with pharmacological assistance, whether it be legal or illegal.
Language,
They make it
Eric,
to the
I'll
bed,
get
they don't
warnings.
sleep with their head
Please, language.
on a game box in a furniture. That doesn't happen to people who sleep, no matter how tired you are. No matter how tired.
I
I've been
mean,
a
just
resident
language like
in the past, and
writing out in
I
text
was
on
up
the
for
chat.
45 hours.
Find
Objection
alternates,
beyond the
yeah.
scope.
Find alternates for me, please.
Sustained.
All right. Michelle, can you pull up 1095?
Dollar
please?
signs, asterisks, anything. I'll get dinged. Please watch your language in the chat.
And I'm going to ask you the same question, Dr. Spiegel. What, if anything, does this indicate relating to risk factors for IPV perpetrators?
Again, colloquially passed out, and there's very few ways to get like that without pharmacological assistance, legal or illegal, or illegal.
And then let's pull up 1094, please, Michelle. Defense, and that's also been admitted. And now we have the ice cream picture. And what, if any, indication does this have?
Probably could see how I could.
Objection, speculation, no foundation.
What, if any, correlation, what, if any, evidence does this indicate correlative with the risk factors for IPV perpetrators?
Again, this proves one of the major risk factors and precipitating factors for intimate partner violence.
Can you please
Objection,
object?
move
Thank
to
you.
strike.
All right, sustained.
Thank you.
I'll strike it from the record. Next question.
Strike. Boom. Mic drop. Move the
just
fuck
move
on.
You were asked about earpieces. Do you recall reviewing Tracy Jacobs and Joel Mandel's depositions?
Yes.
All right. And do you recall them both testifying that Mr. Depp had someone on salary to feed him his lines?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you've testified that you reviewed a substantial amount of evidence in this case. Did you find any evidence that Amber Heard exhibited conduct or behaviors indicative or consistent with any of the risk factors for perpetrators of IPV?
Objection beyond the scope.
Thank you.
Sustained.
Well, it was suggested with the borderline personality.
Sustained. Elaine,
But you did find
get
that
your
from Mr.
shit
Depp, correct?
together, Elaine.
Yes.
Okay. And did you find record evidence that Mr. Depp had a substance abuse disorder?
Severe substance use disorder.
All right. Did any of the questions asked by Mr. Depp's counsel change any of your opinions in this case?
Nothing there, no, not my opinion has not been swayed an iota.
Okay. Do you hold them all still within a reasonable degree of medical and psychiatric probability or certainty?
Absolutely, yes.
Thank you very much, Dr. Spiegel.
All right, thank you. Sir, you can have a seat in the courtroom or you're free to go. Thank you. All right, your next witness,
My next witness is Catherine Arnold.
Catherine Arnold.
Who's Catherine Arnold? I gotta look on Twitter. Who's Catherine Arnold? It's getting hot in here. It's getting hot in here.
All right, yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Will you please state your name for the record?
Catherine Arnold.
All right. And what is your profession? I am an entertainment industry consultant, and I also serve as an expert witness. Okay. And can you please tell the jury your educational background? Yes. So I've been in the entertainment industry for over 20 plus years. I started as an assistant at ICM, which is one of the largest talent agencies in Los Angeles that represents actors, writers, and directors. And I worked with the talent agent there. And then I also worked at William Morris, for William Morris as a script reader. So I was working on scripts that they were delivered and submitted to for their actors, writers, and directors. After that, I went into development of film and television projects for a company based in New York called the Maltese Company, which actually produced animated television shows and feature films based on Wall Street, animated product, like toys. And then I went to work with a company called the Goober Peters Company. And Goober Peters was, at the time, one of the largest production companies in Los Angeles. They did films like Batman and Rain Man and Tango and Cash. They did TV shows like Witches of Eastwick. And there I was involved in the development of scripts. We worked with the studio directly in terms of what cast would be attached to the scripts and brought directors and talent to those projects. I then went on to work in, there's a lot. I went on to work in the independent film world as a film producer. So I found the material, I would get the financing, I would get the cast and the director attached to the project. We call that packaging. And then we would go and obtain financing for that, either through equity sources or international sales and financing and bank financing. And then I also went on after that. I produced 5 or 6 films with actors that you may know.
Yeah, they wanted to
including
give my
Salma
dad that. I
Hayek,
said no.
Vincent D'Onofrio.
As any
Kirstie
SSRIs,
Alley,
I'm very
Thomas Jane, Ethan
anti-SSRIs.
Hawke. And then I worked with a international sales and production company where I was the head of production, and I worked again on the development of scripts and the procurement of financing. So I worked in both the independent world and the studio world, meaning independently financed or financed by the big studios like Warner Brothers and Disney and Paramount and such as that. That's the bulk of my work in the entertainment industry. Did any of your films win awards?
A couple of them did. So a couple of the independent films that I produced, one of them won, called The Coriolis Effect, won the Venice Film Festival in its category. And then I also produced another film that won the Heartland Film Festival Award. It's called the Crystal Award.
All right. And what other video production projects have you been involved in?
So throughout that time, in between those jobs, I also worked in the corporate world. So large studios like Warner Brothers and Disney and CBS would need corporate videos for their live events. So I would interview executives and interview their talent and then edit the piece together to create video and media for their live sales conferences that they had at that time. And then I also produced some commercials.
All right. And what, if any, experience did you have in corporate relations and licensing?
So early on in my career, I worked at the Los Angeles Olympic Organizing Committee, and I worked in the licensing department where we handled the licensing of the Olympic logo, and we also worked with sponsors and suppliers who were funding those Olympic Games. So it was a lot of contractual negotiations with the use of the license of the logo, as well as raising money for the games and working with those corporate sponsors throughout the 2 years prior to the games and then during the games themselves.
What, if any, experience do you have working on film festivals?
Well, I've had films in festivals. I've actually been very lucky to travel the world and gone to a lot of festivals with my films, both here in the United States and elsewhere. And at one point, I was also hired to raise sponsorship funds for the Sundance Film Festival. They had a new program that they were starting to do online festivals. And so I raised about $500,000 for them in about a month.
All right. And do you have a degree, a college degree?
Yes, I graduated from UCLA with a bachelor's degree in economics.
What does your current consulting practice entail?
So as an entertainment consultant, having been in the business in both the independent and the studio worlds as both a producer and an executive, I work with investment companies and production companies who are looking to navigate the various inroads of Hollywood. It's a business that's very different and unlike anything else and very relationship based. So I use my 20 years of experience to help them get cast, get financing, understand the distribution process, marketing process, and get them set up to be able to produce their films.
Have you ever testified as an expert witness in the field of entertainment industry?
Yes.
Okay. Approximately how many times have you served as an expert?
I've been involved in somewhere between 85 and 100 cases as an expert, from beginning stages to testifying in court.
And have you ever testified as an expert on damages and defamation cases?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And approximately how many times have you qualified as an expert on that?
On defamation?
Yes.
I believe 3 or 4 times.
Okay. And have you ever been admitted to testify as an expert on damages?
Yes.
Okay. And how many times have you qualified as an expert on damages?
Almost all my cases have some form of damage economic damage related to the case. So I would say in all of the cases that I've testified in, I've been qualified in damages.
Okay. Have you ever served as an expert for both? Have you served as an expert for both plaintiffs and defendants?
Yes, I have.
Okay. How much of your current practice involves consulting as opposed to serving as an expert witness?
So over the last 10 or 12 years, it's been about 50-50. So I spend half my time working as a consultant and the other half working with lawyers on their cases.
Why does Rottenborn keep
Your
staring
Honor,
at
I'm going
the
to move
death
to
table?
qualify Catherine Arnold as an expert in the entertainment industry, standards and practices, and related economic damages.
All right, any objection? All right, so moved.
Thank you. Now, you have a dual role here as an expert, correct?
Yes.
Now, you're going to be testifying with respect to Mr. Depp's challenges to or claims of damages, and you're also going to be testifying to Amber Heard's damages, correct?
Yes.
All right. Well, I'm going to start you with Mr. Depp's claims for damages.
Okay.
With respect to Mr. Depp's claim damages, on what subject have you been asked to offer your opinion?
So I was asked to assess any alleged damages that the op-ed piece in the Washington Post that Ms. Heard wrote, whether that have impacted
This
his
is interesting,
career in any
y'all.
way,
This is
particularly did he lose any
interesting.
income or any
Really
economic
good
opportunities
stuff,
because of
I
the
think.
op-ed piece specifically.
All right. And have you been asked to limit that to the period of December 18, 2018, with the date of the op-ed, through November 2, 2020?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what materials did you review in making your analysis?
There were a lot of documents. I reviewed the pleadings of the case, the complaints, the discovery items, the responses to what they call interrogatories, which are the questions that the lawyers ask both sides. I reviewed Mr. Depp's deposition testimony, which there were volumes of that, as well as Ms. Heard's. I also reviewed the deposition testimony of the experts that were proffered that had to do with the entertainment industry, the agents and the management teams of both sides. Ron Schnell, the data expert. I also reviewed emails and texts between the parties, between their families, between their management teams, the audio recordings, the visual recordings that have been presented in this case and the previous cases that have been involved in the last couple of years. I also did my own independent research from general publicity and press and investigative articles, as well as those that are specific to the entertainment industry, and utilized some entertainment industry specific sources to get some information that was helpful to my case, to the case.
Thank you, Ms. Arnold. Please describe for the jury your observations with respect to Mr. Depp's career trajectory.
Well, Mr. Depp has had an extraordinary career over many years, so it's a long one to look at. Obviously, he was a rising star in the late 80s and in the 90s, starting with 21 Jump Street, and you've heard, all the films that I'm sure he's been in. He really started to break through when he worked with Tim Burton, the director, and of course his character Jack Sparrow in Pirates of the Caribbean was world renowned. And probably his biggest role. And he was, a well-liked, both critically and within the industry and within the public as a movie star. And at the same time, his behavior and both on and off the set in his personal life and in his professional life start to interfere with what we would say, what everybody saw was his great talent. And it started, there's some stories of issues that started back in the 80s and the 90s, but I would say really in the mid 2000s, between 2006 and 10, is when the behavior started affecting his work to a certain extent in terms of lateness on set. And then as Ms. Jacobs, his talent agent, discussed with you in her deposition, it really started to affect her ability to get roles and the industry's willingness to work with him, given the issues that he was having with both behavior, tardiness, drinking, and the drug abuse, and other issues in his personal life. So it got more complicated for her to find him work, and I think it got harder for production companies and studios to hire him due to the challenges that would put on a production.
And when did Mr. Depp's career downturn begin, based on your review of all the record evidence?
Well, again, according to Ms. Jacobs, his agent, she mentioned that it started getting more challenging for her around 2010. The lateness on set was being made, she was being made aware of that more and more often from production executives and the producers that she was working with on the Pirates movie. And not only Pirates, it continued on the other films, including Mordecai and Murder on the Orient Express. And in around 2014, when he had the appearance, it was presumed he was under the effects of alcohol at the Hollywood
someone's
Film
saying
Awards
that
in
this is-
2014.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
She's answering the career downturn. Your Honor.
Overruled.
Please continue.
Thank you.
Someone's saying she's not
In
qualified to do this.
2014,
She's basing
when
everything
Mr.
on
Depp appeared at the
hearsay.
Hollywood Film Awards,
So
Ms.
there's no
Jacobs
factual
received
evidence.
many phone calls from both producers, casting directors, and production executives asking her what is going on with your client, why, what's going on with his behavior, can we get him under control? And then I think it really started to shift around the Pirates 5 movie in Australia with, again, the lateness and the issues with the singer that stopped production and things of that nature. And then it got harder and harder.
Now, based on your analysis, what has caused Mr. Depp's career downturn?
Objection, no foundation.
Overruled.
Can you please repeat the question?
Based on your analysis, what has caused Mr. Depp's career downturn? And I realize you've said a number of those, so just, is there anything else?
Sure. Well, we talked about the erratic behavior, the tardiness, the drugs and alcohol abuse, and the lawsuits have had a really big impact, not just this lawsuit, but previous lawsuits that Mr. Depp has been involved with, because there's a lot of publicity around anything that he does. And every time he has filed a lawsuit, it has brought to light various issues with respect to whatever that lawsuit was about, whether it was about, erratic behavior or domestic abuse or drugs and alcohol and even spending habits. So every time a lawsuit has been filed, the press and the publicity has just been charged up and brought everything back to light. And it's been an unfortunate problem for on that level for the industry to continue to work with him, even though all this is out in the public.
For the films that were shortly before Pirates 5, how successful were they? We're talking Mordecai, Alice Through the Looking Glass. I think you testified some of those. The Lone Ranger, Tonto.
Right.
Objection, compound.
Overruled.
Of course, Mr. Depp has had some obviously extremely successful films, but also in the 4 or 5 years prior and, through Pirates, there were films that didn't do well at all and were considered what the industry calls a bomb, which could have been Alice Through the Looking Glass, The Transcendence, the Lone Ranger, and Mordecai were films that just didn't perform, although they were valued in their financing based on Mr. Depp's star quality and acting ability. Unfortunately, they just didn't perform. So as many hits as he's had, he's also had a lot of recent, what they call failures in the business.
And what, if anything, did Mr. Depp do with respect to showing up for a press conference in Japan for Mordecai?
Ms. Jacobs mentioned in her deposition testimony that Mr. Depp didn't show up for the press conference in Mordecai, which he was not only an actor for, he was also a producer. And he didn't show up. Apparently, he was sleeping, so he wasn't able to make it.
That's hearsay.
Now, what, if any, impact did the Brooks litigation have on Mr. Depp's career?
That's hearsay.
Is
Apparently
the jury
he was
familiar
sleeping.
with this already,
That's,
or
that's hearsay.
Well, I think you can, I mean,
okay? So the Brooks litigation was,
She wasn't there. She doesn't know if he was
there was
sleeping.
a litigation around.
This is an entertainment
Mr. Depp had punched
assessment
someone
person or
on one of
something,
the- I think it was a location manager.
But she's doing it for
on the
both
set of
sides.
a film called City of Lies.
So she may be sitting there
I
talking
don't
shit
know
about
exactly what
Johnny, but
happened
she's
to
also going to have her. She's going to have at it
litigation.
for
However,
Amber
of course,
as well.
Again, it was written a lot about in the press, and unfortunately came to the forefront that he had, violent behavior yet again.
so in 2018, and I'm going to say before the op-ed on December 18, 2018,
Right.
was there any negative articles, negative press about Mr. Depp?
For quite a while, when you're a celebrity such as Mr. Depp, you're in the limelight and everybody wants to look at everything that happens. So after every movie or after every incident, there was usually press. But the ones that were more significant were the ones in the Hollywood, a couple of them in the Hollywood Reporter and one in the Rolling Stone. So in 2017, there was an article in the Hollywood Reporter where the journalist discussed, I think the article was called Pirates of the Caribbean, The Diminishing Returns of Johnny Depp. And that Pirates, the last one was 5, right? And that one didn't perform nearly as well as the other previous Pirates of the Caribbean films. And there was some discussion that the character...
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor.
I think you could explain generally.
Sustained.
Okay. Let me ask you this. When was that Hollywood Reporter article on diminishing returns of Johnny Depp?
That was in the spring of 2017.
Okay. And you said, and I just want to make sure we understand, how well did Pirates 5 do compared to 1 through 4?
It performed less well by over $200 million.
Okay. What, if any, other negative press was there in this time frame? We'll take 2017, 2018, before the op-ed.
So in 2018, there was the Rolling Stones article that was an in-depth expose on Mr. Depp's life. Again, his erratic behavior, the money he was spending on wine.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I think she can give generally, Your Honor, the negative.
Sustained.
All right. What, if any, knowledge do you have of whether Disney saw the Rolling Stone article?
There were emails between the publicity department and the co-chairs and some of the senior executive Disney that they would forward the articles as they came out, both the Hollywood Reporter article and the Rolling Stones article, and they would make commentary. And Alan Horn, who is the one of the co-chairs,
Ace, I'm not sure. I know she's working for both sides though, so I don't know. This is just going to be interesting all the way around.
Depressing that their film star was now being shown in this light to the public in a Rolling Stones.
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
All right. Was there any more articles about Pirates of the Caribbean prior to the op-ed in December of 2018?
There was an article in October 28th, the Hollywood Reporter, October 28th, 2018, where the journalist had spoken to 2 writers of the film, and they were talking
Objection,
about rebooting the
hearsay.
franchise.
She's entitled to rely on hearsay, and she's just giving the general. She's not.
Approach.
I'll be back on camera in a minute. I grabbed something to eat really quick. You can tell she's scolding Elaine. You can see it.
So without saying what the article said, say what it's about.
Okay. So in October 28th, the article was called the article was about whether the Pirates of the Caribbean
Objection,
franchise
hearsay.
would be rebooted without.
Overruled. Please continue.
In the article in October 2018 was about whether or not the Pirates franchise was going to be what they call redefined without Johnny Depp, and that was regarding two writers that were on the project.
Okay.
And there was one other one I'd like
Okay,
to
go
talk
ahead,
about.
please.
So there was another article, there was an expose on the president of production. It was also in the Hollywood Reporter. And this is the one that Mr. Marks, Mr. Depp's expert, pointed to regarding the op-ed's impact on Mr. Depp's career. And the online article was, as Mr. Marks pointed out, published on December 20th of 2018. But the same article was in print on the morning of December 18th, 2018, which is the same morning of the op-ed. So that Hollywood Reporter article that Mr. Marks used to say—
Objection, no foundation.
Overruled. Please continue.
Mr. Marks had used that article to show that Disney wanted to let go of Mr. Depp because of the op-ed, but it was actually printed in the Reporter the same morning that the Washington Post article was printed. So there's no way that the Washington Post article had any impact on what the Hollywood Reporter journalist wrote. So they were on the same morning. They were released simultaneously, interestingly enough.
And the one that was 2 days later was the same article, just online?
Same article, it was just online, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Now, what, if anything, was there about press in 2018 relating to the Sun and Dan Wooten and any litigation that
Right,
Mr. Depp
so-
was bringing?
So a lot of press was about the UK trial in the lawsuit that Mr. Depp brought against the Sun in the UK about the wife beater title that they used. So there was a ton of press around that, both at the time that it was filed and throughout as documents were being shared with the public, and then, of course, during the trial itself.
Okay. And what is your understanding of when the article, the wife beater article, first appeared?
I believe it was in July of 2018, about 6 months before the op-ed piece.
And what is your understanding of when Mr. Depp filed suit against the Sun and Mr. Wooten?
Again, in 2018, I believe.
Okay. June, would it be? Would that,
Pardon?
would it refresh your
It was in the
recollection?
spring or summer. It was fairly shortly after the article, so it was long before the op-ed piece was out.
Okay. And what, if any, impact did Mr. Depp's litigation in the Sun case have on his career?
That was a really tough one on Mr. Depp's career because every allegation of abuse and every text, every email, all the audio, all the visual stuff was brought to light and made public. And so not only did the public get to see it, but the industry was watching closely. And it's hard for studios, especially a studio like Disney, who's family oriented, be connected to a star that has texts about burnt corpses and violent behavior in video. So it was a big conflict for a lot of the people in the industry to how to navigate that if they're going to work with a star.
And what, if any, impact did Mr. Depp's other litigation against Mandel and Bloom have during that time period?
As I was trying to say earlier, every time Mr. Depp brings a lawsuit, because he's such a well-known public figure, the spotlight goes on him. So every time a lawsuit was filed, whether it was to his business against his business manager, against his former lawyer. Even when he fired his talent agent, it becomes news. And then everybody talks about what could have preceded that. Why would that lawsuit have happened? And then they look at the details. So again, the erratic behavior and the financial issues and the drinking and drug abuse was all part and parcel of every one of those. And it was brought to light yet again each time.
What is your understanding of Mr. Depp's claims regarding Pirates of the Caribbean 6 and how that impacted?
Well, Mr. Depp is claiming that he's lost money on Pirate 6, but Pirate 6 hasn't even been made yet, nor is there even a script that has been what we call greenlit, moved towards production. So I don't know how you lose something that hasn't happened. So I think that's what you're looking for me to.
And in fact, since Mr. Depp's damages are limited November 2, 2020 and nothing since, and that hasn't happened, is there any way he could claim damages for Pirate 6?
Well,
Objection leading.
Overruled. Again, you can't claim damages for something that hasn't even happened, whether he was in it or not in it, or was going to be in it, or might have been in it, whether it was 2018 or now. There just is no Pirate 6. Not only did he not have a contract, even back in the day, 2018 or after that, no contract had been signed for a Pirate 6. It doesn't exist as we.
Objection, legal conclusion.
I sustain at the last part.
How do you know he doesn't have a legal contract?
Well, Ms. Jacobs said he didn't have a legal contract, and also his agents at CAA said he had not yet negotiated a contract for Pirate 6. And again, there is no script, so they haven't greenlit it, as we say. They don't have it cast over the director yet.
Okay. Based on your analysis, what, if any, impact did Ms. Heard's op-ed have on whether Mr. Depp could claim a loss for Pirate 6?
Zero.
Okay. And why do you say that?
Again, well, many things. The movie doesn't exist yet, so that's one. But even as important is that Disney, in their file for this trial, did not have the op-ed piece as part of all of the information they had read and looked about and discussed. The conversations of Mr. Depp not being in whatever new version of Pirates, the franchise that goes forward, those were in discussions long before the op-ed piece even came out. And there are other factors that Disney was considering: the lateness on set, the cost overruns at that cost, which can go from hundreds of thousands of dollars to millions of dollars.
I thought the online op-ed came out before the print.
2 to 4 hours, 8 hours, or even
this look she has on her face, dude.
When the finger incident happened. So on top of that, Mr. Depp is an expensive actor. He can earn between $20 and $25 million per movie plus back end. So it's very expensive. So when you put that all together, the rising cost of Mr.
She just
Depp,
said
his
Miss
talent,
something
the
said.
challenges that
That's
they
hearsay.
had to keep it on budget.
She doesn't know that for fact. She doesn't know that for fact.
And all the other allegations
So how is this
that would
supposed to
affect a brand such as Disney, right? Someone talks about a burnt corpse does not necessarily coincide with the brand of Disney. So there were many problems. And interestingly enough, there was a lot of conversation internally in the industry, or
Objection,
it's
hearsay.
hearsay. Yeah.
She's entitled to rely on
Shut
hearsay,
that
Your Honor.
shit down.
Sustain.
You can't say
All
what
right,
someone else said.
Please continue
get
without
it?
saying what the
You've
discussion
been a
in the
witness
industry was.
for so many times, right?
the Jack Sparrow character had been exhausted in terms of where it could go creatively. And I think the studio is looking for a way for it to renew the franchise, but not necessarily base it entirely on the Jack Sparrow character, which is where it had ended up the last couple of years.
Okay, and
evidenced by the lesser box office of Pirates 5.
What I don't understand is, why is she working for both sides?
And was there any article that came out on
Depp has to have a
November
smoking
5,
gun.
2020, 3 days after the
I know
damages
he's
are
got a
cut off
smoking gun
relating
somewhere.
to Pirates of the Caribbean, and
That's why
Mr.
they have so
Depp's
much
chances
time
of
left.
being Jack Sparrow.
I think they reiterated the fact that he was probably not going to be in the movie.
Probably.
Now,
She's guessing.
What impact has the op-ed had on Mr. Depp's career?
Very little. Hardly anybody even knew the op-ed existed before he filed suit. if anybody that I know, but certainly not Disney.
Okay. And
How do you know?
what impact
don't know
has the
that.
op-ed ad on Mr. Depp's
How does
Q
she know
scores?
that? She doesn't work for Disney. How does she know that?
According to what I read of Mr. Alan Jacobs, an expert in statistical analysis, and from my own research on websites that are available
She's
to us.
irritating me.
Mr. Depp's Q score, or if you're familiar with IMDb, which is Internet Movie Database, which is available to public and to the professional side, his Q score did not change dramatically. It was kind of in the middle of exactly the high and low of his Q scores overall. It was in the middle. It was at 113, which is where it was a couple weeks before and a couple weeks after. So the op-ed
What's
didn't
Larry
have any
saying,
effect
Ace?
on his Q score, and that was reiterated by Mr. Jacobs in his deposition testimony.
And then you testified in response to an earlier question I had.
Are they all still looking
that-
at Camille?
That people, or that nobody seemed to notice the op-ed until Mr. Depp filed suit. Now, that was on March 1, 2019. Do you recall?
Yes, that's when the lawsuit was filed.
And why do you say that they didn't notice until then?
Because the op-ed piece for most people in the industry kind of came and went without much fanfare or much conversation. It was much more about I don't think very many people even know it was written until the allegations were made by Mr. Depp in the lawsuit. It kind of came in and out of the radar very quickly, if anybody even saw it at all.
All right. Between December 18, 2018 and November 2, 2020,
That umbrella guy said,
Mr. Depp
Amber
continued to
Heard's
star in
witness
films?
pretends that Captain Jack Sparrow isn't the
So,
Pirates
Mr. Depp,
franchise.
so the article came, the op-ed
That's the
piece came out
stupidest
December
thing ever.
18 and 20 of 2018. In January and
She
February
doesn't
of
know.
2019,
That's the point.
He shot a film called Minamata, which was an independent film that it was what we call a passion project. He loved the script and wanted to do it. So he was able to film that after the op-ed piece. And then the Dior campaign, Sauvage, I don't know the exact dates of filming, but I know that it did air throughout 2019. And it's my understanding that he still may have that contract with Dior, so he continued that product endorsement. And then in in the spring and the fall, I believe it was, Mr. Depp was able to do press for the film Waiting for the Barbarians. He went to the Deauville Film Festival. He went to the Venice Film Festival. He was well received at the press conferences. You know, life was at the same level for him in terms of his popularity over in Europe. They were still, he was still working on press for the films. And then, of course, he was scheduled to film.
Because she doesn't
Fantastic
know what
Beasts
she's
in
talking about, and he
early,
knows it.
November of 2020.
And
I don't know though.
that's no longer the case, is that correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm really trying to understand how she's working for both sides. I don't get it.
Can we approach?
Okay.
I'm trying to understand that she's she's the expert for both sides. So I'm just a little. I mean, how can she say the op-ed had no like effect? I mean, had a negative effect on his career, and she got the dates wrong. Like she said that the op-ed came out on the 20th. No, it didn't.
And that's
It came
no
out on the
longer case,
18th.
correct, on Fantastic Beasts.
Look it up.
I don't want you to say anything more than that. That's no longer.
It's no longer the case, correct?
He's no longer in that.
She
film,
handholds
correct?
all
He
her
was paid for it, but he
witnesses.
does not star in the film.
She tells
Okay,
them what
thank
to say.
Now, what, if any, effect did the op-ed have on Mr. Depp's fan following?
Okay.
I don't
Gotcha,
know. I don't think it had any
Gotcha.
effect on his fan following. Again, his Q
Gotcha.
scores didn't shift, and he clearly has a strong fan base.
In your opinion, what or who has caused the damage, if there is any, to Mr. Depp on his career and reputation between December 18, 2018 and November 2, 2020?
Objection,
Please let Camille
speculation.
handle this woman.
Mr. Depp.
And why do you say that?
Well, again, filing the lawsuits, bringing to light the issues, is Mr. Depp doing that on his own accord? And any statements that were made by his team, Mr. Waldman or anyone else, is associated with Mr. Depp. And those statements that came out, the defamatory statements, which we'll talk about in a minute, were also
Objection.
put out by Mr. Depp's team. So in actuality, he's causing his own demise by bringing these lawsuits forward and continuing to kind of ignite the fire of negative publicity around both of them.
Today has been a
Are all of
shit
your
show.
opinions to within a reasonable degree of probability or certainty with respect to Mr. Depp's damages?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Now I'm going to move you to Amber Heard's damages. With respect to Amber Heard's claims for damages, on what subject have you been asked to offer your opinion?
So I was asked to look at the reputational harm and economic loss that Ms. Heard incurred due to the defamatory statements that Mr. Waldman, on behalf of Mr. Depp, made in April of 2020 and again in June of 2020.
And what materials did you review in forming your opinions?
Again, many of the same materials that I reviewed for Mr. Depp's case, which was the deposition testimony, the pleadings, the discovery, all of that was included, as well as expert testimony that was based on statistical analysis of negative social media campaigns that were created, as well as what happened. I talked to Ms. Heard's agents. I read their depositions. I talked to her publicist. I read her deposition.
She did not read shit.
I
You know
talked
that.
to Ms.
She didn't
Heard
read anything.
herself to get a first
Stop
person
it.
counting of what
You know you didn't read
happened
shit.
from her
Stop.
perspective after those defamatory statements were made. And then I looked at the, again,
We all know she didn't
emails
read
back
shit.
and forth and text back and forth.
She's going by
with,
hearsay, gossip, rumors.
the studio,
No
Warner
factual
Brothers, and
evidence.
other producers that the management team was working with to get Ms. Heard more work.
Now, before I go into the questions that I'm going to ask, I'm going to go ahead and just kind of define this so that we're all on the same page going through it. The jury has seen the 3 defamatory statements, the defendants 1245, 1246A, and 1247. And I'm just going to refer to them as the Depp/Waldman statements in asking you all these questions. Will you understand what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Okay, good. Please describe Amber Heard's career prior to the publication of the Depp-Waldman statements.
So Amber's had a long career for someone who is not, is fairly young still. She was in over 50 productions, I believe including Aquaman and Justice League, but let's just say close to 50 productions. Well, certainly 50 productions before the defamatory statements were made. She had, a consistent working actor's career. Her agents were strategic as she started getting more work, that they wanted her to work with better and better directors, to have, the Danish Girl is a film that had a strong director and a strong critical acclaim. And then she went from that to getting Justice League, which is on the bigger budget, is the bigger scale movie, and then of course Aquaman and Aquaman 2. So her career was following a very nice steady rise. And she was on the
I swear,
precipice of
Cross
a
better be
meteoric
strong
rise
on
with
this
the-
one.
with Aquaman
I mean it.
and Aquaman 2 prior to the statements.
He better not go up there fucking
Was
around.
Aquaman a successful film in terms of box office sales?
Aquaman was an extremely successful film. It made over $1 billion, and I believe it is the highest grossing DC comic
Yeah, but not because
film
of her.
ever.
Because of Jason Momoa, not because of her.
What, if any, accolades did Amber receive for her role in Aquaman? And I'm going to call it, sometimes I'll call it Aquaman 1 just to make sure we don't get confused. But
Right. So in Aquaman 1, there were many emails from the director and the producer and the
Objection, hearsay.
she's just characterizing, Your Honor. She's not quoting them.
I don't know where it's going. I'll overrule at the moment.
Thank you.
She got emails from the director and the producer stating that they loved her performance. and they loved her
Objection,
work.
hearsay.
You can't say what the emails say, but you can
She
summarize
is
them,
hand-holding her
characterize
witnesses.
them. Can you do that?
Elaine,
Accolading emails of accolade.
how long have you
from
been doing this
her,
again?
From the director and the producer.
Objection, hearsay.
Jesus Christ. Come
Thank
on,
you.
people.
Okay. What type of press opportunities did Amber have prior to the Depp-Waldman statements?
So the press really loved working with Amber. She was on the cover of many magazines after The Danish Girl, after Justice League, after Aquaman. She was the cover girl, I think it was, of Marie Claire or Elle in the UK. She had a cover story of a big magazine in Mexico, in Australia. They were, one magazine called her Woman of the Year, another one called her Role Model of the Year. So she got a lot of
Please.
press. She did
Because she was married to Johnny Depp. That's why.
a lot
I
of
mean, do
press,
they think we're
both
stupid?
in magazines, but also on the press tours and the press junkets.
Do
So
they
she
really
did
think we're stupid?
And were some of those California style, Marie Claire, Elle, Shape,
Yes, there was a lot of
Objection
them.
leading.
Overruled.
There was a lot of them, so I'm not, don't remember all of them, but it was, GQ, Elle, Marie Claire, the big magazines, both here, the UK, Eastern Europe, in Latin America, and in Australia.
And what about after the release of Aquaman, which was December 2018? How was her press then?
Well, the press tour was doing well, and they wanted to give her a lot more press. And I think up until the defamatory statements came out, she was on deck to do a lot of press. And then it
Objection, no foundation.
Overruled. Please continue.
So the press and the request for press went silent after the defamatory statements were made. And
You mean
which
after
then
the audio
negative
tapes were released?
social media
Is that what
campaign
you're talking
ensued
about,
after that.
lady? Is that what you're saying right now?
Now,
That she buried her
what
fucking self because
factors relating to social
she's on
media
tape
does
like
the
everywhere?
entertainment industry rely on when considering an actor for a role?
Social media becomes a big part of how studios decide to use an actor or an actress in a film because they want to know how the general public feels about
Yeah,
them.
really.
They want to
No
know
shit,
what the
Ace.
consumer feels about that actor.
That's crazy.
So when there's positive social media,
That
that's a good
deserves
thing for the
front
actor.
and
When
center.
there's negative social media, it can be very bad because not only can social media be directed at the actor or the actors themselves, but it can also
They're
be
acting like
directed
Jason Momoa
towards
wasn't in the movie at all.
the movie, towards the movie company.
I hope he's
towards
watching
the
this.
product that the actor or actor is working with. So it becomes very complicated.
I hope
and it can be
Jason
very
Momoa's
messy
people are watching
to
this.
continue working with an actor or an actress if there's a lot of negative social media around them.
This would be so funny if Jason
And after
Momoa
the
and Johnny Depp
Waldman
do a movie
statements,
together.
What happened on social media?
After the Depp Waldman statements, social media blew up with negative tweets and Instagram posts and, Facebook posts and Snapchat and trolling, as we call it. It was just negative. According to Mr. Schnell, there was over 1.2 million negative tweets about Amber using hashtags that used the words in the statement of the Depp Waldman statements, excuse me, that 1.2 million negative statements between April of 2020 and November or January of 21. It's a lot of negative publicity, and there was just a lot of what we call noise around Ms. Heard and her work of any kind.
Can you please describe to the jury what a negative social campaign is?
So a negative social campaign would be when a fan base, or in this case, according to both the forensic statistical analyst as well as Ms. Heard's agents and the product that she was working with, L'Oreal, and her publicist, it was a campaign that included
Hello,
both
Marilyn.
live
Good day.
accounts, live
Happy to
Twitter,
have you
people that
here.
actually have are
Please chime
individuals,
into the
as well as
conversation.
what we call
Objection.
We're all
May I be
irritated.
heard?
All right, here come.
I love the way she's not talking about the audios that have surfaced now when it comes to Amber. They're not even saying that. They're not even saying anything about the audios that surfaced after the the negative press or whatever the hell they're talking about. But those audios got leaked, and then she buried herself. That has nothing to do with Johnny Depp. And all the covers, come on. Yep, someone listening to this audio. Have a great... I believe it. Watch your lingo though, please. Because I'll get reprimanded from YouTube. You guys find asterisks. I don't mind the talk, but
Other
find
than the bots,
asterisks.
please describe the rest of the social media, the negative social media campaign.
The fan base was very energized by the Depp Wald
Yeah, let me just ask
Depp
you-
Waldman, I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
I
there's a lot in
call-
my brain right now.
It doesn't matter. Why don't I do this? Let me formulate a different question. How has the negative social media campaign been used against Amber Heard since the Depp Waldman statements?
Great. So the negative campaign has been used both to, let's fire Amber off of Aquaman, to the product that she had an endorsement contract with L'Oreal, the makeup. And every time that L'Oreal mentioned Amber Heard and the product together, they would get harassed. Her publicist company was harassed. Any kind of movie that she was related to or television project that she was related to got negative attention from the social media world. Even the charities that she was involved with were getting
Oh, now we're
hammered,
going to
if you
make her
will,
a
or
saint? Is that what we're
bombarded
going to do?
by
We're going to try to make her a
negative
saint now?
social media, which made it difficult
The charities you
to
mean
work
she
with
didn't pay?
Amber on any level
She
because
pledged. No, I'm
negativity
sorry.
was brought to
She
their product,
pledged
service,
the entire
or,
thing.
Film.
And is that negative social media campaign ongoing to this day?
Yes.
Okay. And you were talking a little bit before, I think, about remove Amber Heard from Aquaman 2. What were your observations with respect to that in connection to the Depp Waldman statements?
Again, the statements, the social media campaign, whether called, remove Amber from Aquaman or, negativity for her relationship in that film, it always tended to use words that were inside the defamatory statements. They became hashtags, right? So, if it was said in the defamatory statement, they were often reiterated in the tweets and the posts.
Exactly.
How difficult is it for an actor to repair this type of negative social media?
Well, first of all, it has to stop. Okay, so once it stops, then an actor and their team can work slowly and patiently in both. Maybe it's press interviews, maybe it's relationship with charity, maybe it's a small role in a movie and they do well and they kind of rebuild
Small
their career.
role,
But it can
Johnny
take
Depp? Is she kidding?
2, 3, 4, 5 years or more to rehabilitate your career. But first and foremost, it needs to stop. It just needs to stop so that they can.
Oh, I see. So
consumer
we're
can
just
get
supposed to
beyond it,
rebury
and
the
then they can
audios? Is that what she's
reactivate their
saying?
career
Rebury the audios
by
of
doing
Amber
their
Heard
work
burying
again.
herself?
Describe Amber Heard's reputation after the Depp Waldman statements.
Well, the reputation, I guess, depends on who you're talking to, but in the public, it's been very negative. In the industry, they like her work.
Remember,
but
believe all
they
women?
can't work with her right now, again, because every time her name is mentioned, the negativity flares up again. So it doesn't make sense for them to try to make a movie which costs millions of dollars and then have a lot of negativity towards the film or the TV show or the product. So her world has been silent in terms of opportunities, and even things that she wanted to work on are no longer available to her.
Has Amber been able to obtain roles after the Depp Waldman statements?
For a long time, no. Very recently, she was able to do a small independent film from some people out of who get their financing out of Europe. But up until that, no, she has not worked.
Now, based on the fact that Amber came out of Aquaman, what should her opportunity, what would you have expected
Ace,
following the release of Aquaman, December 2018, up to
Amen,
what's
Marilyn.
going on now?
I like to call Aquaman really, Amber Heard's Star is Born moment. It was that moment where not only was she a good actor, but she was now world renowned because she was in the most successful film almost of all time, if not all time, and certainly for DC Comics.
No.
She was on the poster.
Look
with
it
the
up,
very
lady.
handsome
Get your
Jason
facts
Momoa,
straight.
And they were this couple, and she
It made
was
a lot of money,
strong
but it
and
wasn't the
beautiful,
top.
And it was just this extraordinary moment for her
Look it up.
career to take off, right?
Look your shit up.
Her agents were excited, the producers were excited. Everybody just wanted to hit the ground running and let's do more. Let's do more work.
What, if anything, happened
That's why she was
to
voted out of
Amber's
Aquaman 2,
participation in
right?
Aquaman 2.
So for a moment in time, in February 2021, there were conversations that Amber's, I'm going to be technical with you, her option for employment was not going to be exercised. court, there was some question as to whether to.
All right. And did ultimately then she still get hired for Aquaman 2?
She did. Her management team ended up hiring her, but also not. We are involved.
There's
with
hearsay.
Object.
Thank you.
Don't say what the.
I'm sorry, I'm just trying to understand this world. So her management team worked hard, and Jason Momoa and the director were adamant that she was in the film.
Objection, hearsay.
Exactly.
Your Honor, she has to be able to say.
Hearsay.
Right. So what, if any, assurances did Mr. Momoa and Mr. Wan give Amber that she would be in Aquaman 2?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Try again, Elaine. Try again,
What, if any-
Elaine.
Are you aware of any chemistry issues between Amber and Jason Momoa from Aquaman?
According to the fact that they did a chemistry test with Ms. Heard and Jason Momoa in order for they thought the two of them had good chemistry. Obviously, when you look at the movie, they have good chemistry, and the poster, they have good chemistry. So I think it's general awareness that they had great chemistry.
And what, if anything,
I'd like to hear
would
his
also
side of that.
suggest Aquaman 2 that Jason Momoa believed they had good chemistry?
He wanted her in the movie.
Okay.
Objection,
I
hearsay.
think she has to be able to rely on.
Sustained.
I'm not going to tell you again, Elaine. I'm not going to tell you
In
again.
your review of
And that
all
did
of the
not
record
come from
evidence,
Jason
what,
Momoa's
if
mouth.
anything, did you see in writing anywhere that there was
I'd like to
ever
hear what
any
he's gonna say.
chemistry Heard and Jason Momoa from Aquaman?
You guys, you
There
got to
were
see
no
him.
communications whatsoever that there was no chemistry between the two.
And what, if anything, did you, in all the record evidence, did you see that the producer or Jason Momoa did not want Amber Heard in Aquaman 2?
I did not see any evidence of that.
In fact, the opposite, correct?
Correct,
Have you
again.
talked to Jason Momoa?
Thank
No.
you, Your Honor. What if the leverage did Amber Heard have to renegotiate her salary under the
Yes,
circumstances?
yes, Ace,
of
yes, she
The
did.
discussion you were not exercising her option.
Let's wait for Cross.
She had zero leverage. She was fighting for her life to stay in the film.
Now, is it typical for an actor to be able to negotiate an increase in their salary after a successful franchise?
So you may know this already, and so I apologize if you've heard it before. I don't know what's been brought to your attention, but in a franchise such as a potential franchise as Justice League and Aquaman, the customs and practice is that the studio will make an agreement with the actor that incorporates potential future films. So if Justice League does well, they want to know what they're going to pay the actor for the next one and the next one and the next one. And in those successive terms of the contract,
I'd like to hear what Jason Momoa is going to say about following Johnny Depp.
Customarily goes 20%, 100%, double. And in the case as and try to renegotiate that upcoming price tag. So
Yep,
if it was going to be
pretty
X,
much.
they might want it to be 2X or 3X. And that's very standard in the industry to renegotiate your contracts when there's many films in one single contract that each have their own price points.
To
other
talk about the
actors in
$6 million
Aquaman
that's
1
been
were able
spent
to
on
renegotiate their contracts.
Amber's attorneys that
Jason
she's not
Momoa
paying.
renegotiated his
The
contract
charity
very
she never paid
significantly
that someone else
from
paid
Aquaman
for
1
her.
to Aquaman 2.
Do you know roughly how much more?
It went up from the, somewhere between 3 and 4 million to 15 million.
Did Amber have a contract for Aquaman 1?
Yes.
How much was she paid for Aquaman 1?
Aquaman 1, she was paid $2 million.
Okay. And and did that same contract provide for if she was in Aquaman 2?
I'm sorry, I apologize. Aquaman 1, I believe she got $1 million. Aquaman 2, she was supposed to get $2 million. I apologize. The numbers, there were a lot of numbers in that one contract. So Aquaman 1, it was $1 million. Aquaman 2 is going to be $2 million.
Now, based on your experience and knowledge in the industry, how much would Amber Heard have been able to negotiate her contract but for the Depp-Waldman statements? For Aquaman 2, I'm asking.
Right. Well, as you can see from Mr. Momoa's contract, that went up exponentially, up to $15 million. Ms. Heard, I don't know if she would have
Jason,
gotten
are you
$15 million
listening?
for the
I
movie,
hope
but
so.
She certainly could have increased it by
What's
$1 or
going
$2
on
million,
Twitter? I
or
gotta look.
even doubled it. So if it was 2, it could have been 4 or even 5 or 6, depending on enthusiasm, if it had just rolled from Aquaman 1 to Aquaman 2 without any of this negativity that was created by the Depp Waldman statements.
How does she know
What
that?
if
She
anything
doesn't know
happened
that.
to Amber's role in Aquaman 2 after the Depp-Waldman statements?
It was diminished.
Now, why would Amber have been featured more prominently in Aquaman 2?
Objection, no foundation.
If only a foundation.
Okay. What usually determines, or are you able to speak to whether Amber should have been or would have been more prominently featured in Aquaman 2?
Well, a couple things.
Wait, I'm trying to get your foundation. Are you able to speak to that?
Yes.
Okay. And please tell the basis of that. And
You
then
guys
your
got to
opinion.
see this. I hope you're on
So
Twitter.
there's two
I'm going to
things.
retweet
When
this.
two actors
Follow
do
me
well
on
in a
Twitter and you'll
romantic
see what I'm looking at.
relationship and,
How
you know,
good the
they
chemistry
get
was between
married
the
or
two
they're
of
gonna
them.
have a baby, you know, you want to follow that through, because part of what
I
did
just
well in
retweeted
Aquaman
it.
was not only the action sequences, but to have a strong female character having a
My Twitter
relationship with a
account's the
strong
same
male
as my
character,
channel.
It's very empowering, right? So that was working for them in the first place. The poster of Aquaman that went around the world was one of the main posters was of the two of them together standing proud and
They're
strong.
out of time. They're almost
right?
out.
Being that
They've almost
couple.
exhausted their
And
time.
so naturally, as you go and develop scripts in the industry, you want to follow on the things that are working. And according to Ms. Heard, when she read the
I wanna
first
hear what
script for
Christina's
Aquaman
saying
2,
about
she
this
had a
and what
strong
that umbrella
romantic
guy said.
arc through the entire film. And then she also got to do some great action sequences at the end of that storyline in that script. So she was featured predominantly throughout the script of Aquaman 2 when she first read it.
All right, and then what happened?
Well, she didn't hear anything, so she wasn't getting the scripts when her
Okay, let's
colleagues
see.
were getting the scripts. She heard
Now
that
that
through
they're
her
talking
agents.
about
And
Amber Heard's
then
$100
when she
million
got the
damages,
script,
this woman is totally okay with
it
Amber
was
Heard
pared
not
down
having
from the
lost
first
any actual
script
jobs worth $100
dramatically.
million.
They had her in the hospital very shortly in the first part
Because
of the
she
movie
needs
called Act 1.
at least
They had her
one
in the
confirmed
hospital,
contract of
and they
$100
pretty much
million.
had her in the hospital, and then she was going to do this action sequence in the end. She trained 5 hours a day for several months with a trainer to do this big action sequence. And then when she got to set, two things happened. One, the costume designer said, I don't know what happened to your role. It got diminished. And
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
All right, go ahead with the second one.
Okay,
That's
and
all right.
more importantly, though, this
But
big
you've been
action
an
sequence that
expert
she was
witness
gonna
so many
do
times, right?
in the
800,
end of the movie, in the
85 to
third
100?
act was cut out, and they took it away from her. So it was radically reduced from what it was in the script and what she even trained for while she was preparing for the movie.
And what, if any, changes were made to the storyline?
I haven't seen the movie yet specifically, so I can't really speak to that yet.
Which
All right,
means
and
you
when you
don't
say
have
she was in
access
the
to what you're
hospital,
fucking talking about.
What do you mean by, was she injured in the first
You don't know.
scene?
You have no
I
facts.
believe that in the first act of the movie, she was injured somehow or had something to do with the baby. I don't know exactly. I'm
Aquaman's
just going
trending
with what
right now,
Mr.
you guys.
told me about was that she ends up in the hospital early in this new Aquaman 2 movie and doesn't really come out till the end to kind of wrap things up. But all of the interactions with Momoa's character and certainly the action scenes were taken out.
Okay. How has Amber typically been involved in promotions for her films?
As we talked about earlier, actively involved in the press and the promotion, whether that was on the press junkets, what we call when they tour the world and the actors tour together and answer questions from the press at various screenings and film festivals. And then also she was, on the cover of magazines.
No, I agree
usually
with you,
after
E.
Her movies, especially after
Oh,
Justice League.
please. That dude.
And how was the promotion of Aquaman 2 affected by the Depp-Waldman statements?
Amber has not been involved in any of the promotion that's been done to
I know,
date,
because
or very
Amber's
little,
innocent.
particularly in
Amber's a
teasers
sweet
that I've
all-American
seen, we call,
something.
short little films about the making of and so forth. She's not
Oh, she's
featured in
killing me.
them. And also, very specifically, there was a big event that Warner Brothers put on during the fandom. I think it's a DC fandom event, which is a big kind of like Comic-Con style event. And they invited all of the actors, or the majority of the actors that had strong roles in film, to participate both in the posters and the artwork, and also participate at DC fandom. And Ms. Heard was not invited to either be in the poster or be at the event. And in fact, they told her she cannot come.
Good.
Now, can
there.
this hurt Amber's career, not being allowed to be in any of the promotional materials?
Absolutely. It means that nobody knows about her. She doesn't have the same part in the film. It's not going to take her on to her next movie. She's not being associated with the tremendous amount of promotion that's going to be made for this, movie that everybody's looking forward to see. So she's not
Nobody's
a part
going to
of
go
it
see that movie.
because
She's in it.
of this
No
negative
one.
campaign.
There's 5
How
million
have
people
the
that
Depp
are
Waldman
saying we
statements
don't want to see her in
affected
that
any
movie.
other films or TV project promotions for Amber?
So prior to the defamatory statements, but either around the, after or around the time that Aquaman 1 came out, she was in the TV show called The Stand. It was based on a Stephen King novel. So big book, going to be a big TV show. And again, Ms. Heard didn't do any press or promotion for that for the same reasons.
And what, if any, plans were there to have Amber Heard on the cover of LA Style relating to Stand before the Depp Waldman statements?
Right. So Ms. Heard was in, and they had done an article about her participation in this TV show, The Stand, the Stephen King novel related TV show, and they were going to give her the cover picture and cover story, and they took that away. I don't know if the article existed, but they certainly took away the cover picture and the cover story.
Okay. How have the Depp Waldman statements affected press requests for Amber?
There aren't any.
So
yes, they affected it because there used to be a lot of press requests, and now there aren't any.
has Amber Heard obtained any roles since the Depp Waldman statement?
Again, for many years, no, for a good period of time, or a year and a half, 2 years, until she got this small movie called Into the Fire.
Okay. Has Amber obtained any studio movie roles since the Depp Waldman statements?
No.
How, if at all, have Amber's philanthropic opportunities been affected by Depp Waldman statements?
Again, she had some passion projects. She was invited to do some charity work, and she also had her own passion projects that she, loved and wanted to be involved with and even travel for. But they decided it wasn't going to be a good idea because every time she appears anywhere, the social media negativity campaign starts up again. So she hasn't been able to do any for charity work.
What is an endorsement?
So an endorsement is when an actor associates themselves with a product.
Jesus, Elaine, are
either
you going to
for
drag this out? My
print
God.
promotion or commercials, like Jennifer Aniston doing The Water, or Matthew McConaughey doing the car commercial. That's a product endorsement. He's paid to say that the product is good and be associated with the product.
How important are those endorsements to the actors in the entertainment industry?
Well, very, very important on two levels. One, they
Oh my God.
bring a good amount of income to them when they're not shooting a movie, so it's a good way to make money in between film roles. And then also, it shows the studios and the production executives and the financiers that the actor is relevant in the community because they're being associated with the product. So if it's a well-known product, that's really great. If it's a medium product, that's great, and so forth and so on. So you want to be, if you can, and if that's something that you like to do, not everybody does, but if they like to do that, then they can get a lot of value out of those product endorsements because then the studios see that there's a connection with the consumer, not just on the film, but also with product.
Did Amber have any endorsement activities prior to the publication of the Depp Waldman statements?
Yes.
Please explain.
So Amber was hired by L'Oreal to be a product and endorse their product, the makeup line. And she had a $1.5 million contract for 2 years. And they were able to work. They had 20 days of her work. They had the right to work with her for 20 days. And she started the work. And then when the defamatory statements came out, they essentially put a pause on working with her. So they no longer brought her to photo shoots. They no longer had her do public events for the product. And it basically said, we love you, but we can't work with you right now because it's just too much.
Objection, hearsay.
All right. I'll sustain the objection. Next
Okay.
question.
Have the Depp Waldman statements affected that deal in any way with L'Oreal?
Well, they put it on pause and haven't done any of the work, so she's not out there in the public eye related to the product. And they have decided to continue working with her at some point once, as I said, this all quiets down, this trial is over, and hopefully the negative campaigns will stop. So they extended her contract, but they did not pay her for that extension.
And has Amber been hired for any other endorsement deals since the Depp Waldman statements?
No.
Now, did you assess Amber's losses as a result of the Depp Waldman statements?
Yes.
What did you do to assess those?
Well, first of all, I looked at Amber's career directly. So I wanted to see, as I said earlier, she worked consistently, and then she was on this kind of very large upswing with the big movies, Justice League and Aquaman.
Is this
and
where
all
she's
that,
going to
and
say that
Stand
she
with the
lost
Stephen
$100
King
million?
project. And then it stopped, right? So her work stopped. And then I looked at other actors that kind of grew up at the same time frame. Grew up meaning they started their career and had the same time frame to start going from the smaller projects to the well-known director projects to the big movie projects. And I looked at those actors, and I then saw, after they had their Star is Born moment, if you will, I wanted to see where their careers went. So I looked at several actors to see, including Jason Momoa, her co-star, to see what happened in their careers after such a successful film.
Someone
as
said,
Aquaman,
JD's team,
came
can you
out.
please call
And why
Jason
did you
Momoa,
use that
please?
method of analysis?
God, I
It's a
wish
very
you would-
common
I wish you would,
methodology
but
in the entertainment industry
he's not-
to
I
work
don't
with
know
what we
about
call
that. I
comps.
doubt-
think
I
Ms.
doubt it.
Kovacevic even used that word comp. With films, you try to find comparable films. With actors, you look to see comparable actors. So you can it's not a distinct actual, this is going to happen, but this is the probability with a reasonable certainty that with the right management team that she had and her acting ability and her looks and the press that she
Her
was
acting
getting and should
ability? Is
continue
that
to
what they
get,
just said?
that her career would have been similar to these other actors.
Have you used that method in other cases in which you've been an expert on damages?
Yes, I have.
Who did you select as comparable actors for your comparison?
Well, I wanted to look at actors that were in superhero films that had done really well at the box office. So I looked at Jason Momoa, her co-star. I looked at Gal Gadot, who is in Wonder Woman. I looked at Ana de Armas, who was in
Blade Runner?
Thank you, Blade Runner. I looked at Zendaya, who was in Spider-Man, and I looked at Chris Pine, who was in Star Trek and also Wonder Woman. About the, similar age range, all attractive actors, all with good acting skills, all able to do stunts. So there are not that many actors to look at who do superhero characters. So it was a small pool to work from, but I took a wide range from those actors, both men and women, to see what could potentially happen to Miss Heard's career.
Do you consider all of them to be identical for purposes of measurement?
Well, absolutely not. I mean, no two actors are identical. You can only look at that within a range of characteristics and work history, management team, and so forth.
And we've heard from Mr. Banya. Did you review Mr. Banya's Q-score analysis regarding the comparables you used?
Yes, I did.
And what, if any, opinions have you formed in reviewing Mr. Banya's analysis regarding the comparables you selected?
So Mr. Banya looked at calendar years to assess, so what happened in December of, 2017 or 18 or 19, what happened in June, what happened in a very specific time frame, which works on some statistical analysis. But when you're talking about actors and their relationships to Q-scores are related to the actor's viability in the consumer's mind, if you will, how well known or how much they're coming up in conversation. And so Mr. Banya did not look at time periods of the actors that I compared them with to the film when it came out. So like right after the success of their big film, what was their Q-score? But moreover, he just looked at them in a year range. So it doesn't coincide from actor to actor just because you look at it over time. You have to look at it specifically after each of those individuals box office success with a particular film, you look at the Q score high or low during that, and then you look at how low it drops, say, a couple months afterwards, and then if it comes back up, if they have another film or another event that brings them into the limelight again. So it's not about time, it's related to a specific activity or event, and he did not do that.
Okay. Oh my God. What did your comparisons show in terms of films that those actors had been in since their breakout roles?
He better do a good job on Cross, man. I'm telling you.
In terms of their, I'm not quite sure I understand.
Well, what happened with these other actors after they had their?
What does that have to do with Amber?
So unrelated to Q scores.
Right.
Oh, okay, sorry. So all those actors' careers, the ones I mentioned, they all either were a steady rise or even
But
a
she
meteoric
just said
rise
you can't
in terms of where their career went
compare
after their Star is
one
Born
actor
moment.
to
and they
another.
got
You can't.
some other good
She
films,
just
and maybe
said
they
that.
got another film that performed
I'm
extremely well.
confused.
So it was a range, but they all were
What
on an
is she
upward
talking
trajectory,
about?
without a doubt.
And what does this mean for Amber?
With a reason, I mean, the way that the kind of industry works is usually, unless there is a force majeure or some really negative event, her career should have followed that same upward swing in about the same time frame, give or take 6 months to a year. But it would be very reasonable to believe that her career would have been on an upward trajectory within the range of those other actors.
What, if any, comparisons did you make respecting endorsement deals of these actors with Amber?
You know, again, all those actors that we've talked about all did multiple endorsement deals after their big movies or after their big series of movies. You know, Jason Momoa is on, you know, Rocket Mortgage and Harley Davidson, as well as, you know, 5 or 6 other companies. Zendaya is Lancome and fashion and water and jewelry, and Gal Gadot and Chris Pine and Anna de Armas.
Excuse me, she's
They've all
Euphoria.
done either
Hello?
a couple or many, and all of them have associated with a large brand. Unlike Amber, who hasn't even been able to work on the one contract that she had. She
Well, then
certainly
she
didn't get
shouldn't
any
have.
others.
She shouldn't have
So
talked
what
shit
did
in
your
the audios
analysis
then,
show
right?
with respect to Amber Heard's losses, but for the Depp Waldman statements?
They were significant.
What happened to Larry?
If we
you guys?
follow the
He's not in the
trajectory
crowd.
of her, you know, colleagues.
Is that Joe?
Well, let's start with Aquaman 2.
Is Joe in the? Is that
What
Joe
would she
back
have
there with the
realized
glasses
there?
on?
Well, as I stated earlier, so from Aquaman 1 to 2, it went from $1 million to $2 million, right? So that was a pre-written contract. It doubled.
That's Joe. You guys,
So the
good logic
agents
is in the.
We're very excited
audience.
after the success of Aquaman to go and negotiate a much higher fee like they did for Jason Momoa. They weren't able to do that. So in that instance alone, it was more than likely a $2 million loss just from that movie alone.
So 2 to 4, you had said before?
It could have been 4, it could have been 6.
Objection leading.
Sustained.
Oh, okay.
Okay. What about other films?
Joe's in
So
the.
once as Amber's agent.
Joe's in
Ms.
the audience though, right?
Kovacevic. I was doing okay. Ms. Kovacevic said that once you get that quote of the $2 million.
I'm so
from
happy
Aquaman
Kate
2,
Moss
that
is
kind
gonna
of was like the baseline.
stand up for
any
for
other
Johnny.
movie she would have
I'm
done.
so happy. I wish
any
I
other
wish
studio
Winona
movie
Ryder would have
started
done
from
it.
there, and depending on the success of Aquaman and how much press she did, maybe she worked on another great director, independent film, whatever, that $2 million for a studio film and had it jumped to $4 million with the renegotiation, that then would have been the basis. So any future studio film that she would have done, any big budget film, would have been the basis at $4 million, and then most likely have gone up from there if she was able to get others, which she should have, just like the other actors.
Let's talk about TV for a minute. What would those losses have included?
Well, On the Stand, which was, you know, about the same time as Aquaman, but got the press and the promotion got cut off because of the defamatory statements and the negative campaign. She got paid $200,000 an episode on The Stand. So on a TV series of 9 episodes, it's $1.8 million. So if she had, again, done other TV shows, it's very likely that whether she worked with a streamer
Oh, she
or
would have
with
really.
one of the networks,
Ace?
that
Well, I
fee
know
would have gone
Stranger
up from
Things
there.
is
Her
coming
agents would
out
have been
too.
able
I
to
thought
use
maybe
the
she might
leverage of the
not want to be
success of
involved
Aquaman
because of the
2
release of season
to
4.
put her, if she had done another television show,
season 5 or
given
whatever it is.
rise to even a higher episodic fee. Some actors go up to $1 million an episode. Jason Momoa's in his TV show got $1 million. So there's an exponential range of where she could have gone. All right.
What about endorsements?
Same thing, you know, all the other actors were doing
Elaine,
over the
burning your
course of a
time,
couple
man.
years period, you know, anywhere from 5, 6, 7 other endorsement deals. And Ms. Heard realistically should have gotten endorsement deals in other categories. L'Oreal is makeup, so probably not in makeup.
How many hours
but
does Elaine
maybe
have left,
water
you
or
guys?
clothing, or
5?
jewelry, or wellness.
She had
or
8.
it could have
No,
been
she's
anything
got to
else.
have
And
what,
so she
2 or
too
3?
should have, with a reasonable degree of certainty, gotten other contract deals based on the success of the films that she's been associated with and the TV shows she's been
And
associated
what would
with.
that have translated into in terms of dollars?
So in terms of dollars, okay, so if it was $1.5 million for L'Oreal for a 2-year contract, and let's give her 4 other $1.5 or $2 million deals, which all those other actors, you know, especially the ladies, have gotten, then you're looking at an additional $8 million of income over time. I'm not saying this is in one period. We're looking at as far back as the defamatory statements of 2020 to now, which is almost 2 years. And again, as I said earlier, even when this is quiet, it will take 3 to 5 years for her to rehabilitate her career if she can. So we have to look at it as a period of a minimum of 5 years. So when I say $8 million for endorsement contracts, it would have been over time.
That's not 100 million though. That's not 100
What if
million
any
in
losses relating to
damages.
production or film activities?
Well, again, these other actors that we looked at, and there's a wide range of them. Some of them did bigger films and some of them did gigantic films. But it is very reasonable to assume that once you are in an Aquaman style film, you'll either continue to do those, right? Some of these franchises, as we know, go for
Stop
5, 6
talking to the
films,
jury like
or
they're
she
your
would probably have been in another
beasties.
studio
Stop.
film that had nothing to do with Aquaman. But again, so over the course of 5 years, it's very reasonable to consider that she would have been in at least 1 film a year at a minimum of $4 million, because that's what her precedent would have been had she renegotiated. And
Stop looking at
it's
Johnny.
important to
You're
note that in
freaking
her-
me the
in her
fuck
Justice
out.
League contract, if there is a Aquaman 3, her price is set at $4 million. So it's very reasonable to assume and to believe that if she did a film a year for 5 years at a minimum of $4 million a year without any negotiation, which probably would have happened, but let's just say that baseline, that would be another $20 million over that time frame.
That's not 100.
What if
That's
any
not
opinions
100.
do you have about Amber Heard's earning power over time?
That it continued to rise. It's customary in the industry, as I've talked about earlier, that the negotiations, especially with her agents at William Morris, her fees would have gone higher. So I'm just using the baseline without any ability to foresee in the future, but I already know she got negotiated for $4 million from Aquaman 3. So if we use that as a baseline minimum, but it very well would have gone up had her agents done the work that they wanted to do.
So combining all of these opinions and calculations that you've had, what, if any, range are the losses you are estimating for Amber Heard, but for the Depp Waldman?
There's no way you could say $100 million.
Right, so again, it's really important that I looked at, and hopefully you understand this, that it's over time, right? So let's just say a minimum of 5 years that we're going to talk about these losses, and it could be more, but at minimum, if you look at the film, the television.
That's a projection. That's not fact, though. That's a
Very
projection.
likely that Ms. Heard should have earned between $45 and $50 million over that time period.
Are all your opinions to within a reasonable degree of probability or certainty?
Yes.
All right, thank you very much.
All right, let's go ahead and take our afternoon recess, ladies and gentlemen. Do not do any outside research and do not discuss this case with anybody.
Yes, down?
Yeah, you can step down, that's fine.
I'm sorry.
No, that's okay, that's all right. I appreciate it, ma'am, go ahead.
Okay.
Reminder, court is still in session, please.
Hold on.
All right, so let's come back at 4 o'clock. We can do that, all right?
Thank you.
4 o'clock.
Is Cross going to start? Nicolas Cage named in Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard defamation trial? When? Who did that? What outlet is saying that? I'm trying to go to Emily's thing. I want to hear. I don't get, I mean, I'm trying to follow all this stuff. Come on. Oh my goodness. I'm so frustrated with my internet today. I don't like the live stream too. The live stream, I turned it on the TV in the living room and it's still framing. And it's on the highest it can go. It's on 1080p. So I don't know. Yeah, me too, Ace. I don't know. Ugh. Frustrating. I want to see what. I don't know why my computer's having such a hard time, but it's pissing me off. For it to turn over pages, it's just. Frustrating. That's gonna be my intro.
That's a.
Don't do this to me right
That's
now.
an interesting choice. That's an interesting choice. That was an interesting choice. That's an interesting statement. As relevant to us as a bicycle to a fish. What's the bicycle fish reference? I feel like I'm getting Drew Barrymore. But is that a fish may love a bird, Signore? But where would they live? Is that the reference that my brain has gone to? All right, let us go to the chat. Is it a spoiler if something already?
Did she?
Let's
I just
see,
wanted
if
to know what
some-
her thoughts were on the trial, dude. Come on now. I know you're answering questions.
Something is already established in the.
It keeps. I don't know why it's not doing 1080p. Oh my goodness. I just wanted to know what she was thinking about that lady right there, but maybe she's not going to comment on it. I was wanting to see that, but I guess.
Something is already established in the comics. Is the whole film series not based on the comics? It is. I just don't know the DC comics. I'm legitimately curious how the difference plays out. I don't know. I guess it's not. If it's in the comics, I don't know. So you guys, thank you so much for. Is it an Aquaman reference? Dr. Seuss reference? I don't know. Fish can't ride bicycles. I don't know. Didn't the judge instruct no statements? Yes, they did. The bicycle is a Dr.
I was just, did you say something about court, dude? Because that's all I really want to see. I don't want to be in on your stream. If I wanted to do that, I wouldn't be streaming myself. I just wanted to know what she thought about the lady said right now. I can't get it to work, you guys. I don't know. I'm too impatient to even care. I don't know. So now one of you guys that are in the chat, explain to me like how one witness can work for both sides or work for both sides. So obviously this was a witness that they called in, but she's working for both sides. So what exactly does that mean, if anything, if you guys can share? Because I would really like to know. I'm serious. I don't quite understand the way that's going to work or the way that's going to benefit the sides. Oh my God, these two clowns. Oh my God. They're already starting on Twitter. They're already starting. It's just crazy. Oh my God. I can't with this. I'm not doing very good on Twitter today, but I really haven't been that active. This oh my God. Let's hope tomorrow's better. Well, it's gonna be it's gonna be an exciting week anyway, because Johnny Depp's team is gonna dominate this week, so that's even better. Oh, Chris Pine is Captain America. I've never really been into the comic book stuff. Like I loved Alice in Wonderland. And I oftentimes, every time I see this trial every day, I think of that. And because I've been torturing myself with these stupid audios at night, trying to condense them down into a video to get them out. Because at first I've already live streamed them, so StreamYard allows you to download the audio of of your previous stream. So it's easier for me to do an audio file and then just chop that up, you know what I mean, and put out the audios on my channel. And so tonight, like, I have one audio ready. It didn't download overnight, which pissed me off, but it didn't do that. So I'm getting ready to, release the Toronto and the 4-hour thing, that I already did because I got dinged on that. And then I'm getting ready to release the San Francisco call. I'm still looking so if any of you guys have found the audio online anywhere, including YouTube or TikTok, where he's the one that they introduced in the first part of the trial, where he's really down. I think it's still San Francisco, but for some reason, the San Francisco audio that appears on YouTube is basically the phone call. It's not the visit, because apparently they recorded the visit when she was there. Remember about the whole knife thing? So I can't seem to find that on YouTube. So if somebody can land that for me, that'd be awesome, just so I can drop that on my channel. Okay, I understand what you were saying, but she was not impartial with her answers at all. All her answers were, Amber is an angel, it's all Depp's fault, and her career tanked. It's exactly what you think it is. Okay, thank you. Okay, cool. I mean, a lot of times, sometimes I just get lost, man. There's a lot going on, and trying to keep up with each. I mean, you guys might be. My brother was an actor too, and really close with the Hanks. But I don't know the way the industry works. I try to understand. Like, I have to talk to my son a lot about the industry itself, because my son's a film graduate. But at the same time, I don't know the way the industry works per se. I have to ask my son, okay, what's this and what's that, in terms of like the industry itself. But it's been very interesting. So what did Christopher Melcher, Warner Brothers goes further. Any delay in picking up Amber Heard's option for Aquaman 2 was due to creative issues in casting Miss Heard in the role of Mira for Aquaman 2, which were communicated to Miss Heard's agent at the time, which is this document right here. It's good that we're catching up with Instagram. I mean, that we're catching up with Miss Heard filmed Aquaman 2 between July 15, 2021 and November 16, 2021. Any alleged delay in picking up Miss Heard's option for Aquaman 2 was due to creative issues in casting Miss Heard in the role of Mira for Aquaman 2, which were communicated to Miss Heard's agent at the time. Any alleged delay in Warner Brothers picking up Miss Heard's option for Aquaman 2 was not due to Miss Heard's dispute with Mr. Depp. Let's say that again. Any alleged delay in Warner Brothers picking up Miss Heard's option for Aquaman 2 was not due to Miss Heard's dispute with Mr. Depp or to any of the allegations in the lawsuit, specifically including counterclaim statements. Warner Brothers would not have paid Miss Heard more money on Aquaman 2 if Miss Heard had had more time to attempt and renegotiate her contract. There it is. Boom. Mic drop. Thank you, Christopher Melcher. Please follow Mr. Melcher on the Tweesters, because there's always good stuff, man. I'm telling you, much better to me than IG. Just saying, there might be a lot of stuff going on TikTok. We need to integrate TikTok in here at some point, but not today. So this was just released a few minutes ago. But let's keep going. Let's see what Larry and Joe are saying, if anything. The Real Laura B. Christine Flowers, why Johnny Depp is a victim of domestic violence. Thank you so much. A new article has come out. Yay. Yay for the tay. Okay, wait. I can't get past Elaine trying to claim Johnny's drawing is narcissistic. No. We artists draw our pain, but that doesn't matter, because they already pointed out that it's good that he's being, distracting his mind, like, while this is happening. So I don't see anything wrong with him drawing. They've encouraged it. It's good therapy. So, to have to listen to all this bullshit he's having to listen to. So there's that. What else is floating around? These accounts have all been created May 2022. Look at this. Stop lying. Bots. So I wonder, is the PR team working hard? You guys think PR team is working hard? Because I sure as hell do. Keep an eye on the clock for you all, for me, y'all. Let me refresh this because we know the live stream does not refresh itself as mentioned prior to. Marilyn, I'm so happy to have you here. Let's read your comment. These involve the conflict of interest where the professional may have knowledge of the details or strategy on the other side may have. Thank you, Marilyn. Appreciate that. An expert witness switching from one legal team to another, and many of these involve the conflict of interest where the professional may have knowledge of the details or strategy of the other side may have. Sorry you guys, I didn't sleep very well last night, but good to have you, Marilyn. Please make sure you hit the like button and stick around. We'd love to have you in our conversation. We will be streaming all week, so hopefully I will have Ace and Eric in my chat to keep me company. Thank you. I hope you, Marilyn, will decide to join us. You guys, let me know on your, where are you watching this stream? Are you watching it on your phones? Are you watching it on your TVs? Are you watching it on your computer? I'm curious to know, because when I'm streaming this in 1080p, I go out to the TVs, right? And just check on it. It looks like it's coming out frame by frame, but I keep in mind, you know, like to myself, reminding myself that we have Xfinity, I believe, here, and we pay for the top plan. So it's because I stream, obviously. But it's weird, like how it's coming out frame by frame on the TV. So I'm not sure if it's streaming, if it's because I'm streaming a bunch of stuff, you know. I don't think anybody in the house is streaming right now, so I don't, or watching, you know, like a stream, watching Netflix or Hulu or whatever. So I would just be curious, where are you watching this, and is it coming out? Strong, or is it coming out weak when you're watching it? I would love to know, because as you can see, today's been a challenge, you guys. I don't normally have this many problems with the internet. That's just not something I normally have problems with, so it's really weird. Maybe that was coming from here. Let's see. Yeah, I'm having a struggle today. I don't know. Oh, here we go. Here we go with the new witnesses that are coming. Or the rebuttal witnesses, I should say. I'm glad they're bringing in Kate Moss, man. Super happy about that. I will, Ace. I will. So this was just released 4 seconds ago, and this is real time. Johnny Depp's rebuttal witnesses, as we know. So we've got Dr. Curry, Kate Moss, and we've got Depp's rebuttal witness. Is this? I don't know who this is. I don't know who this is. This the flight attendant, or is this somebody else? Who's Morgan Tremaine? Is that the flight? Well, it's either Lydia Philippe, or it's Morgan Tremaine. Let me know if you guys know who this is. Oh gosh, okay. I don't know. I don't know why. I've tried, and it's on 1080p. Well, that doesn't make me interesting, does it? No one's going to want to watch my stream if they can't see it. I don't know. I'll do a speed test in a second. I'm on 1080p, as you can see here. All right, we're back.
All right, if we could have the witness. Okay, sure. While we do that, can we have the witness take this?
It's streaming okay for me, but on the feedback, I don't know. It's just coming off weird. Frustrating for me. Can't stream if I can't. I'll call Xfinity at the end of the day. I'll do a speed test and find out why I'm having trouble. See if they can do anything for me. Ace, I do have a question, though. You said you're running 2 other streams, or 3 live streams, including mine, I guess. Are you streaming from one of the main, the other streams you're running, are they media outlets? Are they in the courtroom? because that's going to make a difference also.
Your sound mixer?
Excuse me?
Your sound mixer?
Yes. All right, we're ready for jury?
Do I stand?
It's up to you.
Legal Bites and Emily, can you check that umbrella guy also? I know Emily's in Tennessee. Legal Bites, I think she's in California as well. She's in Southern, I believe. And then I think Tug is in I don't remember. But check out their live streams and let me know if they're going in frames also.
Good afternoon, Ms. Arnold.
Hello, how are you?
So you repeatedly testified about what you were asked as the Depp-Waldman statements. You don't have any knowledge whether Mr. Depp knew of the statements that Mr. Waldman made, do you?
Only with association with Mr. Waldman, correct?
You don't know when the first time Mr. Depp learned about those statements?
I don't know.
No. And the association you're talking about is that Mr. Waldman worked from time to time as Mr. Depp's attorney, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, may we approach?
Okay.
Okay, Ace. It's I just did a speed test. It says 36.7 Mbps download and 31.6 upload. That's all it says. Latency is 10 ms from San Francisco. That's all it says. So if you know what that means, let me know. But that's what it says it's streaming.
All right. I understand that you're testifying as a damages expert, and we have two hats, talking both about Mr. Depp's damages and about Ms. Heard's purported damages. Let's talk about Ms. Heard's damages first. You understand that you have to testify as to damages that resulted from the Waldman statements, correct?
That was my analysis.
Most of your testimony, however, was just simply testimony about things that occurred after the Waldman statements.
That's what I was tasked with, yes.
Right. The mere fact that there were activities after the Waldman statements doesn't establish that the Waldman statements caused any damages, does it?
When you look at the time frame of when the Waldman statements came out, and you look at what was going on with Ms. Heard's career prior to the statements and what happened after the statements, it's very clear to make that correlation that they were caused by those statements and the campaign that followed afterwards in terms of the negative social media.
All right, that's an interesting thing, because the witness this morning actually described the notion of what's correlation and what's causation. And correlation does not imply causation, does it, ma'am?
I'm not an expert in semantics.
Okay. But you're an expert who is purporting to say that Ms. Heard lost between $45 and $50 million. And I'm trying to understand where you put the link between the Waldman statements and all the other activity that occurred since then.
As I stated and very clearly wanted to make sure that everybody understood, was that it was a time frame under, between which the Waldman statement.
I don't know why it's doing it. I don't know. I don't know why. I don't like to touch it when it buffers like that because otherwise we'll lose the trial, and I'll have to refresh the screen and it takes even longer. So it keeps doing it to me. I don't know why. Today's been a rough day, man. I'm missing it. I get so frustrated. I get so frustrated. It's beyond. It's I don't know why. I don't. It could be my machine, possibly. I don't know.
And the negativity that the studios and the product endorsements and the television and the press connected as well.
All right, let's start with first principle. If defamatory, correct?
Again, that's outside of the scope of my piece.
All right, let's then go back to what, and I think you said the Waldman statements appeared in hashtags.
I said words from the Waldman statements appeared in hashtag.
Right, and the hashtags that were analyzed, however, don't have the Waldman statements in the hashtag.
I've also seen them online myself.
Well, but the analysis that Mr. Schnell did, he looked at 4 of them, right?
That was Schnell's analysis, and I do believe I remember reading that, yes.
All right. And the 25% that you just raised, that's Mr. Schnell's analysis. You didn't do that. He did it.
Correct.
All right. So you know what Mr. Schnell did. And he didn't look at hashtags that contained the Waldman statement words. He looked at justice for Johnny Depp, right?
That's one of them, yes.
One of them, of the 1.2 million hits that you talked about, that was 900,000, 984,000.
Well, also in my conversations with Mr. Schnell, we talked about all of the words that were in the statement that also appeared. So what he wrote in his report and what I had in my conversation may not have been the same thing.
Ma'am, I don't want to hear about your conversation with Mr. Schnell.
It's part of what I relied on, and I'm allowed to talk about that.
All right, so your conversation with Mr. Schnell, let's move beyond that. Let's talk about what the other hashtags were. Amber Heard is an abuser. That's not in the Waldman statement, is it?
The fact that she was called a hoax can be related to Amber Heard as the abuser, but no, those words were not used, correct?
Right. And we just don't like Amber. That's not in the Waldman statement.
Correct.
Right. And Amber Turd is not in the Waldman statement.
Correct.
Right. None of those things are. And in terms of the use of the words fraud and hoax, that appeared in only 6.5% of the millions of tweets that Mr. Schnell analyzed, right?
I don't have his definition or his report in front of me, but we can look at it together if you'd like to.
Right. And you said Waldman appears in 25%. Waldman or Waldmanian.
According to Mr. Schnell, yes.
No, all right.
That's hearsay.
But if that's your only evidence, however, that any of this activity has any link to Mr. Waldman. Is that correct?
Well, no, we also look at the timeline because those campaigns were not active prior to the Waldman statements, and then they started appearing, so there is some connectivity there as well.
Mr. Depp bears no responsibility for the social media campaigns. He doesn't. If the social media campaigns caused Ms. Heard to lose her ability to generate income, that's not the Waldman statements. That's a social media campaign.
I'm going to object, Your Honor. May we approach? Okay.
Oh my God. What is it this time, Elaine? What is it this time, Elaine? She's just having Every single time he talks to his lawyers, she talks to her lawyers, creeping me out just a tiny bit, just a lot. Every single time he talks to his lawyers, she leans over and talks to her lawyers. It's creepy, man. She mirrors everything he does. She gazes him down in the I can't wait till because Johnny Depp is going to take the stand, right? So I can't wait till the behavioral panel does a little bit more on her. She's just creepy, man. She's freaking creepy. It's weird. Exactly, Ace. Get it together, Elaine. Get your shit together. Quit whining and crying like a spoiled child.
All right, so I'm just looking for all evidence of the causal connection that you claim exists between the $45 million in damages that you assert and the 3 statements made by Mr. Waldman.
Well, I also looked at Ms. Heard's career after the divorce proceedings and other lawsuits that she was either involved with or was discussed. And her
Please bring up the audios.
Might have had a pause.
Please bring
but
up
she
the
was able to
audios.
overcome that when she did Aquaman and she did The Stand.
Please bring
of
up the
very prominent
audios.
Productions. And there was no dramatic downturn in her career after any publicity.
Ma'am, I don't mean to interrupt you, but do you have notes with you?
No, there's dust.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
It's just dust, and I'm just distracting myself. I guess,
I'm sorry.
It's just
I
nerves. It's really just that there's
that's
just
okay.
dust. Sorry.
So you looked at her career, and you looked at the way her career was moving.
Right. So as I was saying, her career was moving forward, and even she had been able to overcome the negative publicity surrounding the divorce or the initial filing of the UK lawsuit and the other lawsuits, anything that she was associated, she overcame that. She did Justice League, and she did Aquaman, and she did The Stand, and she got the L'Oreal contract all after that. The only time her career slowed down and stopped was at the same time.
Exactly. Please bring up the audios.
So,
but there was a lot of other activity that happened following the defamatory statements. You said every time Mr. Depp files a lawsuit, it ignites the fire around both of them.
That's true.
No, I actually said it ignites the fire mostly around Mr. Depp. That was excuse me, please.
I'm sorry.
That was in context of when I was asked about Mr. Depp's career.
He
was not in
lets
context
the
of when I
witness
was asked
take
about Ms.
control
Heard's
of the
career.
conversation, and
It's
I
not
hate
the
that
same fire?
about him. He's weak that way.
It
I
is
don't like
innocent.
that.
Who's the protagonist in the case in the UK was Mr. Depp. Ms. Heard was a witness to that case. She was not a part of the case. So
But
most
there
of the
were-
negative press went.
There was enormous amounts of negative activity around Ms. Heard as a result of the UK case. Isn't that true?
There was negativity, yes, about both of them in the case, yes.
Right. Substantial amounts of negativity.
Right.
Right? And so you can't tell me that that negativity isn't the thing that keeps or Ms. Heard from working.
Well, again, it was a close time frame. The negative statements were a much closer time frame to the press and publicity around Aquaman and The Stand than the UK case, which was months later. So again, I will look at the defamatory statements as kind of the igniting force, and it was promoted and kind of more oxygen was put on the fire when the UK case came out. So it kind of became a snowball effect of the match was lit and it kept getting stronger and stronger.
Right, but Ms. Heard isn't claiming a causal connection between the UK case and her damages, right?
No.
All right. And you can't distinguish between the UK bad publicity and the bad publicity that derived after the Waldman statements.
What time frame are you talking about with the bad publicity from the UK case, so we can at least be specific on time frames?
Well, you talked about a 5-year time window.
A 5-year time window from 2020 to to the 2 years that we're at now, plus the 3 years moving forward, is what I talked about in terms of the time frame that it would take someone who's been under this much duress to kind of rehabilitate their career. That's when we talked about the 5 years.
Right, that's when you talked about the 5 years. So you look over this 5-year window, and during the period that precedes this window, there's lots and lots of negative press about Ms. Heard, irrespective of the Waldman statements, correct?
Before the Waldman statements, as I said, she was able to overcome that, and she got great jobs and was getting
That still
endorsement
doesn't
contracts.
prove that, though. That doesn't prove
Right,
it.
but after the Waldman statements, there is more activity in the press, there's more social media activity, and you cannot put a causal connection between that activity and what Mr. Waldman said.
It can be the instigating event, if you want me to call it that. We'll call the Waldman statements the instigating event of a torrential rain of social media tactics that has gone on.
And
for
what about
years.
the audios? Oh, maybe he can't.
The instigating event.
Maybe he can't bring them up.
And therefore,
I don't know.
your damage analysis with a degree, some degree, I guess,
They're in evidence,
of
though.
reasonable certainty is that once there's an instigating event,
They're in evidence. All he's got to do is say the
everything that
audios.
happens thereafter is fair game for damages?
Well, it's like a fire. If one tree burns and then more air or wind is added to it, then the next tree burns and the whole forest burns. But if that first fire hadn't started with the one tree, there would have been no loss of acreage. So you can look at it with that same analogy.
Trees burn one at a time, don't they, ma'am?
You know, I'm not a firefighter. I'm not going to go there with you, but obviously
don't
we
know. I
know that
think-
a single match can cause thousands of acres to burn. So we can leave it at that.
I think I went there with you. All right, let's do this. You decided that there were a number of persons that you described as comparable in order to determine what Ms. Heard was likely to make over time, correct?
Yes.
All right. Of those comparable actors and actresses, is there a single one who has had any press suggesting that they defecated in the marital bed?
I don't know. I have no idea.
You would agree with me that that is a negative influence with respect to Hollywood.
If one believed it, yes.
Yeah, if one believed it, you know, it was reported.
No, he does.
Yeah. It
It's
certainly
just
has
his
been
nerves, I think.
discussed.
It's
We
just-
don't have any
he's
proof
older,
or
you know
video
what I mean?
of anybody defecating
Camille
on the
is
bed.
just, she's better
I
under
certainly do
pressure.
not have proof or, a video of anybody defecating in a bed. I'll give you that.
That's a good thing.
Yeah. But what you know is that Mr. Waldman didn't say anything about defecating in a bed.
Correct.
Right. So all of the bad publicity around that activity has nothing to do with Waldman, right?
Waldman, as you said, didn't talk about defecation.
Okay. And you haven't considered how that story has adversely impacted Ms. Heard's career.
That story, you're going to ask me for a causal link between that poop story and her demise of her career. I can't. No, I'm not going to do that, nor can I.
You couldn't do it?
Can I make it? No, I can't.
Right. And you can't do it with Waldman's statements either, can you?
Well, again, I did, and I have, and I stand by them. So
You did by just pointing out the time frames are relatively close.
the time frame and the instigation and if you will, the rallying of the forces, again, it's like a lit tree. It's going to ignite everything. It's like free game afterwards. So it was the instigating event, if you will, and that's what I looked at. Yes.
All right. So from your perspective, anything that happened after Waldman that was negative to your client is attributable to Waldman and therefore attributable to the damage analysis that you made?
I was tasked with looking at that specifically, and that's what I was asked to limit it to. I was not asked to look at anything else.
All right. Jason Momoa. That's one of your comparables, right?
Yes.
He's been prominent since 1999. It was Baywatch in 99. 44 episodes on Baywatch. Do you know that?
You can look it up if you did. I'll go with that.
Right. But you remember him on Baywatch.
Actually, didn't watch Baywatch, but
Right.
he certainly had the physique for it, so.
Stargate Atlantis, he was on that. Many episodes.
Right?
Did you know that?
Yes.
Okay. He played Conan the Barbarian.
In TV or film?
Film.
Okay. I don't have Mr. Momoa's resume memorized, so.
No, I'm just trying to understand how you came to the conclusion they're comparable, because I just want to spend a few minutes talking about Mr. Momoa's career. Game of Thrones was one of the most popular things on TV for a period of 3 years, correct?
Yes, he was.
And he was in Game of Thrones.
Yes, he was.
Yep. And he's Aquaman, right?
Yes, he is.
Right. He's the title character in Aquaman.
Yes.
Yeah. And he was actually Aquaman in a movie before the Aquaman movie started.
You mean in Justice League and other things like that, yeah.
Batman versus Superman. Dawn of Justice. Wasn't he in that as Aquaman?
I didn't see that one.
Didn't see it.
No.
Miss Heard wasn't in that movie, was she?
Not that I know of, no.
No. And he was in both Justice League movies.
Correct.
Yeah. And he's in Aquaman 2.
Yes.
They used him in the second Lego movie. Right?
Yes.
He's one of the most heroic characters in the recent Dune blockbuster.
Which happened post Aquaman.
Right. In fact, likely his character.
He's not the lead, though.
No.
In Dune, no, he's not the lead.
Did you ever read Dune?
Pardon?
Did you ever read Dune?
No, but I've seen the movie.
No. Do you understand whether his character will come back from the dead in the third movie?
As again, I didn't read the book, so he might. I don't know.
That
We're just talking about that one movie.
That
So
might be a
that's
bit of a spoiler.
Oh, man. Dude.
He's one of the principal leads in the new Fast and Furious franchise movie, Fast X, right?
I don't know that for sure, no.
Okay. But that's not the career path that Ms. Heard has had. She's never been the title character in a movie. She hasn't spent years on television. She did what, 8 TV shows? 8 single episodes of TV?
Again, I don't have her resume. If you want to show it to me, we can count them together.
All right. Mr. Momoa remains well-liked, even though he's engaged in a recent divorce from another actor. That's correct, right?
I don't know. I don't follow his fan base.
You don't follow Jason Momoa, but you use him as a comparable to come up with a $45 million.
I said I don't follow his fan base. I understand him as a prominent actor in the business, but I don't follow his fan base.
Isn't fan base one of the things that you analyze?
Of course, you can look at numbers, but I don't keep a watch on his social media feeds.
All right. All right. You indicated that Gal Gadot is in Wonder Woman.
Yes, she's a star.
She's in fact Wonder Woman.
You know, she's good too.
Yeah. All right. She's the title character.
Ace,
And there's
please
been
watch
now
your language.
Multiple Wonder Woman movies, right?
Yes.
Yeah. And even before that, she was in franchise films.
Which one are you referring to?
Fast and Furious.
excuse me, I honestly don't remember her being that as one of the main characters. I know it's The Rock. And that whole group.
Use asterisks or symbols, that helps.
I've seen it on a resume.
Otherwise,
but
I get
didn't-
messages
Again,
from
I'm not a fan
YouTube.
of the Fast and Furious.
All right. You'll agree with me that Wonder Woman is a more prominent role than Mira?
If you're going to talk about yes.
What about, does Mira have any, self-titled franchise films?
Not yet.
No. And Ms. Goodell played a much bigger role in the movie they were in, the Justice League movie.
In what movie they were in together? Oh, in Justice League?
Yeah.
I haven't counted the screen time, so I can't really say.
Okay. You indicated that another person that you compared Ms. Heard with is Zendaya.
Zendaya, yeah.
Person so famous she goes by one name.
I guess when you have a name that's a Z, it works, I guess.
She's been on the Disney Channel since she's 13 years old.
Right.
Right? She won an Emmy.
Yes, she did.
Right.
She's also
was
in Euphoria.
Singing and dancing and swimming
One of the
from
biggest
trapezes
shows
in The
right
Greatest
now
Showman,
to
right?
date.
Yes.
Yeah. She's now been in multiple Spider-Man movies.
Yes.
She's 10 years younger than your client.
Right.
Yeah. But this is the person that you deemed incomparable.
Well, as I was explaining to you how I chose them, when you look at superhero characters, there's not that many to pull from. So I worked on pulling characters that were in superhero movies that were about the same age range within 10 years, as you've noted to me, thank you. And also just where her career would have gone. I said that
because I know
they
Lisa
were
Bonet's
comparable. They're not
53.
identical.
She's older
So
than me.
You can just look at
Still
what their
gorgeous,
career
by
has
the
done
way.
either before that superhero
Like,
movie than
gorgeous,
others,
like
or
J-Lo.
the one they were in, and then you look at where her career should have gone. Even though she may not have been at the stature of a Zendaya at that time, you can still look at it as a comparable trajectory of what happens when you're in a blockbuster movie. It's just a reference point. It's not meant to be identical. They're not meant to be the same people, or not even have the exact
Yes,
same
Ace,
career.
I agree.
It's meant to be a reference point.
She
Simple
was.
as that.
So far, everybody we've looked at have been in more blockbuster movies than Ms. Heard.
But Miss Heard was also in the biggest blockbuster movie, and the light that shines on Jason Momoa will also shine on her. So you have to look at it in context of the biggest movie that
In the
DC
DC
Comics is,
universe.
and also one of the biggest box office films ever, probably within the top 10, because I've looked at it. Right, so
Top
that
25.
light is going to shine brighter on
Top
her,
25, not top 10.
than someone who wasn't in that movie.
Look it
And
up.
again, it would have just helped her.
She's
in
lying
her
again.
career move forward,
Ah.
not stalled it and be in her world be silent.
Top 25.
Afterwards.
For the jury to accept your damage analysis, they would have to agree with you that Ms. Heard was on the precipice of a meteoric rise. That's the word you use, right?
Actually, no, I didn't. I did use meteoric with someone like, let's say, Gal Gadot or Zendaya, but I actually gave you a range and gave the jury a range that they weren't all going to have a meteoric
Yeah.
rise. Some of
They're
them
at
would be
25, aren't they?
smaller, right? And
It's
so
at 25.
what the numbers that I gave you do not represent a meteoric rise. A meteoric rise is when Jason Momoa goes from
Top 10 wrong.
I don't know, 4 million, 5 million to a $50 million payday. That's a meteoric shift in our business. But when someone has contracts that actually go from 1 million to the first one, 2 million, and then 4 million, that is standard for a franchise that is perceived to do well. And so I based those calculations on very specific numbers that were already contracted. I wanted to stay within reality and look at the numbers that were already contracted for Ms. Heard and just move out forward on one film a year, maybe a TV show here or there, and some endorsement contracts, which is very typical for an actor in our business to make that kind of money. It just is what happens.
Yeah, there's no
So,
argument it was a big movie.
The
It just
example
wasn't
you
as
just
big as
used
she's
is
saying.
somebody
it is,
went from
you
1
know?
million to 2 million to 4 million. Your client has never had a contract that exceeds $2 million, correct?
Incorrect.
All right.
In the Aquaman it's actually the Justice League contract because they're associated. So Justice League, Aquaman, she was paid $1 million. Then in Aquaman 2, it was written that she was going to earn $2 million. And if there's another one, it was written in the terms that she would get $4 million. So it actually was a contract that Ms. Heard signed with the studio.
Right, but the movie hasn't been made.
Aquaman 2 hasn't even come out yet. So
Exactly.
the third one is still on deck, as they say.
Hence Pirates 6. Okay? So I don't know what she's trying to prove. I
Let's
don't
put
get
it differently. Your client's never been paid $2 million for a movie she appeared in.
She was paid $2 million for Aquaman.
Right.
Aquaman 2.
And she's never been paid $4 million.
She was contracted to be paid, and when the movie goes, that's what she will be paid. So that's what I said. She was
If
on
she's in the movie.
Right, but if Aquaman 2 does even nearly as well as Aquaman 1, there's going to most likely be a third one. So we can look at that as a precedent that was set in writing, actually.
If a movie makes $795 million, you think there's likely to be a next one?
If it was the first or the second one, but if it's the fifth in the series, I assume that you're referring to Pirates 5. It performed well at the box office, yes, but certainly not in comparison to some of the other ones. And that's what a studio like Disney will look at to say, has that franchise had its run? Or do we need to change it?
A studio
or something?
like Disney wants to walk away from an $800 million payday?
Well, an $800 million payday has to be put into context to the budget that it costs to get that movie and then the marketing thereafter. And with the increasing cost of not only Mr. Depp's fee or any of the, and plus the other actors' fees, plus general production costs that are getting more expensive, then you put in the marketing costs, which are sometimes 1, 2, or 3 times the budget.
That's why I
of the
said
film.
it yesterday in the
A film
stream,
like
remember?
that, a studio
At
can
the end of the
spend
day, it's about
600 million
defamation and
just
damages.
making and marketing the film. So $795 million is a lot of money. And it seems like a really good box office, but you have to put into perspective of what's spent on production, marketing, and the overhead costs that the studio takes. So you have, again, it's all in context of what the budget of the film and the marketing of the film is.
All right, let's put some more things in context. Ana de Armas. That's another one you used.
Yes.
All right. She, most recently, I guess, in Deep Water with Ben Affleck.
I don't, again, I know some of the movies that she's been in. I don't remember about Deep Water. I don't even know if that's out yet.
Okay.
To be honest.
She was in the last James Bond movie.
Yes, she was.
Yeah. They were talking about making her the next female Bond, right?
Right, after her big Stars Born moment, yeah, she's gotten a lot more big roles, which is what we had hoped for Ms. Heard.
Yeah. And she said that her breakout role was Blade Runner?
It was like the first big, studio movie that got a lot of attention. I believe that was the one that we can look at as a marker for her, sure.
Did you watch Blade Runner 2049?
I did.
Do you know what she did in the movie?
It was years ago. I don't remember exactly what she was in.
You saw it, but you don't
what role
remember.
she played, but she was in that movie, and from that, her agents used that as leverage to get her more movies.
You have no knowledge that her principal role in that movie was as a gigantic naked billboard?
Are you saying that's the only thing she was? She was a gigantic naked billboard. She wasn't in the
That's the
movie.
principal role in that movie.
I don't remember the movie well enough to know.
Okay. And did you know that she was, I talked a little bit about Ben Affleck, right?
Right.
He's an interesting example because he's been in a role that's been recast multiple times. You know that role?
Are we talking about Batman?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Batman.
Sure.
All right. So the title character in
Aquaman.
that DC series has seen how many actors?
Several.
Right. Michael Keaton,
He was Batman.
Val Kilmer.
You're a movie buff, yeah.
Yeah. Christian Bale was Batman.
I think he was. You're right.
George Clooney was Batman.
Definitely.
Yeah. I guess Robert Pattinson is now Batman.
Don't know.
Okay. But you're taking an absolutely iconic role the DC universe has recast 4, 5, 6 times, correct?
Correct.
So that just because you have the role in the first movie or the second movie doesn't mean you get it in the third movie or the fourth movie.
Unless it's contractual.
Right. Unless it's contractual. So, now, let's look, Ana de Armas, she's like the new Marilyn Monroe on Netflix too, right?
I believe so. She was also in Knives Out, which is probably even a bigger breakout role for her. But
Right.
again, I chose Blade Runner because it's a similar thing. You have to start somewhere. But Knives Out probably was her big moment in time.
Yeah. All right. The other person you picked was Chris Pine. Chris Pine is in a superhero movie, Wonder Woman.
He is in Wonder Woman. He's also, well, Star Trek being a blockbuster, but not necessarily a superhero, right?
Yeah. He was in both Wonder Woman movies, right?
Yes, he plays the love interest to Gal Gadot, yeah.
Yeah. On Star Trek, in the Star Trek franchise, he plays Captain Kirk, right?
I don't remember exact role that he played. I didn't see it in the movie. I just know from his resume, to be honest.
Do you know who Captain Kirk is?
Yes, I do.
All right.
Well,
But you didn't know that Chris Pine is Captain Kirk in Star Trek?
I hate to say I'm not a Star Trek fan.
Okay. But you used Mr. Pine as an example, irrespective of the fact you didn't even know he starred.
I think that's the point,
in this
Ace.
franchise film.
I did know that he starred. That's why I used it. Again,
in fact, he was the most prominent person in the movie.
we can go over this a couple more times, and I'm happy to do so. All I wanted to do was look at from a small pool of people. that
He's
have been
letting
in
her
huge
control the
franchise movies
conversation.
or-
I hate
or
that.
Superhero movies.
He needs to reel her.
And-
That
and
was not my
give
question.
you a sense of what the
He needs
range
to
is or what
reel
someone's
her
trajectory
back
can
in.
be. Again, they are not apples and apples. They're not both green apples. or both
Control
red
the
apples.
conversation and
Just
stop letting
looking
the
at range. It's
witness
what we
control
do.
the conversation.
It's what we do in the industry. It's what you do to kind of get a sense of how much you're going to pay
All he
an
has to
actor.
do is
what they're
interrupt her
worth in the
exactly
foreign
like
markets
Camille
and the
does.
Ma'am, I
domestic
think my
markets.
question was, did you know whether he was in Star Trek?
Yes, and you were asking me why I chose him, which is what this conversation is about. And again, I chose him because he was part of Star Trek and Wonder Woman, but mostly because he was in Wonder Woman. And I don't know the exact time frame of which came first, but the fact that he's in both of them is
God,
consistent
it's
with what
irritating.
actors of this ilk tend to do once they're in a movie like this.
But you talked about breakout roles, but you don't know which was his breakout role.
Chris Pine's been an actor. He's been a well-liked actor. He was in both Star Trek and in Wonder Woman. And
Did a
Star
movie
Trek,
with Denzel Washington?
Pardon?
Did a movie with Denzel Washington?
He's had a good career.
Yeah, great career.
Yeah.
Yeah, much longer career than Ms. Hurt, right?
She was on the precipice of a great career.
Yeah.
She hasn't had the chance to negotiate that yet or be in those movies yet, so we don't know yet.
We're getting back to precipice. Didn't you just deny precipice a few minutes ago? I thought your testimony was she was on the precipice of meteoric rise. You said, I guess.
I didn't say meteoric. I said consistent. I don't know. She could have a meteoric rise, but I was talking about consistent with Ms. Heard.
All right. So of the actors you selected, 2 of them are the title characters in their DC movies. One of them,
One is Aquaman. Who's the other title character?
Gal Gadot.
Wonder Woman, right.
Right.
She's Wonder Woman. And you mean Jason Momoa? Sure. Yeah.
So you get 2 title characters. You got James Kirk, and those are the people that you thought were most representative of Ms. Heard.
Again, there are not that many in the pool to pick from. I'm not going to put comparable actors that haven't been in either large, what we call tentpole movies, or franchise movies, or superhero movies. So I wanted to work within those parameters, and that's what I did. So those are the actors I chose, yes. And to show what type of work happens when you're in a big movie and what happens afterwards.
When you say comparable, every one of the actors you chose had a much longer TV career than Ms. Heard.
again, they were all in superhero or franchise movies that did very, very well at the
Yeah,
box
but that's not his
office.
point.
And there are
So
tons
if the
of
jury's
actors
picking
and
this up,
actresses
I
who are
see
in
where he's going.
superhero movies that
I see
don't
where he's
have
going,
meteor-
though. I see
meteoric
what
rises
he's doing.
thereafter, correct?
Not when they're the lead character with Jason Momoa, but to your point, there are many
Yes,
actors
I
that
see
have
where he's
no
going.
career
I
prior
see the
to a
strategy.
breakout role and then have a meteoric career.
And if
have
the
had
jury's
no
smart
career
enough, they'll
prior.
pick it up.
So you don't always just look at the past. It's helpful. And with Miss Heard, she had good reviews. So that's what I looked at. But if you look at other actors and they have their first role and all of a
He's
sudden
saying
they
these
become a
actors
superstar
earned those
from
lead
one
roles.
role.
That's what he's
So
saying.
that happens
in my
business, it just
perception,
does.
anyway. These actors have earned their lead
With
roles, and
respect
she did
to
not.
your
That's what he's saying.
comparable actors, you have no personal knowledge as to how much any of them were compensated over the period you reviewed.
Incorrect.
You have personal knowledge as to who,
Jason Momoa.
and you derive that personal knowledge from talking to somebody?
Yes.
He didn't tell you.
His agent did.
Okay. So what you will rely on what Mr. Momoa's agent told you, but you have no, you didn't see the contract.
No, his agent is at William Morris as well, so they told me that.
Right.
Hearsay.
And you've never seen anybody else's contracts as to what they were making.
No, but in 25 years of being in this business, I understand the basis of which actors are paid when they're in blockbuster films and then they're in large budgeted studio films. So it's not a leap to kind of understand where the actor's making. And again, I really didn't want to try to be
Yeah,
speculative.
he lets
in
people
my
mumble.
analysis.
I don't like that. He
wanted
lets
to
people
work
babble
with the
on.
numbers that Amber
Reel
had contracted
her
for
the
already,
fuck in.
and just take
That's
it from
not
there
what I
and
asked
said if
you.
she had done one movie
Reel her
a
in.
year,
That's not
and
my
one
question.
series,
Reel
and done
her
product
in.
endorsement. That's how I got to the number. So I wasn't looking to take her on a meteoric rise. I wasn't looking to give her the same career as Jason Momoa. I took her numbers that her agents had actually negotiated and worked from there.
When you say you weren't trying to give her the same career as Jason Momoa, the TV program that she most recently did, The Stand, she made $200,000
Oh.
an episode. That's what you testified to.
That's
Right.
okay.
And in your
That's
damage
okay.
analysis,
That's all right.
you give her $1 million.
It is
an
important, though,
episode had
to also
the Waldman statements
focus on the
not
DV, though,
occurred.
because the
And you do
DV
it
is
only
the
because
allegation, right?
you
It's
believe
supposed to
Mr.
be related
Momoa
to the
has
op-ed.
gotten that in-
This is
in-
about
in
damages.
something
That's
that
why
he
we're
said.
hearing about this.
Right.
So you are giving her the same career as Jason Momoa.
Well, again, with someone like Ms. Heard, who was in a blockbuster film with the team at William Morris, in my discussions with William Morris, that's what they were looking to negotiate for her on other projects. So I got some of that information from her management team directly.
So her agents were looking to get her as much money as possible?
I think that's the job of an agent. They usually
Right.
try to get the most
But
money as
your
possible.
Your testimony is that they were looking to get the money for her, but you need somebody willing to pay on the other side of that deal, don't you?
Right, but agents are working with people in the industry and have a pulse on have a finger on a pulse of what's going on, so they know who's marketable and what the prices that all the streamers are paying these days.
You haven't seen a single one of the endorsement contracts that you referenced, other than Ms. Heard's?
No, other than, again, what I was talking to William Morris in terms of the pricing that they are aware of, not only for their own clients, but what's out in the marketplace, and it's pretty consistent. And I've also worked with other actors on other cases that have gotten similar contracts, so I'm familiar with the rates of endorsement contracts.
You haven't made any reference to the actual earnings of any of these actors.
Again, as you do an analysis, you put together the numbers that you know from both your experience and the marketplace and the agents that are working in the marketplace. So together, that's how I created those numbers, and mostly using Ms. Heard's numbers specifically and giving her a very steady career, which is what she had prior to Aquaman.
Exactly, Marilyn.
Yeah.
It's called word
And
salad.
you don't have the prior earnings of any of the actors you looked at,
They're
other
just
than Ms.
their witnesses are babbling.
I don't
They've
have all
been
the
babbling
contracts
all
now.
day.
You don't have any of that information.
They're not direct, but
I'm
that's
sorry?
his
You don't
job.
have any of that information.
His job is to reel her in and shut her down and say, "That's not my question. Yes or no. Be specific." That's his
In
job.
fact, that information, I guess aside from Mr. Momoa's, is confidential, right?
Usually it is, yes.
Yeah. And the only reason you know anything about Mr. Momoa is that Ms. Heard shares an agent? or an
Right,
agency.
but I've also been in the industry for many years and I know what actors get paid. I talk about budgets constantly, so it's not a secret within the industry, the amount that
did this with
actors in
the-
those types of
with the
movies are
spe-
paid
the
very, very
expert.
well.
He's spinning wheels. I don't know why he's doing
You're
that. He
not
should be in
currently
and out
working as an
and
agent for
effective.
anyone, are you?
No,
I wonder if I'd have more light if I turned my, let me see. I want to see if I can turn on my ring light off.
So
No, it's
the salaries
I
of these
guess.
comparable actors,
Maybe not. I don't know.
did they form some basis for your opinion?
no.
Okay. So your opinion, as I understand it, is that Ms. Heard should have been able
I'm tired.
to renegotiate an existing contract.
Which is standard in the industry as well as with her
But this
agent
is the thing
specifically.
is
You know
how
what's
can
standard
she-
with Warner Brothers?
How can she talk
sorry?
shit about
Do you know if it's
Pirate 6
standard
that
with
wasn't
Warner
made and then
Brothers?
turn around and
I don't know if it's
contradict
standard
herself
at
about
any of the studios,
Aquaman
but it is
2
standard for agents to
that wasn't made.
renegotiate and oftentimes are successful when the film is done.
Right, but what you're talking about is there's an existing contract where Ms. Heard has made a promise that she will do the next movie for, in this instance, $2 million, right?
Right.
No. Oh. Stop it. Y'all, my deepest apologies today. I really am sorry. I don't know what's wrong. I don't know why this thing keeps failing me. I'm not getting very good grades for being a new streamer. I feel like we did not have this problem yesterday. The only thing I can think of is they're just high traffic, maybe. I don't know if it's my machine. I have no idea. I don't think we're missing anything, honestly, anyway, when I refresh the screen. I usually try not to do that because I feel like I feel like you know, when you're watching like Law and Crime or you're watching like People, you're watching someone that's in the courtroom, it's a lot
Such
different,
of the
right?
nature of Aquaman, they're very successful, usually.
But the entirety of your analysis assumes a renegotiation with a studio for terms that are double
Thank you, Marilyn.
what
Appreciate it
the
so much.
studio
Thank you
had
so much.
already got a promise from Ms.
Appreciate the
Heard
support,
she would
y'all.
work for.
Really, I do.
Correct.
Thank you for being here. Okay, dude, are we wrapping it up now? You're going in circles. Everybody's just looking at him. I think that's hilarious. Look at Elaine. She's just staring him down,
Have you talked
beaming in on him.
to Walter Hamada?
Have I spoken to him? No.
Do you know who he is?
Yes.
Who is he?
He's a senior executive at Warner Brothers, or, yeah, I think he still is there, but certainly at the time of the renegotiation, he was a senior executive.
And do you know whether he's the president of DC-based film productions?
I think that's exactly his title, yeah.
Who's in a better position to determine whether Warner Brothers would renegotiate, you or Mr. Hamada?
As again, I based this on the agents that were talking to Warner Brothers about Mr. Momoa, and they were wanting to talk to them about Miss Heard as well.
Okay, I'm not
So
sure.
I based my information on them. So the connection should be Mr. Hamada or the agents, not Mr. Hamada and me.
All right. Who's in a better position to know whether Warner Brothers would renegotiate?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Just asking.
I'll sustain the objection. Next
Sorry.
question.
Do you review any testimony from Mr. Hamada?
I did.
Did you understand that Mr. Hamada says that they want to hold the lawyers, hold the actors to their deals?
That was a philosophy that he said Warner Brothers had, yes.
Yeah. Did you understand that Mr. Hamada said that nothing Mr. Depp did impacted her compensation?
I don't remember that part of the testimony. You have it available for me to read?
You don't know whether Mr. Hamada testified. Did anything Mr. Depp said about Amber Heard affect her compensation?
Again, I don't
remember. That's
I
good.
don't recall that testimony, no.
Do you know whether Mr. Hamada indicated whether he even knew who Adam Waldman was?
Again, I don't remember the conversation about Hamada and Waldman or Depp.
And you don't remember whether Mr. Hamada made any statements as to whether anything Mr. Waldman said affected Ms. Heard's compensation?
In my experience, studios don't talk about how or why they make decisions based on publicity or conversations. They're not going to try. They're going to be very protective of all the relationships. So that's just natural.
Yeah, unless you can get him to testify under oath at a deposition, right?
Well, even so, they're not going to say anything negative. They may bypass it by being positive, but they're not going to do anything that could potentially damage a relationship that may change or be worthwhile in the future. So that's just what a studio person does.
Mr. Hamada is in the best position to determine whether there were chemistry issues with Ms. Heard.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
He's the president of the company.
Overruled.
I don't know how involved Mr. Hamada was on a daily basis in terms of chemistry, but I do know Warner Brothers did a chemistry test with Ms. Heard and Mr. Momoa before she even got the role. She went in and did what they call a chemistry test. So that was to actually see whether there was good chemistry between them.
I agree.
And
I agree.
evidently there was good chemistry because she was then hired
Obviously,
to
she
be the
didn't read
romantic
it
interest. So
or see it.
whatever Mr. Hamada said during his deposition, I look at what actually happened in real life, which is she got the chemistry test and then she got the job.
Basically, she's saying.
Yeah, let's look what happened in real life. She went in before and took the test. Then she made a movie. Then there was an existing movie under which Warner Brothers could then decide whether there was chemistry, right?
The movie worked. It made over $1 billion and they're all over the poster. If they didn't think that there was chemistry, they wouldn't have put Ms. Heard on the poster next to Mr. Momoa. So,
you know there were multiple posters for the Aquaman movie.
yes,
And that
there always are. That's standard.
And that 3 out of the 4 posters, the standard posters for Aquaman, didn't even feature Ms. Heard.
Right. So when you make a poster at the studio, it's normal to have 3 or 4 variations because you want to appeal to different people's perspectives. So you want the romantic poster, you want the action poster, you want the superhero poster. So it's normal for them to have many posters, but the romantic poster was of Ms. Heard and Mr. Momoa.
Right. And everyone, and all the others are just of Mr. Momoa.
Like we talked about, it's Aquaman, but she was prominent in the ones that Warner Brothers wanted to appeal to women and to the romantic interest of the consumer.
Pick up your pace, Dennison. Pick up your pace.
What movies
He says
would
what?
Ms. Heard have gotten
Movies.
absent Mr.
He
Waldman's
sounds like
statements?
he sounds like Captain Kirk.
Well, the ones we know about specifically that she was in conversations with was a movie with Gail Garcelle Bernal, I believe that's how you say his name, at Amazon, which is what Ms. Kovacevic said. And she was also in consideration for a movie called Ambulance with Michael Bay. But again, after the Waldman statements, nobody would talk to the agents. And so they weren't able to garner more. Oh, she also had a movie that she was interested in producing that a good friend of hers, or a friend of hers or colleague was doing. So there was at least those 3.
But those were 3 movies that she was being considered for, but you don't know what movie she was going to be in.
Well, again, they stopped the conversation after the statement, so we don't know where they would have gone, of course. But she was in consideration for all of them, and given her fame from Aquaman, that would have helped all those movies. So it would have made a lot of sense.
Well, we got 5
You're
minutes, right?
projecting
Till 5.
movies way out into the future that you have no knowledge would ever have gotten made.
Well, that's what we do when you talk about comparables and economic damages. You talk about the future. That's standard in our industry as a forensic expert and in the industry. That's how movies are financed, as a matter of fact, is by forecasting what happens in the future.
What connection do you draw between Mr. Waldman's statements and the
Are we, is court till
reported
5:30 tonight?
reduction in
Does anybody
Ms.
know?
Heard's Aquaman 2 role.
Are we going till
Again,
6
it's
or
just,
till
it's
5:30?
the timing of it all. It's the timing of it all. And also they were going to take her out of the movie
I think
after
we
the
might be going
statements
till
and they put her back
6.
in and then there,
This last week?
can I talk about the emails that I read? I'm not sure
No.
at this point, but
So when you say they're going to take her out of the movie, when you have an option, you literally have the option whether to include the actress.
Okay,
right?
5:30.
That's what it means.
correct.
Right. So they can choose to exercise the option or not exercise.
Well, they have the time.
entirely up to
They
them.
have
Correct.
18
And they
hours,
have
right? Or 15
that
hours? 18
particular
hours or 15
studio,
hours? I forget. They have
To
quite a
your
bit of time.
knowledge, has repeatedly recast even major figures in their DC movies.
We talked about Batman.
What about Superman?
You know, I'm not, I think I'm more familiar with the Batman actors. I think there have been a couple actors of Superman, but depending on how the movie performed, if a movie doesn't perform, they'll look for other actors. If they want to go a different direction or reboot a franchise, they will look at different actors. So if the
Another
movie's
reason they're looking-
successful, they're not likely to change the actors, especially not in the second one or the third one.
Another reason they'll look for a different actor or actress, if the actor or actress is or asking too much money to play the role again, correct?
Yes, not in figures under $10 million, but yes.
Yeah. If you're asking for too much money, you might not get your role again. And your analysis assumes that Ms. Heard could double her money.
Well, her contracts doubled her money from each one to the next, so it wasn't that large a leap to do that, especially when the agents had told me that was
Told me.
what had been, they
The
were
agents
considering and
told
what
me.
we've been discussing.
Yeah.
Told me.
You seen the script of Aquaman 2?
Personally,
Yeah.
I did see a draft. I don't know what the date was or when it was or where in the succession of the rewrites it was. I did see one draft, yes.
You don't know what Warner Brothers has in mind for that movie in terms of the kind of movie it's going to be?
It's a superhero movie.
Right.
What does that even
It's supposed to be like a buddy comedy, right?
I don't know. I don't know about a buddy comedy. It's an action movie, superhero movie. I don't know.
Who's Patrick Wilson?
Patrick Wilson. I've heard that name in terms of an actor, but I don't know Mr. Wilson.
All right. Do you know if he appears in Aquaman?
Again, I don't know him by name. If you want to show me a picture, or a clip from the movie.
All right. Do you know if Mr. Wilson appears more frequently in Aquaman than your client does?
I didn't count the screen time when I watched the movie. It was a long, even when I watched it again, I didn't count the screen time of anybody else.
Did you read the testimony of Mr. Hamada?
We discussed that, yes.
You
I'll be back,
disregarded
y'all.
all
I'm gonna
of
get a
it
snack.
in
I'm
your
hungry.
analysis as to her
I'm gonna turn off
ability
my
to
camera for a
renegotiate,
second.
correct?
Well, I remember the part where Mr. Hamada said that from time to time they will break their philosophy and renegotiate. It's what they did with Jason Momoa and with Gal Gadot. So, it coincides with what we know in the industry, which is it can be done.
It's what they did with the two title characters in the DC universe.
Again, I've worked in the business for a long time, and I've seen a lot of actors renegotiate their careers. I'm sorry, not their careers, renegotiate their fees. It's common practice. And it's certainly what the agent will think about first when a movie makes $1 billion+ dollars.
Right. Again, focused on the agent, but it's the studio that pays the bills.
Yes.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Your Honor, I have a fair amount more to do.
Continue.
I'm sorry?
Continue.
Okay. I didn't know if we were going to 5:30 today or not.
Every day is 5:30 day.
Okay. No, we may not even need to get there.
Every day is 5:30
All
day.
right, perfect. All right. You talked about Ms. Heard's endorsement deal with L'Oreal.
Yes.
And that L'Oreal has concerns about using her because every time they try to use her, people respond negatively to her.
People don't. The Depp fan base has responded, have posted negative things about Ms. Heard on their campaigns.
So, did you say the Depp fan base?
Well, people that were using the hashtags that were consistent with the rest of the Depp fan base.
Yeah, but there are people posting negative things that, other than things that came from Mr. Waldman, correct?
I haven't seen all that. I was just looking at what L'Oreal discussed and what L'Oreal said in their communications.
All right. They made, do you see L'Oreal make a word cloud of the words that were most commonly associated with Ms. Heard in its marketing campaigns?
I knew they did that. I didn't see it myself, actually.
Right. Do you know what words there were?
Again, no.
You didn't talk much about this, but in order to get to the damage analysis that you got, the $45 million, I think at least initially you suggested that Ms. Heard would have a role producing and starring in a movie and that she would make $12 million.
I've talked about that, but in the latest calculation, that was really less what I considered and more about what films and TV and endorsement deals that she would do. The producing was something that she had wanted to do. And again, Mr. Momoa got that. So that's where the agents were discussing those figures with me.
The last movie that she has a production credit for is in 2013, right?
Again, I haven't memorized her resume.
It was a movie called Syrup. Did you ever hear of it?
No. Aside from having probably seen it on her IMDb.
Oh my God,
And
we were talking
Soon
about
the
that
Dark-
yesterday, remember?
That's her other production credit, right?
I'll if you say so. If you're reading it off of her resume, I will believe you, yes.
2010,
Okay.
12 years ago. But you, at least at some portion of at some point in this analysis, were of the mind that she would recover $12 million with a producing role and a starring role in a movie? Because that's what Mr. Momoa got.
Again, the agents were just saying that those were the kinds of numbers they were looking at to help her as she moved forward in her producing career.
Right. Those are the kind of the numbers the agents would like her to get.
Right, but again, I didn't use that in the final analysis of my 45 million. So it was just a discussion point because that's what the agents wanted me to consider.
I think this is part of the point. He just takes forever to get to it.
You have testified that the breakout role for Miss Heard was Aquaman, right?
I didn't say the breakout role, but I used it as a movie that it was a superhero kind of super box office success. I think that, some of her other critically acclaimed movies probably helped her break into that role, which would have been The Danish Girl, and then her work in Justice League, which was a natural progression to getting to star in Aquaman.
All right, but I used breakout, perhaps you didn't, but this is the movie that springboards her to the kind of money that you are suggesting she should earn.
It should have, yes.
And other than Aquaman, which was released in 2018, how many movies has she booked?
Well, she booked Aquaman 2.
Right.
And she did The Stand, which was a significant television show.
Right. But outside of the Aquaman franchise, she obtained only one movie role, since 2018, right?
Right. The industry also knows that she's planned to be on the next movie, and they understand her production schedule. So she's not going to go after films that would conflict with a mega box office movie. So there's scheduling and conflict issues as well that she and her team would consider.
So when was Aquaman released in 2018? It's December.
It was either December 2018 and then it depends on where it was in the world. It was started in December 2018 and then it moved out, into 2018.
How many months between December 2018 and the Waldman statements went by?
12, I think 15 or 16, if my math is correct.
Right. She got one role during that 15 or 16 month period during the entirety of the post Aquaman boost, right?
She got Stand.
Right.
And then she was in discussions for the films as they were getting ready to go.
But she didn't get another role for 16 months between the release of Aquaman and what you say are the Waldman statements.
Well, she got The Stand.
Right. She got one TV role.
A pretty significant TV role, yes, for a Stephen King novel.
Right. She was in a movie, though.
I'm sorry?
She was in a movie that was released after Aquaman.
What movie are you referring to?
Gully.
Well, I don't know when that was shot, so you'd have to tell me when it was shot. Movies get released at different time frames. Like they can be shot in 2016 and not get released till 2018. So you'd have to tell me. We'd have to look at the actual filming dates of the Gully for me to talk to you about that.
She wasn't initially cast in Gully, was she?
I'm not familiar with the casting process of Gully.
All right. Do you know who Alice Eve is?
Who?
Alice Eve.
Alice Eve.
Isn't that the one that she said
Sounds
on the
familiar.
stand
I'm
she
not
worked on? It was an
recalling who
independent film?
She is.
She's an actress, been in any number of movies. You don't know who she is?
Again, I know her name, but I don't know her resume.
She's in Star Trek.
Great.
Right. She was in one of those breakout roles, Star Trek, but you don't even know who she is.
I talked to you about Star Trek before. I'm not a big Star Trekian.
Okay. Ms. Heard replaced Alice Eve in the movie Gully, right?
I don't know the casting process. I don't know who's starring that movie.
Do you know what she was paid?
Who?
Ms. Heard.
For Gully?
Yeah.
Can you tell me when that was in? No, I don't. But what was the filming date of, and what was the start date of Gully?
You didn't look at the Gully contract when you were making an analysis of Ms. Heard's damages?
I don't recall whether I looked at it or not.
Did you understand that she was making $2,190 per week for Gully?
Can you tell me when it was shot? When does that contract get negotiated? It's relevant.
The contract is negotiated prior to the release of Aquaman.
Okay.
So she signs this contract for $2,190. Do you know what the Screen Actors Guild low budget agreement minimum scale is?
It changes from year to year. It depends on what year and what the size of the budget. There's actually 3 or 4 different scale, benchmarks. So when there's a low budget, it can be a micro budget, it can be a minimum budget, low budget. There's like 4 or 5 different scales that they use when it gets to anything other than a studio film.
Yeah.
And oftentimes actors do passion projects, and that has nothing to do with, or something that they really love to do, or they think that would be good for the career. Doesn't have anything to do with the fee made on on the film.
All right. What's a loan out?
A loan out? A loan out is the corporation that an actor will use so that their money comes in through a corporation. And then that corporation technically loans out the actor's services to the production. So the loan out is the corporation that the actor uses, and then they loan out the services to the production company. It's just really for tax purposes.
Do you know of any movie that Ms. Heard booked immediately prior to Aquaman other than Gully?
How come Ben
Well, I know she
never,
did Justice League.
I
don't remember the
got it
dates
up
and
there.
times of the filming of the other ones. You always have to look at the filming dates.
You talked about Mr. Schnell. Gully was in his chart, right?
I don't remember where Gully was.
Right. Did you look closely at his chart?
Pardon?
Did you look closely at his chart?
At Mr. Schnell's chart?
Yeah.
I looked at the numbers with respect to the social media campaigns is what I was looking at Mr. Schnell for.
Okay. Do you know whether any of the dates of the Waldman statements even appear in Mr. Schnell's chart?
I don't remember.
You talked a little bit about Q scores and Mr. Banya. Do you remember that?
Yes.
For Ms. Heard, Mr. Banya used Q scores from immediately after Aquaman, right?
Again, if you want to show me something, I can answer it. I don't remember every word of Mr. Banya's, but I remember talking about the dates with you earlier.
All right. But you don't know as you sit here today whether the Q scores that Mr. Banya used were after Aquaman but before the Waldman statements?
He used a couple different scores based on dates. I don't remember if they were correlated to the statements or not. I remember years more than anything else. Again, I looked at thousands and thousands of pages of documents, so I don't remember exactly what his said.
Even before the Waldman statements, Ms. Heard had very high negative Q scores. Isn't that correct?
Very negative high Q scores?
No, very high negative Q scores.
As I said, very high negative Q scores. I remember discussions of a lot of Q scores. I don't remember exactly what or when, which score, or whether it was.
So in your analysis, you didn't consider Ms. Heard's negative Q scores as a restraint on what she might earn on a going forward basis?
No, Q scores change all the time. Ms. Heard's IMDb score has been 1, and it's been 300. Mr. Depp's Q score has been 1, and it's been 253. Q scores change all the time. Scores change all the time. They're based on current events and movie releases.
You talked a little bit about Mr. Depp's damages. Did you talk, who's Jerry Bruckheimer?
Who's Jerry Bruckheimer? The producer of the Pirates franchise. Well, he's a huge producer of a lot of movies, but he happens to be the producer of the Pirates franchise.
You didn't talk to him prior to your testimony?
Personally, no.
No. And you didn't have other people talk to him on your behalf, did you?
Me personally, no. I did not talk to Mr. Bruckheimer.
And you've never spoken with Mr. Bruckheimer about why Mr. Depp has not appeared in a 6 pirate movie?
There has been no 6 pirate movie. There is not a Pirates movie titled Pirate 6 yet.
Right.
Just like there is no
But you haven't
Aquaman
talked to
3
Mr.
or
Bruckheimer
whatever.
as to whether Mr. Depp was going to appear in the movie?
From things that I've read in newspaper publications and emails, I read that Mr. Bruckheimer was uncertain whether Mr. Depp would star in.
Right. But you haven't talked to him. And you've never spoken with Sean Bailey about this, right?
No.
Or anyone at Disney?
I actually put a call into somebody at Disney and they didn't want to talk on the record.
You called somebody at Disney and they didn't want to
Did
talk.
she just say that?
No, again, as I said, studios don't want to talk about their stars, whether they want to preserve a
Bullshit.
relationship
Bullshit.
that may or may not be used in the future. So it's their tendency not to talk. about
It's like
people that
Disney
are
didn't want to be involved anyway, but you guys fucking.
So you have
drugged
no
him in
personal
here.
knowledge why Mr. Depp hasn't made a sixth.
She won't work. Her career's over.
Well, as I said, there is no sixth pirate movie.
Right.
Yeah, just
But
like
you
there's
don't know
no
why. You have
Aquaman
no
3.
personal knowledge why.
I don't work at Disney now.
Did you listen to Mr. Wiggum's testimony in this trial?
I read Mr. Wickham's testimony.
You mean someone
And
read
Mr.
it
Wiggum
for
said
you?
Mr. Depp had a deal for the movie, right?
I think Mr. Wiggum did. The other agent, Mr. Carino, said he did not. And as there is no Pirates movie, there have been no deals negotiated, and that's what Ms. Jacobs also testified to.
But Mr. Wiggum testified to something else.
It doesn't correlate, as we say, to the other two agents' testimony.
You've indicated that a portion.
I wonder if she
of
has
the
a
reason
reputation, you know,
that,
behind the scenes
Mr. Depp
in the industry.
has received a variety of negative
Ben,
comments
fix your
from
hair.
Hollywood.
It's bugging
Is
me.
that he
Ben, fix your hair.
engages in
It's
lawsuits?
bugging me.
One of the elements that has contributed to a lot of negative press and attention is due to the lawsuits, and the activity and the behaviors that we talked about earlier have been brought
Look
into
at
the limelight.
JD. He took his glasses off to look right at her. Watch what you say. Watch what you say.
Mr. Depp's lawsuit here has
He's got a lot
generated
more
negative
pull than you think,
publicity
lady.
for Ms. Heard, correct?
Yes.
That lawsuit, until she's filed a counterclaim, didn't relate to the Waldman statements, did it?
Mr. Depp's lawsuits?
Yeah.
No, we talked about that. It was pertaining to her op-ed piece.
Right. It related to what
Pardon?
Ms. Heard said.
I'm sorry?
Are you serious?
This, Mr. Depp's lawsuit relates to what Ms. Heard said and not to what Mr. Waldman said.
Not what, well, it related to the op-ed piece that Ms. Heard wrote.
Right.
You can see
So
Camille's
Mr.
little antennas
Waldman's statements
taking it all in.
have no connection to the negative publicity that Ms. Heard has received relative to this trial, correct?
Objection calls for speculation, foundation, hearsay, and outside the scope.
You see Camille?
Any response?
We're looking for a causal connection here.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
When was the last time you met with Ms. Heard?
I only met Ms. Heard at lunch today.
Okay, that's the first time you talked to her.
First time I met her.
Okay. What's your compensation for testifying here today?
For testimony, it's $650 an hour.
What has been your compensation to date for providing the assistance that you have in this case?
I've been working on the case for about 3 years, and over the 3 years, I believe it's around $60,000.
You said 60?
Yeah, for 3 years.
All right. I have no further questions.
All right, redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor, and I'm going to make it definitely fit within that 5:30. Ms. Arnold, you were asked a number of questions about the different social media, the negative, and how do you know that it relates to the Waldman Depp statements? Do you recall all those questions?
Yes.
Okay. The social media that was connected, and some of that was your testimony, some Jessica Kovacs-Vacevich, and some of it was Mr. Schnell, actually tracked the language from the 3 statements from Waldman, correct?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
Okay. What, if any, efforts were made to track the negative social media that caused the damages that you've attributed?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
So L'Oreal did a lot of research. William Morris did a lot of research. Mr. Schnell did a lot of research. And in those conversations, those were also connective tissues to the negative social media campaign and the Waldman statements.
All right. And they connected back to those 3 statements, correct?
Yes.
Objection leading.
And what, if any, connection did they have to those 3 statements?
She just said
Again,
sustained.
we talked about this earlier. We talked about some of the hashtags being similar. We talked about the Waldman or the Waldminion. So there were a lot of connective tissues between the negative social media campaigns and the Waldman statements.
Okay. And I'm going to jump because I think this is part of this. So you were asked some questions about Mr. Hamada. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And asked whether he testified that, whether anything Mr. Depp said or anything Mr. Waldman said had anything to do with their initial decision not to exercise the option to Aquaman 2. Do you recall that testimony? Or that,
I recall
those questions?
The questioning, yes.
Okay. Now, the testimony from Mr. Schnell tracked the 1.2 million tracers to January 2021, correct?
Objection leading.
Do you remember what month that was until?
Right. So when Mr. Schnell did his analysis, it was from April of 2020 to January 2021.
And when did Warner Brothers tell Amber Heard and her agents they were not exercising her Aquaman 2 contract?
It was in February of 2021.
All right. And what, if anything, did Mr. Hamada say about whether the reason they did that was because of the 1.2 million negative social media tweets and Instagrams and other communications?
Objection, no foundation.
Had any impact?
Sustained.
Ah,
Next question.
shut
Are
her
you aware
down,
of whether
dude.
he said anything about that?
She just said
I would call him Warner
sustained.
Brothers.
Objection hearsay.
Sustained.
Sustained.
Do you know whether that had any impact?
Objection hearsay.
Ah,
I'm asking
Try
now if
again,
she's allowed
Elaine.
to rely on hearsay.
Sustain the objection.
thank you, Judge. Thank
All
you.
right. You were asked a whole lot of questions about the different comparables.
Elaine
and
gets
so I'm just
flustered
gonna
every
go to
time
this
she doesn't
again.
win.
Of all the different movies, of all of those comparables, which movie was the highest grossing of all of them?
Again, I believe it's Aquaman. I mean, everybody talks about Aquaman being one of the highest, if not the highest grossing films. Certainly the highest DC comic film or in that superhero world. But again, I don't want to say it was the highest, but I think it was very close to it.
Do you know whether Walter Hamada admits it was the highest grossing
The judge is annoyed.
DC film?
I don't think she's
Yes, he said
weary.
that, yeah.
She's
Okay.
annoyed.
So when you're looking
She
at
gets
all the
tired
comparables,
of Elaine.
what if any relevance
does it- Elaine does
is there
it every
to
time, every
the
single
degree of
time.
success of that DC superhero movie?
Objection foundation.
She can speak to that, Your Honor.
You
That's
lay a
she's-
foundation. That's-
Do you
lay a
know
foundation.
the answer to
You
that
know your
question? Do you know-
job.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
I forgot it. No, I have to admit. Okay, so let's go backwards.
See
so
how she gets easily.
What if, do
she gets
you
easily
know
stumped.
whether it makes a difference?
Very much.
Whether how successful that DC superhero movie is in what types of films they'll be able to get in the future?
Objection foundation.
Whitney keeps staring at the Depp
I'm asking
table.
the foundation.
If you want to ask the foundation.
I wonder if she brought her
I'm sorry, that's what
sister
I
in
thought I
there
was
to
asking.
kind of.
Do you know
like, as a
whether that
spy.
plays any role? the degree of success.
That's why she's
Customarily
sitting
when
in-
it
Objection,
She's
foundation.
not sitting on
Ask
the
her how does she
opposite
know?
side
How
by
do
her
you know?
sister. No, she's
In
sitting on
20,
the other
25
side
years
next to
of being in the
Deb's
film
table.
industry, it's customary for when a movie does such an extraordinary amount at the box office, it shines a very bright light on the actors, especially if they're in lead roles. And it's customary that they will get.
Please
not
get off the
customary, it is,
stage.
I don't want to use the word
Nobody shush
standard,
you,
but
man. Get the fuck off.
it is very frequent that a star in a movie that has performed so well at the box office and with a role model character that Mira was, that she would have gotten
Legal
other
Bites
roles
actually
and
had to say
worked
something.
Quite a bit.
This woman knows
afterwards.
nothing.
And that
She's
movie
comparing
would have helped
AH's
her
career
through.
to
I mean,
Jason
that's
Momoa,
no
all these
question.
actors that have earned their way.
And with all these
She knows
comparables,
shit. So she's
when
obviously
you,
not making an impression on the jury,
gave the
just so you guys
range to
know.
this
Twitter
jury of 45
update.
to 50 million in estimating this over this period of time. Did you
I am
put
so pleased
Amber
to see
Heard's
someone not
estimated
in the industry
damages
screaming
ranges
in all
above all
caps
those other comparables?
About this
No,
idiot.
again, I was
She
very
knows
specific
nothing.
in using the actual negotiated rates that Ms. Heard's agents were able to get for her in that contract and use that as a precedent. So again, I always wanted to be grounded in what Ms. Heard actually was in contract for and what her agents negotiated. And I used that as the baseline for the financial numbers of her loss. I used the comparable.
It's still not
actors to
50
show
million
how
or 100 million or whatever
they
the
all
fuck.
worked and how their
It's not even
careers
close to
moved
what she's
forward
asking
after being
for.
in a box office.
You were asked about Disney and the Pirates 6 again.
This is
What,
just
if any, knowledge do you
embarrassing.
have of
Look
whether
at, oh my
Disney
God,
is
this
willing
is
to pay
hilarious.
Mr. Depp $300 million and a
Oh my
million
God,
alpacas?
this is great.
Objection, no
to survive?
foundation.
Thank you.
I'm asking her, what, if anything, does she know about whether Disney is,
If you can lay a foundation.
okay. Did you?
Elaine,
did you
I'm getting
listen to
sick
or
of
did
you,
read the
Elaine.
Disney testimony in this case?
I did, yes.
All right. What do you recall Disney saying about whether they were willing to pay Mr. Depp $300 million and give him 1 million alpacas?
They would not be willing to pay $300 million and give him alpacas.
Thank you. You were asked about the defecation. What, if any, recollection or knowledge do you have about whether that social media
Sorry, but
negative
Elaine's
campaign
career
that
is
you
finished
testified
after this
had the
performance.
words defecation in it or poop?
Objection, no foundation.
I know that the word poop and the hashtag poop is used.
Okay. Was that in
Move-
any of the
move to
ones you
strike.
I'll
posed?
sustain the objection, move to strike. Next question.
Move
Okay.
to strike.
Um,
Stop, Elaine. Get your shit together,
In your
Elaine.
review of the social media campaigns and the negative social media campaigns that you testified to with this jury, that include the L'Oreal, that include the WME, that include Mr. Snell, and include what you've done, what, if any, recollection do you have of how many of those that are influencing your connections to the defamation statements include the words poop or defecation?
Objection, compound.
Overrule.
I don't believe poop was one of the hashtags that was connected to the statement.
Okay, thank you. You were asked about the time period between the defamatory statement, between the release of Aquaman 2 in December 2018.
Aquaman 1.
Aquaman 1, thank you. And the defamatory statements that were in April 2020 and June 2020. Do you recall that testimony?
I remember that questioning, yes.
Okay. During that time, were you aware of whether Aquaman 2 was in discussions with Amber Heard about scheduling the filming of Aquaman 2?
In the period between the statements and
Before. I'm going before.
Okay,
I'm
sorry.
talking about the period of time when they released Aquaman 1.
Okay.
And the April 8th, first of the defamatory statements.
Right.
Do you know whether whether Warner Brothers was in discussions already with Amber Heard about scheduling her for Aquaman 2?
Objection, hearsay.
Do you know? I'm asking her whether you know.
If you, I'll sustain it as the hearsay.
Okay. Do you have knowledge of whether Aquaman was in discussions with Amber during that period?
Objection, hearsay.
I don't know how to, I'm asking.
Gonna ask her
foundation.
foundation.
She's
Right,
stumped
right.
again. Elaine, You've got to get your
How
shit
would
together,
you
dude.
know?
You are losing this case. I mean, you're going to lose anyway, but
Well, Amber
come on, man.
received an
The
early
whole
draft of
world's
the
watching
script.
you.
Amber's agents were in discussions.
Objection, hearsay.
I think she can say that.
Sustained.
Okay.
Sustained, Elaine.
What is, in your
Stop.
experience, based on getting scripts, what does that mean? I'm asking for experience.
In my experience with the movie as high profile as something like
Ace.
Aquaman, they keep the scripts
That's
very
funny.
tight. You know,
I
they
gotta
don't
put
let
that on the
anybody read
screen.
them. They're numbered. They have your name.
That's
on it.
funny.
So if you're getting a script for a movie such as
Is
Aquaman,
Joe
that's
posting?
kept tightly close to the vest, if you will, by the studio, you are going to, they want you to be in the movie. Otherwise, they would never give you the script.
And so if a script was given to Amber Heard before the first April 8, 2020 defamatory statement, what would that suggest? Based on your knowledge.
After watching the jury, I can, within
Objection,
reasonable
speculation.
degree
It's not
of
speculation.
certainty, that Amber
Again, if she
ain't
got the
winning
script,
her
they were going to use
defecation
her.
claim,
That was their
and they think Catherine Arnold is nuttier than
I have no further questions. Thank you.
than Amber.
Thank you. Is this witness subject to recall?
Please say no.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Did she
So
say
you're still an
yes?
expert, so you can have a seat in
Okay.
the courtroom.
I'm still
sorry.
okay.
You still are.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh God, get her the fuck out of here.
All right,
please.
ladies and gentlemen, this come to the end of our day. All right, so please do not do any outside research tonight, and don't talk
God.
to anybody about the case, okay? And we'll see you in the morning, bright and early at 9 o'clock, right? Okay, thank you.
Is it still there? I backed up a little bit.
All right, just a few planning notes, okay? After testimony tomorrow, and we excuse the jury, we'll go ahead and have the proffers that you requested, Mr. Rottenborn. We'll do those tomorrow after, is that okay? Does that sound good? All right, we'll do those right after, like right now, tomorrow. Okay, that should give you, with the proffers that you need to do for the record, okay? All right, and then whenever all the testimony is done, possibly at this point, it'd be Thursday afternoon after the jury is excused. We'll go over the remaining jury instructions. I have 3 under advisement. We'll take up those. And we'll also, if there's any other from the evidence this week that we need to talk about, we can discuss those as well after the jury's gone on Thursday evening, or if earlier, if the evidence is done before then, okay? And just as time's up to this minute, the plaintiff has used 45 hours and 24 minutes. The defendant has used 57 hours and 6 minutes, which means the plaintiff has left 15 hours and 51 minutes, and the defendant has 4 hours and 9 minutes left, okay? So that's where we're at. All right, anything else for this evening?
Your Honor, the last witness, it appears that is on the plaintiff's witness list is Mr. Depp, and I was just hoping we would get an
You
answer
mean
as to what.
defendant's witnesses?
Yeah, defendant's witness list.
I don't know. Are
was
you
hoping
still
to get an answer.
changing witness? I mean, I'm not sure. Okay. Making a decision in the morning, okay? All right, everybody have a good evening. All right, thank you.
Okay, before I talk, do I have an echo, y'all? I pulled the mic back a little bit. Is my echo gone? Oh, man. Okay, let me try something. I don't know how it came. It's like it wasn't there before. Let me see. Is that better? Or is it still echoey? Better? Okay. But wait, we're going to play Emily's. I told you I look at Emily's thing at the end of the day just to see her last 10 minutes before I go. We're going to play Emily, and then you can tell me if I have an echo.
Smiling, exiting the courtroom. I think that that's exhausting, or maybe she's saying, see, this proves that Johnny Depp's legal team is just beating up on all of us. But that was really just painful at the end there with that
This is why we watch the good M's. M's rocks.
look. The expert is a double-edged sword, because anything she said can just be flipped around. It's like, oh, but you can't say for sure this, or you can't say for sure that. It's just a lot. So that cross was wandering. I don't know if they were trying to run out the clock. They maybe should have given more time, or if they were concerned that Depp would be called, they might have been trying. This is possible. This is speculation, but I wonder if they were trying to get to the end of the day so that A, he could get a heads up, and B, he wouldn't have to get on the stand this afternoon and then not be able to talk to his lawyers. Remember, once Depp gets on the stand, you guys, thank you for subscribing. Once Depp gets on the stand, he can't talk to his lawyers about his testimony. So this might have been trying to get to the end of the day, not sure that whether or not Depp would be called based on their statement. But this also might be the 3-day chess of trial, where they released a media statement, or someone released a media statement saying that Depp would be called today. And they might have been relying on that, trying to close out the day so Depp didn't have to take the stand. That is a possible thought. But there's also statements released to the media, and you don't know how reliable those are. Statements released to the media that calling Depp at this point would be useless. So if they wrapped up early and then he gets on the stand and they can't talk to him overnight, then that's a problem. So it might have been strategy. They've got plenty of time. I mean, they've got plenty of time. So with Depp, they said they're still discussing whether he's going to testify. That's sorry. F in the chat from my ears. I forgot to turn it off. I apologize. Sorry. I had my headphones in too. Apologies. So with that, I guess the feed's over and I forgot to turn the audio off. Yep. So they've got about a 12-hour.
I'm losing everything. That's all I was wanting to hear is her update.
Hour difference. I'm trusting your maths. Yeah, absolute F in the chat for all of our ears. I'm so.
Fuck. I don't know, y'all. I get so frustrated about this stuff.
That was fucking terrible. Let's get to some questions, and then I've sent out a stream link to those that were in court today to see.
Okay, I'm gonna turn her off. You guys can go watch her stream later if you want. So hold on, let me turn her off, or let me just stop sharing the screen. Give me 1 second.
If they are able to join us, and we will just see what happens. I want to know what the jury thought of this morning. I imagine the jury was bored, as everyone was this afternoon. But again, the only strategy that I see here is trying to run out the clock. That's what I think. Okay. So hold on.
Okay. Better? I can't remember the audio thing. I have to remember it. It's like, I just know that I learned, I guess, and I got to keep this in mind as I grow, if I do grow, because y'all are being so nice to me. But I learned that, when the sound from the speakers is bouncing off the microphone somehow, it creates this echo. And so that's kind of, why we have the echo. And so, but it wasn't happening. You see, I've always kind of streamed by myself. You know what I mean? Like, I had to, when I transitioned my channel, so let me tell you guys, and then we'll talk about the trial. But when I transitioned my channel, because I'm using the same channel, but I used to be a shopping channel. And so I've only been streaming, like you guys know, since the trial came back. So I started the week that the trial was on halftime. And then, and I started streaming like this. And that weekend, I was like, ooh, I'll just stream the trial like everybody else. And so when I did that, I ran and grabbed a mic, I went on Amazon, ordered my stuff. And then my son and I were trying to work out the audio the night before. And like I said, I tried something called Voice Meter, which I thought, ooh, that's cool, because you can control, through this app, you can control the sound of the mic, and the way everything works. You can kind of default it through this program called Voice Meter. And I thought, ooh, that's going to work. And that it was a train wreck. And then there was Audacity, which is another something that you're supposed to use or whatever. So I was trying to level us out with the earphones and the whole thing. And not to digress, because I know the trial's fresh in everybody's mind, but just give me a second. So I was trying to hear myself in the earphones and make the podcast or whatever the hell this the streaming thing is pleasant for everyone and clear. And I can't level this audio out. Sometimes I'm lucky and sometimes it echoes. Like you guys said, it'll come and it'll go. And I can't tell how to fix it. So it's like very frustrating for me as a streamer, because when someone comes into my chat, obviously I want you guys to subscribe, tap the like button and stick around. But if you're annoyed, right, you can't hear, everything's echoing, then I totally get it, because I wouldn't do that either. So it's kind of like a learning curve for me. Like I just have to figure out how to do it. So my apologies. I will work on that with my son tonight. And it's really weird, man. It's really sad because I thought I had it down. I mean, even our stream that we had together yesterday seemed to be fine. And we listened to audios and everything, so there was no echo. So why the echo keeps showing up randomly is kind of baffling me. So I don't know. I'll have to go through this again and try to figure out and watch the same videos to try to get it right. So my apologies. I'm not trying to pierce your ears if you're listening to me in earbuds or on your computers or on your TVs, because I know I just watch YouTube on the TV. So now at least we know that Emily, now back to the show. Sponsor, no sponsor. I did go ahead and make a PayPal though, because someone was in my chat the couple days ago and someone said that he was trying to make a super chat. Okay, if I could just get like 100 views on my streams, I'd be so excited, but I don't get to do that. I never, like my numbers are embarrassing. They're like in the doubles right now, but to have you guys here, to have the engagement makes me super happy and keeps me inspired, so I don't go to bed crying because I'm a failure on YouTube. But anyways, so I think as a wrap up, I think everyone they had on as their witnesses today were a joke. I don't know how you guys feel. I'm sure with all the conversation going on about today's testimony was just a train wreck, I think. And to hear one of the law tubes say, yeah, today was a train wreck, don't second guess yourself, I think that's the best. That's why LawTube is kind of like a good wrap for us at the end of the day. At least to hear Emily's thoughts. She usually only covers like her thoughts for the first 10 minutes and then she starts to grab questions, because obviously she wants to be thankful for the people that are investing in her channel. But yeah, the doctor was just madness, right? The doctor and Back to the Future. Great Scott. What's his name, you guys? What's his name so we can name him? What's his name? What's the doctor's name in Back to the Future? I don't even know, but that's what we're going to call him. Who was after him? Who was after? Oh, no. The first guy that appeared, remember, was the orthopedic surgeon. He was a joke, too. He was a clown, too. So basically everyone they had on their team this morning, on their witnesses list, was just... I mean, they're not saying anything good about today at all. It seems like Amber Heard the closer and closer they run their clock, just keeps kind of getting more and more like embarrassing for them, I've never had a mic before, so it's like, it's new to me and I keep messing with it as if something's wrong with it. There's nothing wrong with it. Yeah. Oh, you guys, I didn't even see Camille's cross. I'm gonna have to see her cross. I was remember when the trial first started, I was late waking up. I'll just be honest. I was late waking up. I ran in my office in here, turned everything on. I was supposed to be on at 5:30 to kind of test my sound with one of you if you were available. Didn't do that. Got up late. Ran in here half-eyed like this, 10 to 6 my time. Turned everything on. Got us in about 2 minutes shy of court starting. Announced that I was here. Put myself on no camera, just audio, and let it run. And I was able to start and see the orthopedic surgeon in the morning. But then, like I said, I had a couple things happening within the household where I had to go and I had to take out the garbage and I had to open the blinds and whatever I said this morning. And then I heard Camille talking, but I wasn't sitting here to see. So again, got to get my shit together. Elaine, I need to get myself together. Elaine, you guys can call me Elaine today. I give you the permission to call me Elaine when my audio fucks up or when my visuals are terrible. which is kind of, I feel bad. Like it's kind of, I feel like the internet is strong when I test it, but like when I run it through YouTube, because I know that there's a delay. I think YouTube said, someone said on a streaming video that I think it's a 20-second delay or 10-second delay. I thought when you streamed from YouTube, you had the control of the time lapse of the delay, but I don't think you do. And I'm using StreamYard, like I said. I chose to use StreamYard on purpose. I did see a couple of videos on Streamlabs OBS, and I thought about it because I'm familiar with it, but I just, I like StreamYard. It's simple, but the fact that it's not like, giving me 1080p and the resolution's really poor, and also when it plays, it's giving me frames. So that's what's making me obviously, like worried that I'm not going to grow that way, so I'm going to have to figure it out. But yeah, Dr. Emmett Brown, Dr. Emmett Lathrop Brown. So good. We're going to call him that. That's okay, Ace. But that's what I'm saying. Like, that's how I feel, because my son is very particular about making me very, very aware that if I want to do this and I want to make this sort of my job, if you will, that gear, sound, visuals, those are the 3 golden rules when you try to do something like this. And I'm used to making videos, because I used to be a shopping channel. So I used to go out to the store, buy something and then share what I bought. So it was all pre-recorded. Now that I'm streaming, I have to really kind of zone in and get myself like a docket of like how we're going to do this and what we're going to talk about. I feel like I'm okay. I mean, I feel like I've done okay since you guys have been with me for about a week now or whatever. Let me know if you have any suggestions or whatever, like of how I could run my show better. I'm open to it. I did create a PayPal. Like I said, I created something called Patreon too. I've heard a lot of people talk about it. But it's just a place where you can like donate to help the channel and stuff like that. And I don't even know if I'm at that place yet. I mean, I've had my channel for almost 6 years. So this particular thing I'm doing right now is not because I'm new to YouTube. It's because I'm new to this community. So I've had lots and lots of experience on YouTube, but it's all been pre-recorded videos and marketing myself that way. And so live streaming is completely new to me. So anyway, so the doctor, I need to see Camille Ace because we all know she's an ace anyway. And she's so cute. She's so cute. She really is. She's adorable. But I love when the camera pans on her, like how attentive she is. I love that. Like, I wish she was just like the one attorney sitting next to Johnny Depp. I think she has the power to like just completely bulldoze the whole thing. I mean, are you guys on my corner on that? I feel like she aces, man. So the surgeon, I didn't hear what he said. So, because the thing about these witnesses on her end, even all her friends, I mean, they were all video depositions, last week. When she had all her friends do the deposition thing, nobody was personally there. Now we have all these experts that aren't really experts. They're reading things. They're not really paying attention. Then you have all the arrogance, like we did the comparison between Dr. Curry and Dr. Hughes, who was just beyond. I mean, Dr. Hughes kind of set the pace. I guess what we should have been doing is thinking about that Dr. Hughes kind of set the pace for the type of witnesses they're going to bring forth. And that's kind of what we're seeing. Because Dr. Hughes, she was incredibly condescending and arrogant and just felt like she was above everybody else in the room. Like she just, had this matter of fact. And then when she was ordered to give her documents, if you guys remember, she was slamming them on the little counter thing to give to Johnny's team. I was like, Miss Attitude, just, can you turn it down a notch or two? So that was kind of, Camille was eating candy today. I didn't see it. And I'm sitting here watching it with you. I was kind of watching more or less I don't know. I was listening. I have ADHD myself, so I have to really zone in to listen to what they're saying, to follow the story. Sometimes I get lost and confused. So who else do we have to talk about? So that we already know the experts, psychologist or psychiatrist, right? He was a joke. And they spent, the thing about, I guess, Dennison, right, is that he just goes in circles. His pace, I know he's old school. I know he's an old school attorney, but he has such a slow pace. And I understand he's thinking about what he's going to say before he says it. but he kind of really, I don't think he stumbles over his words. I think he's trying to communicate whatever's going on, but at the same time, I feel like he's just not getting it out. But we've seen that consistent with him, so I don't think that's because he's nervous. I think that's just maybe who he is and how he talks, because it seems to be pretty damn consistent. Like there's not like one time where he was really strong and focused and, you know, got his point across and did his cross, boom, 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 like Camille. Because Camille starts out shaky, if you guys agree. She starts out nervous, which is now, you know, that's to be expected. But then once she finds her groove, once she finds her feet, then she's completely just acing it, you know? So I feel like, you know, Camille's really good at it. She just gets up there and she's got a little bit of the jitters when she first starts, and then she finds her feet and she's all systems go, you know? The blonde lady, let's talk about her for a second. I know she didn't cross anybody, but she's the one that crossed Whitney. I don't care for her. I just don't. I don't care for her. It's not anything personal. I don't care for her style. I think she was kind of intimidated going after after Camille, excuse me. Because remember, Camille did Amber, and then that blonde lady did Whitney, if you remember. I don't know the attorney's name, but if you know who I'm talking about. The girl with the blonde hair that's always sitting at Johnny's team table. She was the one that crossed Whitney. So I feel like she was straightforward, I feel like, but she didn't have the same kind of energy Camille did. I think Camille's on it. She's just got that energy where she's here to play. You know what I mean? She's a soldier, man. She comes out, you know what I mean? She's ready to go. She's attentive. And then I love when she sits down and she like has her finger on the mic, ready to objection. This is inappropriate. Objection. This is ridiculous. You know what I mean? I love how attentive she is, for sure. And I'm sure you guys probably agree. She's just really, they were really, I'm happy that they got someone efficient like her. It's very sad to see Ben Chew there. I think he only did one. Didn't he do one? Maybe he did Johnny. Did he do Johnny? Did he cross Johnny? I think he did. I think Ben Chew crossed Johnny, didn't he? I would have to go back and see Johnny Depp's testimony, his original testimony. But I think Ben Chew did his direct, right? I think Ben Chew did his direct examination. I don't know why I said cross. I'm sorry. Boy, we're learning a lot of legal jargon, aren't we? Or legal, I don't know, language, if you will, lingo. What else did we not like about today? Like I said, the thing about me doing live streams on the weekend and revisiting some of the things we've been hearing is, I know I had a live stream on Sunday, I believe, and which was, what, is today Monday? Yeah, today's Monday, right? So my live stream yesterday, one thing I said yesterday, remember when we went through the audio or whatever we did, I said, remember at the end of the day, this is about defamation. So that's the thing about the case, is you just have to really stay on task with the defamation stuff. I understand that the DV has been a big deal about it because of the op-ed, but at the same time, and you know what else I was really upset about is that I feel like they needed to correct the dates on the op-ed, because from what I understand in the beginning of this trial, when it first started, they said that the online version came out before the print version. This week or today, when it was brought up, she reversed it. She said that the print version came out on the 18th and the online version came out on the 20th. The way that I remember it, if you guys have been watching since day one, they said, I was under the impression that the op-ed online version came out before the print version. So let me know if you guys agree with that or if you remember. Because as far as I know, that's what I remember. Maybe I'm off. I don't know. Good. So let me back up. Yeah, the jury loves her. Yeah, I think they trust her. I think it's because she's on it. She's totally on it. You know, she's very efficient. She's attentive and they read her expressions. They read her energy. She's got a very strong energy. Let's see. The Rick Sanchez want to be called the man. He was supposed to evaluate an idiot. Let's see. No one deserves to be. Oh well. The jury loves her. Yeah. And then Camille eating candy. I'm kind of just going back up here. I foresee many Camille eating candy memes. I missed the beginning. Yeah, I know Eric did say that he missed the beginning this morning. And then Elaine has a very inappropriate. Elaine has a very inappropriate question that doodling and eating candy is a sign of mental illness. Yeah, that was low. I don't know why she even did that. They're just losing. They're losing all the way around. I mean, we don't know what the jury's thinking. You know, just like the attorneys can be in the audience all they want and try to read the jury's faces, because I know isn't there like jobs like that or whatever, people that are designated to read the jury's faces or whatever. But it sounds to me like the jury has not been impressed with all the people that Amber Heard's side has brought in, but we'll see. I just hope that they listen to the audios. I think the audios are going to have a lot of effect on their decision. I would hope that they would take the time, but I don't know, man. I just don't know. The audios are so long. It's like, how are they going to, I mean, I don't know if they have like a time span. They're supposed to, do you know much about juries, you guys? How long do they have to deliberate? Does anybody know? Are they supposed to deliberate the same day? Does anybody know that? Oh, you watch a lot of trials, Ace. You do? Been in court a time or four. I don't know. That's so funny. I mean, all the court trial stuff I've seen has been on TV, you know, or like watching true crime, you know, stuff like that. I did watch the Chris Watts trial. I did watch that. But as far as physically being in court, no. I had to go a couple of times with my ex-husband for traffic stuff, but I don't think that's the same. I've never been in a court situation where I've actually observed a trial. I've been invited to jury duty more times than I want to admit, but I've never had to go because of whatever special circumstance, you know, kept me from being there. So I think the judge would give them a week before hurrying them along. I don't know. You know, as much LawTube as I've been watching, I didn't even that umbrella guy. I watch his streams all the time. And I was trying to get through one of his streams last night because I was doing that audio video I was telling you about, because I'm getting ready to release the raw video of all the JD and Amber Heard recordings. Those will be on my channel. I'm actually editing those. You know what? I'm really good at editing. I mean, I've been editing now for 5 years, so it's like I'm an ace at editing. But all this live stuff and all this audio and video stuff, that's what's it's just hard for me because I don't really know how to operate all this stuff. But anyways, he was talking on his live stream yesterday and stuff. He was talking a lot about actually Adam Waldman. He was talking a lot about him because, you know, they mentioned, you know, the YouTube channels in the deposition with Adam Waldman which is what they're talking about. And so I think it's very interesting, you know, to hear more about him and stuff. And the I've been to court like 8 times, 2 times for jury duty. Really? But it's usually because I'm on the wrong side of the law. Oops. There was no set time for jury. Okay, thank you, Marilyn. Appreciate that. Wish I could say the same. Yeah, I just never have been involved in any of that. 1 jury duty, and 4 arrests, 3 witnesses. Whoa. Not judging, just saying whoa. I've just never been involved in the legal system of any sort. Not really. I'm pretty square when it comes to that. Yeah, so it's going to be very interesting. Marilyn, I hope you return. I am streaming the trial every day I'm going to try to be on here at 5:30 tomorrow. We're going to try to figure out what the heck is going on. But you know what? My laptop is not really a supercharger laptop. My son keeps telling me, like I said, to build my own computer so I have more, like it's, you know, made for more of what I'm doing. So like I said, streaming, we'll just have to see. I don't know though. I've been trying to, I know some of these videos we're watching don't populate to 1080p. I could pay for the more expensive plan on StreamYard to see if I can get some better resolution, but I'm not quite sure. I was thinking maybe it might be the range of our, what's it called? That little box that connects the internet. Yeah. Yeah, obviously, I know I've spoken to HP a few times because the computer I do have is HP. I thought about getting an Apple, but they're super expensive since I'm paying out of pocket to launch my little wannabe career here. But I did speak to HP, and I do have someone was helping me build my own computer. So hopefully that will happen fairly quickly, especially if I'm going to do something like this, because I know I won't grow being rough like this, but if y'all love me enough, you'll come back and keep me company and be my OGs when hopefully in a year I'm in a lot better spot. But I totally agree, Ace. I know you do. You do need a really good computer to stream. So we'll see. I mean, I'll get better as I go. Oh, really? Well, then what do I use? Wi-Fi is also a no-no in streaming. I don't know. I haven't heard anybody say that. I don't know. I just know I called Xfinity and said, give me the most expensive plan you have. So we're operating on the best plan Xfinity has to offer me. So I just was thinking, my son just said, Mom, you need to build your own computer. It's very important for you to do that. So, obviously I started researching, and, I kind of know what I want to know. Oh, Ethernet cord. Really? Well, how do I do that? Oh, that would mean I would have to bring the modem in here. Maybe. I don't know. I have to figure out where to put it is the question if I'm going to do that. But I could try it tomorrow and see. I'm trying to think. Because we have it like by the TV in the living room, which isn't that far from where I am. But I guess I could try. I could try it and see if that works. So all I do is just plug in the Ethernet cord directly to the modem, right? And then off I go. So we'll see. I'll try that tomorrow. I need to make sure I have no echo tomorrow, right? I need to make sure I have no echo. So that's kind of the most important thing. It's so frustrating for me. Yeah, I'll look on Amazon and see if I can grab a couple. Yeah, like you said, the processor. That's what I was doing. I was on HP, asking them, hey, because I want a Windows computer. I don't want an Apple. I just can't afford $5,000 for an Apple. I'm not in that position at the moment. If I can grow as a streamer, then we'll see. I started when I was, because I don't know if you guys know, but when I first started doing this, the very first week of the trial, I was kind of talking to myself. I had absolutely nobody in my chat. I felt my son was like, Mom, don't you feel so uncomfortable doing that? I was like, well, I got to start somewhere, so I'm just going to pretend that I'm making a video and just talk to myself. But it was really hard to know, like how it was turning out. But I feel like it just depends on the day, because I feel like when I did when I did court, like last week, I think I don't feel like it was as weak on the TV, because I have to go out and I have to test. So, in the morning, I'll turn it on and I'll go out into the living room and I'll run it just to make sure you can see me and stuff. Make sure the resolution is fine. On the phone, though, it's a lot different. It appears a lot smoother, like, because I have an Pro Max, an iPhone 13 Pro Max. So I will run the stream on my phone as well, and it's really strong on my phone. There's no lag on my phone at all. So I don't know, but I'm going to try for you guys. So keep the faith. I need to get better too at promoting. But as far as court today, you guys, I think it was a train wreck. Just as a wrap up, I know you guys have been online with me for a long time today, so I don't want to keep you too much longer. I'll let you enjoy the rest of your evening. But yeah, I think today was a train wreck. If you want, you can follow me on Twitter. I am live on Twitter right now. I haven't even checked my views. I don't get that many views on Twitter either. When I did the audios, I got pretty decent views, but I do stream live at the same time on Twitter at the same time. So I'm live over there as well. And then I've tried to also add Facebook to my lives also. So I'm streaming on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. I had Twitch, but when I was by myself and I was trying to pretend I had a little audience like yourselves, there were some people that came in on Twitch. They seemed like they were kids or something, and they were speaking inappropriate and things like that. And I was like, I don't have time for this. I'm trying to stream like this trial, and it's an important, serious trial, and I don't have time to deal with children. So I ended up deciding that Twitch wasn't for me. I was really hoping to grow a following on Twitch, because a lot of people say that's the best place to go if you want to like build like a podcast type thing. But I don't know. I just didn't have the patience. So Maybe I'll try it again. I didn't delete my account or anything. I just need to figure out how Twitch works. Hey, Candy, how you doing? How did you see the trial today? I was talking about you this morning. Oh, yay, the links I just posted are of docs that are really helpful. Ooh. You have some documents? I didn't see them. What links? Oh, you mean where did you post them? Did you post them here? Or did you post them on Twitter? Where'd you post them? We both agree on that. We both agree on that. Can I ask all of you guys in the chat, do all of you guys have day jobs? Are you like, I mean, I don't mean to be too personal, but how are you communicating with me and stuff? Do you work at home because of COVID, or do you have me in your ears on on your phones, or how are you guys watching me? I'd be curious. On your TV? I know, I think Ace said he's watching me on a PC. Oh yeah, no documents showed up that I could see. I messaged you the links on Instagram too. Oh, thank you. Okay, cool. Oh, I see. You're not. I think you said last time when you first came into my chat, Ace, a while back, I think you said you're in your 50s. You're not old. I'm old. I know it freaked me the F out when I turned 50. Oh my God, you should have heard me. Because my birthday's at the end of July, and I was going on and on and on about I literally cried for days because I'm like, oh my God, it's different. It's different than being 40 something. Oh my God. I still can't believe it. Oh my goodness. Every time I look in the mirror, I go, oh my goodness, there's no way out now. There's no way out. I am where I am, and I don't feel like it. I don't dress like it. I don't talk like it, but man, I'll tell you right now, the mirror doesn't lie, and time doesn't lie. Oh, you're 35? Well, do you have children? Anybody in here have kids? I know my kids are grown. I have 2 boys, 32 and 29. So they're grown and doing their own thing. I do have a car vlog channel if anybody cares. I can put it in the description box of my channel. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, oh, Candy, I wanted to let you know, yesterday, right, when I played that clip of syrup, I ended up getting claimed on that. So I don't think I can share movie clips anymore. I mean, I'm disputing it as a commentary thing that I did. So we'll see what YouTube says. If YouTube is okay with me using clips and stuff, like even watching them as a reaction, then I can do it again. But I won't, because I'm just new to streaming. So I have to see. Oh, you have 1 child in college. Gotcha, E. Yeah. Wow. Oh, no, Eric. Yeah. You have 1 child in college. Okay, gotcha. Gotcha. I think Marilyn might have left. I'm not sure. This is so fun, you guys. Oh my God. I'm so fun. I'm building my own little community. I'm so excited. Now if I can just get my shit together when it comes to audio and video. Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, I'm open. I'm always open to open conversation, sharing things, reviewing things. I'm okay with, you guys voicing your opinions, but just be careful, you guys, when that you all are here. Just be careful moving forward if you're going to use any kind of profanity, because YouTube has locked it down at this point. They even have voice scanners. So I mean, I know I'm using profanity, but I haven't gotten tagged for that yet. Some people do get reprimanded for using profanity, but if you're going to write it in the chat, use symbols. So if you're going to say sh, something, just use a symbol in the middle of that. If you're going to use the F word, use a symbol, or say FN or something, just because YouTube monitors everything, so it's and the chat is new. This whole live streaming, live engagement, chatter. This is what's going to get me recommended to other people for us to grow our community. And so our little community we're building right now. So I just kind of I need to stay within the guidelines of that, you know, and so I'm not momming anybody. I'm not trying to, you know, shut anybody down as far as their opinions or anything. Everyone that's starting to come in here has the same kind of humor, which is so awesome. I'm very fortunate with that. But yeah, so I just wanted to let you guys know that they're very strict about, you know, language and verbiage, especially when it's in writing. So, because they'll yank comments too. Like I won't have any control of that. So if someone finds that their comments removed or something, that's not me. That, you know, because I leave an open chat. But even on my videos, there used to be people that would leave comments and they would be hidden. You know, and I would have to go into my hidden comments because people would get mad at me on Facebook and say, hey, why didn't you ever comment back? And I'm like, I didn't even see it. What are you talking about? So, yeah, YouTube will block the link automatically if the link is written in the way it's supposed to be and clickable. Okay, gotcha. I heard from Emily, I think, that YouTube only monitors the first hour. Okay, good. Okay, well, thank you for letting me know. But yes, you want to be monetized, gotta be family friendly. Yeah. And that's the thing, you guys, is I just want to be a good streamer. I want you guys to stay with me. I mean, I'm just building you now. I want you to, obviously we're talking about the trial, but you know, I do plan on having other conversations, and it'll be funner too, because we won't be streaming a third party. You know what I mean? We won't come here. We'll come here to hang out and have a good conversation and talk about stuff. We won't be streaming the you know, like a trial of some sort. Right now, it's just kind of hard, you know, because we have to watch it. I heard somebody said, let me know, where's everybody from? Is everybody from the United States? Because I heard that the trial isn't being streamed on mainstream media. Is that true? Is it not being streamed on like CBS, ABC, all those networks? Someone said they're only streaming it on YouTube, and I was like, what? So, because I mean, I live on YouTube because I do YouTube every day. So, you know, in socials, I'm constantly learning about socials. So I don't watch a lot of outside TV. I watch Netflix and Hulu, and that's probably about it. I have Apple TV and stuff like that. But for me, I heard that they're not playing the actual court proceeding on TV. So that's kind of weird. I don't know if it's true or not, though. I don't know. Let's see. Yeah. Thank you, E. Thank you. I gotta go back. The chat, when there's multiple people in here, it's kind of fun. The chat goes so fast you can't even keep up. Oh, good. You have an earbud in watching you from an Android. Yay! Was I echoing? Did you catch any part of the court? If you ever come in, Candy, and you have me on your ears, can you let me know also from your phone? Because since you're watching from a phone, if I ever echo, because we have some people watching me from a computer, and then, you know, maybe some people watching me from a phone. I know I watch my YouTube personally on TVs only. So I don't watch, like, I can even, I mean, I have a TV to the right of me here. That's where I watch all my YouTubes. So, it's interesting to find out how everybody's receiving the stream as well for quality. Let's see. Tennessee, California. Hey, Maryland, I'm in Cali too. I'm in Northern Cali. Are you in Southern or Northern? Oh, yeah, Court TV. I'm not sure. You know that? I don't know. I just know from watching everyone that I watch, and also the bigger YouTubers, you know, like I said, like that Umbrella Guy, Emily D, Legal Bites. Everybody was getting copy claimed for watching the trial through a Law and Crime Network or whatever it's called. So that's why I've been trying to find the ones that are offbeat, you know, like Sky News and, you know, People. I haven't gotten dinged for that. Where's Maryland from again? Southern. Okay, gotcha. Make sure you guys tap the like button too, you guys. I would appreciate you forever if you do that. There's 4 of you in here that I can see. If you're literally active, please like the video if you haven't already. Make sure that you subscribe. Marilyn, I'd love to have you back if you want to tap your bell and subscribe to me. Candy, I think you said you subscribed, so I'm excited you're back. E comes in. Thank you so much. And Ace, thank you guys. I just appreciate it. I can't tell you how happy I am to have my first little 5 or 6 people in here. That's so awesome. I'm in the southeast, but that's all I'm willing to give away. That's okay. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I'm in northern, you guys. I'm in northern, so there's nothing here actually where I live. It's not even really fun. One thing I've learned though about the YouTubes, is that you spend a lot of time in a very closed-in area. I mean, it's like since I've been doing this trial, I can barely someone was telling me I should be doing what's it called? What is it called when you make a pre-recorded wrap-up video, just to keep a recorded video on here? Because at first I was like, oh, I'll just stream. But some people are saying maybe I should, make recorded videos also. Yeah, the recap. That's right. Recap. Whoa. I'm excited, Candy. Let me see. Let me look on. Oh, and you know what else? I'm trying to promote myself a little bit on Facebook as well. Because I got someone, I don't know who was in the chat with me before, but someone, A Language of Horses, Odessa, she was keeping me company. She's a previous subscriber of mine. Because, I had a little bit of a following before I came. Not much, but, a lot of them has stuck with me, which is really nice of them. Because I announced that I was changing. But someone came over from Facebook too, because I'm trying to share my videos in the Facebook groups as well, just to grow a little bit. So that's fun. My brother is texting me once in a while too, you guys. My brother comes in to talk to me about the trial, so that's cool. And we kind of share. You want to wait? Let me see. Let me see. My brother's talking to me right now. He's like, was a complete shit show. My brother we were supposed to do a roundup or whatever, a wrap up, I guess, yesterday. But like I said, my brother's fiance had back surgery, and he hasn't been able to come in here. We were supposed to meet once a week and kind of talk about the trial till it ends. And his fiance had some surgery, and he's been really he's exhausted. And I know if anybody knows what caregiving is like, it's me. So I don't really want to bug him, I'm familiar with Discord, and if I can learn it, I will use it. If I prefer Streamlabs OBS, like I said. I'm using Streamlabs right now because it's 123. I really like it. It's expensive though, and OBS is free. Still, I'll see what happens, I've been trying to watch videos on OBS so I can transition, but because I know I can build my layout to the way I want, and I'm hoping that the stream is stronger. But I was trying to work with it yesterday, and it made me so upset. I was heated by the time I worked with it for about 30 minutes, maybe in 40 minutes, and I was like, forget this. I can't get it to... It was just not working. It was not working. So I was like, no, I don't have the patience for this. Yeah, but I am familiar with Discord, though. I am. My brother and my son use it. I just don't know much about it. But I have it. I have the app downloaded on my computer. I just don't know it. It won't be windable till it's ended and loaded. What are you guys... let's see. Don't use it myself, but everyone else seems to like it. Yeah. The legal doc includes the California trial of Rocky. What? Rocky versus Depp? Is there going to be another? Is Rocky suing Johnny Depp? What? No way, Candy. Wait. Y'all, wait a minute. Y'all need to be following me on Instagram too, please. On Instagram and on TikTok and on Facebook and on I gotta put my stuff in the description box. I have a Facebook page now for this. I have my Instagram. I have a TikTok account. What else? What's the last thing? Oh, Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, Twitter, and my Twitter. That's it. Discord is crazy. I have a hard time with it. I'm not bad with computers, but that app is intentionally like dredging through weeds. Yeah, go pull up Candy's link and let us see what it is. Oh, okay. Let me see. How should I do this? My brother, I don't know. So I don't know if he's up to coming in. Let me see. Let me see what she's talking about. Hold on 1 second. Let me go grab it. Give me 1 second, y'all. I'll be right back. Let me grab it from over here. I'll bring up IG. Let me go pull it and we'll look at it. It was 2017 for real. Copy the links posted. I posted at 5:04 when I joined this chat before it gets taken down. Okay. I'm going. Give me 1 sec. I'm doing it right now. Was it on Twitter? Or you just did? Is it California documents? Let me see. I'm pulling them right now. Give me a second, you guys. You sent it to my Canon Girl Theories, right? Because I have like 5,000 Instagrams, but IG. Hold on 1 second. Let me get into Instagram. I'm getting in Instagram right now. It's so long. Okay. What is this? I think that's it. Please be it. Crap. Oh. No. I'm in. Yes. Save info. Yes. Let me go to my messages. I'm pulling it right now. Messages. Save. What? Britney Spears she posts the weirdest things. I'm all for Britney Spears, but she's just that poor girl. All right, let me. Ooh, candy corn. Is that you, Candy? Candy corn? Yay! I gotta follow you back. Hold on. I finally got back on Instagram and Twitter. Okay. Might be interesting. Okay. There's no documents here, love. There's nothing. You think they took them? Can you try, are they a PDF? Is it a PDF? Can you try to resend it to me? And I'll grab it right now. Using these docs, follow along. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on. I'm going to see. Okay. Oh. Okay. Gotcha. Doing it. Doing it well. Okay. I'm here. Hold on. Let me let y'all in. All right. Okay. What? Okay, hold on. Let me add this. Okay, I'm gonna put you down here. I'll put myself down here. So I need to save this. I need to save this. Save. Okay. Justice for Johnny Depp. Okay, let me save this as a PDF on my desktop. There was 2 links though too. Is it though 288 pages? Is this the only link I need to save? Is there another one? Let me see. Candy, you're gorgeous, by the way. Just thought I would let you know. Okay, this is 57 pages, so I'm saving this. Audio recording. Shut up! What? Candy, you're gonna be my new contact. Shut up! Video. Shut your mouth. Are you seeing this? Candy's a little detective. Oh, this is the video of him, what's this? Oh.
Je vous ai préparé ce truc pour vous. Bonne chance.
Wow.
Je vous remercie. Je ne comprends pas vraiment le concept des prix en général. Et je déteste l'idée de compétition. Le seul contre lequel je me bats, c'est moi.
It's a video link.
Pour aller plus loin chaque fois. Donc...
Look, I'll show you right now. We saved it, but I'll open this one too. Wait, no, that's the first one. So I saved both of these, but the first one is 288 pages and the second one is 57 pages. JD knows 28 languages. Shut your mouth. Oh my God. But look at it. It says, JD's recorded French speech at Caesars. JD's about his baby daughter. Interview excerpt. Interview. Where did these documents come from? Where did you find these? Candy, do you ever want to be on my stream with me? Oh, girl. Hello. You need to come on here on the weekends with me or something and do a recap. I'd love to have you on. If you're interested in streaming with me at some point, let me know. Awesome. Yeah, awesome. Cool. Yeah, you're welcome to come on anytime you want. You can come on and we'll be like the new Legal Bites. Let's see. So these are just, to me, these are all interviews and stuff. Jack Sparrow interview, whole episode. Pulling a baby that just came out of surgery. What? From her car's arms? Caretaker's arms? I don't know. Ellen DeGeneres. Lone Ranger interview. Charlie Rose. Wow. Let's talk about these legal documents, though. Yeah, no, I am. Oh, okay. Okay. Justice for Johnny Depp. Okay, so divorce action, page 4. UK trial. Dan Wooten trial 17. Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard. Johnny Depp, Adam Waldman versus Amber Heard. Johnny Depp versus ACLU. Wow. Amber Heard versus Johnny Depp. The Mandel Company. Greg Rocky. Brooks versus Johnny Depp. Wow. This is crazy. Dates. Ivory bark stuff I found interesting in terms of timing or location mostly. And pink violet marked my thoughts, questions, theories for this. For the sake of clearance, AH's sister Whitney is always misheard Miss Henriquez. You guys, 288 pages. This is cray. This compilation was made because I was getting quite frustrated by always having to Google or search for the relevant material when it was referenced. Am not taking responsibility for broken links or material being deleted. Sorry. Okay, 152. Control F, 152. 152. So at the very beginning, I would tell my mom, what is this? Penthouse? What is this? Oh, Heard's deposition. That's page 13. Wait a minute. Let's see. Oh, here we go. Gotcha. Gotcha. Can you guys see it okay? Can you see this? Can y'all see this? Let me, let's see. CA trial, Greg Rocky Brooks. Who's Greg Brooks? Yeah, for sure. City of Lies. Oh, this is the guy that's suing. He's suing him for the saying he hit him or something. Mr. Brooks was working on location. The incident. Mr. Brooks was working as location manager on the set of City of Lies and was involved in a series of altercations with persons on set, including a security guard and a possibly homeless woman who eventually was aided by Mr. Depp. Mr. Brooks claims that JD punched him twice. Witnesses Sean Bett, Emma Denoff, and Brad Furman, others. An interview posted by ZE Leakers TV on 10/11/2021. Film directors Brad Furman has confirmed that JD didn't punch Mr. Brooks. So is this, do they have the video? Candy, you're coming on my show. I'm going to extend an invite for you to come on once a week. This would be fun if you want to. Let's see. I want to eventually, you guys, build a panel over time. You know, like I'm brand new on YouTube, but I'm just giving you guys my future thoughts up here. I have it on a notebook, but even on my banner on YouTube, it says panel. So as we get, as we go forward and we start talking about things, I will be extending invites here and there, especially if you're interested in starting a channel. Let's see. Hold on. Sorry. I don't know how, should I page down? That's it. Okay. Mr. Brooks claims the following causes of action: assault and battery. 2, intentional infliction of emotional distress, please. Negligence, negligent respondent superior, negligent hiring and retention of unfit employee, negligent supervision of employee, hostile work environment, oh please, wrongful termination of violation of public policy, retaliation, and negligent infliction of emotional distress. Oh, thank you. Yeah, no, I will. But you may have to reference the recordings, doc evidence. So how do I do that? Do I do it in the Finder? Let me see. Finder, let me see. Recordings. I'll go back to that. It was 184. AH memo. Is this it? No. These respondents, 1AH memorandum in support What's this? Let me see. This is depositions. This isn't an audio file. I wonder if I should put audio. You think I should put audio file? Video. Fan video, 45 seconds. JD joking. Oh, wait. No, that's not it. Hold on. Oh, what happened to my documents? Hey. Come back. Hold on. No, totally, Candy. Totally. Of course. Yeah, absolutely. If you're interested, we can talk. You can email me or message me on Instagram, and I'll we can talk. Actually, we can talk, and arrange something. If you're interested, yes, of course. If you're interested in being on the stream, of course. I would love to have, I would love to have someone to help me kind of, I know you said you're on vacation, or I would have invited you to watch the rest of the trial. Do you know when you'll be back from vacation? I know, you're right. Thank you so much. Yeah, definitely reach out to me on Instagram and we'll work something out. And if you're interested in, appearing on the stream, I don't know if you've ever seen Andy Signor's channel, but, it would be something like that. And we can do fun stuff and cover stuff and talk about, what do you call it? Talk about subjects and so forth. So, oh, you never left? Shut your, that's so funny. You never left. Oh, you're so funny. Oh yeah, for sure. I thought you said you were going on vacation or something. Anyway, you guys, obviously we've gotten a gold mine. Thank you so much, Candy, for sharing this. Did you post it on Twitter openly as well? Yeah, that's cray, man. Can I retweet it or no? Should I keep this amongst us so we can trend? Yeah, I thought you were for sure vacationing also. Okay, cool. So can I go ahead? Should I retweet it? I can retweet it if you want me to. I didn't know if you wanted to share something like that, but yeah, I would be conflicted too. I would actually, I don't know. I wouldn't actually share that if I was you. I'm just saying, it would give us, something to talk about. I don't know if you want to share that kind of information just yet. I don't know. It's up to you. It's your documentation, but I don't know. That's up to you. You know what I mean? Things travel very quickly, on Twitter. So I don't know. It's up to you, if it's public information, but I think for us as a stream, to get a chance to talk about stuff that people aren't talking about, I think that would be fun. Like I said, you're welcome to come on anytime. I'm on Pacific time. I don't know where you are, but we can definitely have a conversation and, try to cover some of this stuff since two heads are always better than one in terms of breaking down documents. So it's up to you. You can reach out to me on Instagram and just let me know. Aw, you're so cute. Yeah, thank you. It's up to you. You know what I mean? It's up to you. So you can decide what you want to do with it. But this is really cool. It's just cool because someone like you guys, like you said, took a lot of, time, obviously, to go. Is it the second? I think it's the first one, right? The first one has all the legal documents. Is this the legal documents, or I can't remember? No, it was the second one. Okay, I already saved it as a PDF anyways. No, I did. I downloaded it. I did. I have it. I already have it. Yeah, I have them both. Yeah, this is cool. This is really awesome. I'm going to have to, it'll take us some time to go through them. So we won't really talk about them now, but definitely for sure. This is the coolest thing I think anybody's ever done for me. So thank you so much. I feel so lucky to have y'all. Thank you so much. Oh my God. You guys, you're going to make me cry. Yeah, this is awesome. This is totally awesome. We can do a live stream and talk about some of this stuff if you want. So just reach out to me and let me know. And we'll get you all set up to, you know, come in on the stream. I'll invite you to StreamYard, send you the link and stuff, and we can talk about it. But yeah, I'm super stoked about this. These are the legal documents that we were talking about. So this is really, really interesting. PDF. I was looking for I don't know, should I do audio file maybe? Audio? I don't know. What would an audio file be of? MP4E? Where's Ace? Is Ace, are you still in here? Would it be an MP4 file? MP3? Let's see. I don't know. Oh, these are videos. Oh my God, we got the body cam. If we got the body cam, y'all, then we got the audios. If we got the body cam, we got the audios. Legal bites. Look at this. What is going on? Where did you get this girl? You're like, I said, I can do a deep dive and check. I don't, I'm just wondering. Oh, here's the audios right here. Audio. 44 minutes, 11 minutes, 19 minutes, 23 minutes, 30 minutes. Yeah, this is it. Well, where's the 4 hour? I'm trying to do this very, very, hold on. These are the audios right here. AH crying, illegal recording. What does that mean? Walking away instead of addressing the fight, which we've heard so many times. Wow. I think is that it? Yeah, I think that's it, y'all. 287. Yeah, 287. Hold on, I already downloaded it though too. So what I'm really hoping is on here, y'all, is the phone call that they played in court of him, like, kind of, remember, he at his worst. Like, I hate to say that because that's like terrible for me to say that, but I really hope that particular audio is in here, because it was hard enough to find the San Francisco phone call when she was trying to coerce him into coming to see her, or vice versa or whatever. So that's what I'm really looking for, is that final audio call of, like, when he you know what? I'm not sure, Eric. I'm not sure. I'm gonna have to go through the document, you guys. It's 288 pages. So since she just sent it to me, you know, we'll take a beat and try to get it, you know, go over it. And obviously I'll pair up with Candy and we'll talk about it and figure out how we want to dissect it. Because I think her and I can kind of put our heads together and try to piece it, you know, and everything. Then I can put the raw audios on my channel. I'd really love to do that, because right now I've been recording someone else's audio, which that's not what I mean. Like, I'm not saying I'm posting someone else's material, but I'm saying that the audio is hard to find, you know, because I tried to do it in the live stream, like I said, and I was dinged for the title. So it's like, but that was my bad, because I knew better. That's what I was saying. YouTube is very, very particular over the way that you label things, like your titles, your thumbnails, you know, your conversation, what you say too. You could get in trouble for, you know, using bad language too now. I mean, it's just, the guidelines keep updating and we keep getting emails, you know, back to back to back all the time. So it's like, you got to be careful. But I'm very excited. Very, 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 very excited. So I'll look it over. I don't see I'm just looking for I don't think the 4-hour audio's in here. Oh, shoot. Never mind. You guys, what's that mean? What's a proxy? I don't even know what that is. That's okay. I understand. What does that mean, a proxy? I don't know what that means. I don't know what a proxy means, E. I'm not that technical. This must be the 4-hour. This must be the 4-hour audio right here, because it's 2:44 and 2:49, which would be 4 hours. There's a lot of audio in here, you guys. There's a lot. I can't believe that someone would put this together. This is crazy. I just don't want to get in trouble. Girl, we need to be careful. Like, I don't want to get in trouble for having this information. Y'all. I'll talk to Candy, though. We'll talk on the phone or something, and we'll figure it out. All right, you guys. I think I'm going to wrap it up, though. Oh, it is? That's so funny. Yeah, no, I don't know. I don't know anything about proxies, E. I'm not that, like I said, I'm not that savvy at all. I would think most of this, now that it's been entered in court, it's all public information. It's all public information. Everything I'm seeing right now is stuff that we've seen in court, so I doubt very much that it's, I doubt highly that it's anything. Yeah, I don't know. So I don't know. But Candy, I'm willing to, if you want, are you on California time, Candy? Where are you located? You're in California, right? You said? Yes, what's that mean? What's a VPN? What is that? I don't know what that is. I'll have to ask my son. I don't know what that is. I'm not sure. But if you tell me, I'll get one. I just don't know what it is. Oh, Texas. That's right. That's right. You said that's right. That's right. That's right. Okay, so I'm in California, so you're 2 hours ahead of me. I'll contact you on Instagram right now, and then we can plan a phone call or something. Okay, gotcha. All right, you guys. Well, I'm going to wrap up my stream, because I want to go ahead and I have to run to the store and stuff. I've got some stuff I got to do before it gets too late for the day. But it's been really fun, you guys. I've streamed 10 hours. Thank you so much. Make sure you tap the like button. I'll be here bright and early tomorrow for sure. Yeah, I'll be here bright and early at 5:30 in the morning for day 2 of court. So I hope you guys have enjoyed the stream. I hope I didn't, I hope, that you guys enjoy being here. Make sure you share the links, help me promote on IG, TikTok, Facebook, the YouTubes, help me promote my channel so we can grow our community. Thank you so much, you guys, for being here. Candy, I will reach out to you. You guys have a wonderful evening, wonderful night, and I will see you guys tomorrow at 5:30 a.m. Pacific Standard Times, y'all. See you then. Take care, y'all. Bye-bye.